Well, maybe. Hello. I think that things are working. I think that I did it. I don't know though. So let's hope. We fingers crossed that we're gonna be okay. We had a little costume change. Testing. Oh man, I hope that it works. I was frustrated, y'all. I was frustrated. I'm gonna leave this Discord server now, because this is stupid that I had to join a Discord server. Also, where is it? In the list. Where is it gone? And now that I'm in this server, can I not join it? Or can I not get out of it? Okay, no, I found it. Leave. Yeah, I don't want to be in your fucking Discord server anymore. Okay. So, yeah, I guess, we might wait for people to trickle back in. I need to ping in the Discord server. Yes. Did someone ping me? Someone said something to me. Oh yeah, I saw the, oh my god. Okay. Just liked the new stream. Yes! Now that we're back, like the stream. I do plan to do the H3H3 thing, and we're gonna need to start it soon, now that the entire first hour was wasted by technical issues. But now we know that anytime in the future that I have a change in my computer, I need to take at least an hour. I gotta reserve an entire hour at least to, like, make sure that my computer is working. Like, specifically the microphone, to make sure that the audio is functional before I try to stream. So we just learned a new lesson, and we'll carry that forward and do differently in the future. And that's all that we need to do. And not be fucking butt mad all day. Even though I kind of want to be. So, anyway. Welcome, everybody. Knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe! Yeah, true. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I want to drink some water, because I'm hurt my throat. I took my nudes for the next couple days and got started on tacos. Ooh, delicious. Hello, Dizzy. You missed the first hour where I could not get my fucking audio to work right. And I had to close stream and then work on it for, like, most of the last hour. But now we're good. And I'm ready to do some reaction content and have a fun time and enjoy myself. Where's Baphomet, though? Where's Baphomet when you need him? And what's up, Jade? Hello! Soft shell flour tortilla is the superior taco container. Like, as opposed to what? Like, do you think that the flour tortilla is specifically superior to a corn tortilla? I don't know that I have made that direct comparison, but I do think that soft shell is as opposed to hard shell for sure. I concur on that one. Hello, Violet. While I was waiting, I made lots of progress on cleaning. Nice. I did a lot of cleaning yesterday and the day before because my partner actually stayed over here, which was cool and quite nice. Tortilla tasty. I love tortillas. Hello in the YouTube chat. There's Fly and there's Madam Swords. We got the swords across like this. Yeah, while I was mating. Lmaoooo. Smuggy. Crunch wrap is the best. Put your refried beans on a soft shell and wrap it around a hard shell. I think that would be delicious. Or you could even just put chips inside. Like, you could just take some, like, tortilla chips and, like, put them in there, and it's like... But you gotta eat it fast. That's the thing about the crunch wrap, is you gotta eat it quickly, or that internal crunchiness becomes part of the sludge. So, it's... You gotta be careful there. But textures are such an important part of food. I'm finding that texture is one of the most important things to me recently, because it's like one of the things that stands out to me the most. So for example, like a jammy Dodger, which my partner randomly got some and gave them to me. Or gave me half of them at least. Very sweet of him to share. Jammy Dodgers are great because they have this like, it's a shortbread cookie. It's actually 2 shortbread cookies. This is what a jammy Dodger looks like if you didn't know. And they have like the inside is literally like jam. Like it's hard, like not hard, but it's like really gelatinous. Jammy Dodger is a great YouTuber. Love his content. True, we do love Jammy Dodger. He is great. Crunchwrap is good, though I will conjecture it's because the hard shell needs the support in order to not crack and spill your whole taco. I mean, yes, it's you know, there's like the folded part of the Crunchwrap on top, and I guess you can sear that to the pan and kind of close it up, but it's tough to totally seal up such a complex, like, dumpling top thing that it's got going on where it's all folded over. Yeah, Jammy Dodgers are delicious. It's a cookie. Or biscuit, as they would call it in the UK. But, like... Yeah, because the shortbread, it's got, like, a lot of density and crunch to it. I mean, it has crunch, but it's also still, like, soft to get through. I've only eaten those because of Doctor Who, true. And, like, the jam part does actually have... Like, you have to, like, pull it away. Because it really... gelatinous, like it's got a lot of binding power to it. So they're delicious though. So let's get ready. But before we get started, if you didn't know, I'm doing a little GoFundMe. Not a very big one. I'm trying to pay my taxes because I paid off my taxes with a credit card, and now I'm trying to pay down that credit card before, you know, 30% interest kicks in. So if you can, hit exclamation point GoFund or GFM in the chat, and that'll pop up the link. I appreciate you. Not necessary for you to do that, but if you want to help me, you know, get that taken care of, and then I can start paying my next year's taxes so that I don't owe as much next year. Maybe. We'll see.
Shout out to
Whoa. Being so loud, Ethan. Hello, Jellybee. I like how Jellybee is in here while we're talking about Jammy Dodgers. Delicious. So I have this teed up already because I was watching this. I watched the entire first 50 minutes of this Ethan Klein H3H3 video. And then I'm ready to watch Ollie London. Well, thank you, Captain Cougar. Yes, I decided to dress cute today. Speaking of Britain, they crowned the King Goober. I saw the coronation. They like did a jump cut because the man who placed the hat on his head like had to take a minute to make sure it was seated properly, and then he like checked to make sure it was sat properly, and then he stepped away. But they jump cut that on the BBC. Like, it was pretty funny actually. The entire ceremony felt like a weird RPG game. There was one tweet that I saw earlier that was really funny. Let me see if I can find it. This is the English Master Ball. If you throw it at any Englishman, you capture them instantly. Which I thought was great. Seriously, what's up with the king's fingers? They look grossly swollen. I mean, it's gout, isn't it? Like... Summon the Eldritch. Orb Daddy, true. Smash the ball. This looks like, yeah, this looks like some kind of party favor that you smash on the ground and like a bunch of like confetti pops out of it or something like that. Or like it's like a smoke bomb of some kind. I don't know. No one is ready to watch Ollie London. I'm expecting that it's going to be pretty cringe. Like, that's my expectation for today, is that this video is going to require us to pause and cringe a little bit. I've never actually seen Ollie London speak, though. And I just really want to see Ethan make fun of him. Like, that's the main goal for me for today's stream, is to watch Ethan Klein make fun of transracial Ollie London. Like, that's all I want. That's what you're here for. You saw the title of the stream. if that's what you're here for, hit like on the stream, okay? Because that's gonna bring in even more people to lel with us. And I'm ready to get started on this soon. I might have to go to the restroom really quick before we get started, but I'm gonna be ready to get started on this just momentarily. I'm gonna eat in this Jammy Dodger though, it's delicious. I am expecting this to be super funny. Hello, Vinisari. Yeah, it seems to me like this is gonna be really funny. Like, Shark did a video about it. I saw Vosh. Vosh posted a 2.5 hour long actual thing. It might have been on the Vosh pit, but still, like, Vosh responded to the whole interview as far as I could tell. And that's part of what made me think, like, okay, no, that would be fun. You know, I don't think it's gonna go up on my channel, but we can shitpost and have fun for the day, for sure. There's like 42 people here and only 27 likes. Can we at least get up to 30? Can we at least bump it up to 30 likes? Just, it's super quick. I love you. Get those likes. It reminds me of BoJack Horseman. Like later on in the show when Diane is working for Girl Crush. She's working for that like mouse. And she's like, get those clicks, girl. I love it. Okay, now we're above 30. That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I did my part. We love it. I still don't have one of these in my chat. I don't have one of these emojis. I need to make one. Okay, comrade, I think is what it is. Do you want to learn more? Comrade emoji. True. I worry people will look at Ollie and see it as an excuse to hate on xenogender people. I really feel like if you see Ollie London, the only person that you would be hating on aside from him is Rachel Dolezal, right? You know? Cringe. At this point, watching small streamers on YouTube has completely desensitized me to automatically liking every YouTube video. It's quick, it's clean, it's pure. Yeah, I think Rachel Dolezal is considered universally, like, laughable. It's so terrible that she has adopted black children, though. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. O7 is efficient. But I mean, yeah, O7 works, but it's cool to have custom emojis. And the reason why this one in particular, I mean, it's like, it's other lefties have emojis like that. And I like to have those. All mines are dragons. None of them are my actual face. We also need a Kek. We need a Kek one. Hello, Mersh. Welcome in. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with adopting black children as a white parent in and of itself. But yes, if you're pretending that you're black, like I'm saying, Rachel Dolezal pretending to be black is terrible for her black adopted children. Yeah, I know Demon Mama has the one like that. She might be the main person that I'm thinking of. But I'm a tiny bit of a fanboy of Demon Mama. We just try to keep it low key. We try to keep it low key. We know that transracial is garbage, but oblivious cis fence sitters are so bad at grasping the difference. Vash's comrade has pigeon. Nice. What a cutie pie. I guess I'm still not really good at articulating the difference between transracial and trans. But for the most part, like, I think that I, as a white person, I'm not the one to answer that question. Like, I mean, like, I feel like part of the reason why I find it so difficult to articulate is because I am kind of working from an outside perspective on the racial question. Like, my existence as a white person isn't really racialized in the same way. Sweet Dream says, hit the like button as soon as I step her in. True, the party don't start till Sweet Dream walks in. hitting the like button is like taking your shoes off at the door. Yo, I love taking my shoes off at the door. When I moved into this studio, it's like they replaced all the flooring before I moved in. And so it's, you know, brand new carpet. And it's shitty carpet, right? And they should have replaced the subfloor. But, yeah, it's I like to take off my shoes. Is that Twitch chat? It's not. Y'all who are hanging out on the YouTube chat, if you didn't know, this over here is my website. So if you go to luxander.net/live, this is my website chat. And we have custom emojis here. We've got a bunch of different colored names in here. Can we get some dicks in chat? Oh my god, I would love to see some dicks in chat. And maybe some hypers. Whatever your favorite emoji is. YouTube chat or bust. Listen, I know, y'all. Also, the other good thing about the website is that you can't do super chats on YouTube because YouTube takes way too much of your money. But if you come to the website and donate directly, you can get a subscription directly or just donate, and you don't have to pay anything more than PayPal fees. So that's great. This is my full-time job. Depending on the person, there are a few good tacks. My go-to is that my parents could have birthed a girl, but could not have birthed a black person. Okay, that's fair. Like, in your situation, like, it's more intrinsic in that way. The thing is that a lot of people don't give xenogender people the time to listen and understand them, but want to compare us to people like Ollie and claim we condone this behavior. It sucks. Yeah, I realize that, you know, you're gonna be portrayed as negative and having something to do with someone else's shitty representation of your group, you know? 55 people here ready to hang out and watch H3H3. We will be starting just momentarily. Let me drink some Haterade. I'm not gonna call it its actual name. It's Haterade. We're drinking some Haterade for Ollie London. Hey, Nox, you did not miss anything yet. Well, you missed lefty audio issues at the beginning of stream, and then me having to quit stream to restart my computer and shit. And then, ultimately, the problem was simply that my Go XLR was not plugged into a USB port that it enjoyed being plugged into. Such a fucking finicky bitch. Anyway, moving on. We're not getting pissy about that anymore. Ethan eviscerated Ollie. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's a lot of fun. At some point, we need to just not care about the potential negative connections others draw about our group broadly. Like, this is only ever done to minorities, so it shouldn't matter. I kind of agree with that, Timerinia. When I was reading one of these Reddit things about, like, you know, my sister's husband is bigoted and wants to come with us on vacation, and she's upset that we're not inviting him because people who are going to be on this vacation are queer. Like, and she included in the post that this person the husband has posted on Facebook and stuff about, like, groomers. And I was responding to someone in the comments who was basically like, you need to grow up. Like, as a gay socialist myself, you need to grow up and stop, and, like, you are the asshole. It was an am I the asshole. And I was like, if they're fucking calling us groomers, which is basically the same as calling us pedophiles, there's literally nothing we can do that is gonna make them think less of us, which is part of why I'm comfortable being transmasculine and sometimes getting out the titty. Like, oh no, I'm wearing boobs today. It's basically the functional equivalent of wearing a binder. It's like I just am, like, wearing body wear. But, like, and I'm like wearing and being all goth and shit and generally looking like a degenerate. It's like nothing that I do is gonna make them think worse of me because they think that I'm a pedophile. Like, there is, you know, whatever your personal opinion is about, like, whether pedophiles deserve rehabilitation or, like, whatever the fuck, like, pedophiles are the worst viewed group in America. Like, I don't think that there is any other single demographic of beings that is as hated viscerally as pedophiles. And so, like, if people are calling us that, there is literally nowhere lower we can go than pedophiles. Please correct me. Does anybody think there's any other group of people in America who are hated as much as pedophiles? Billionaires, but that may just be me. That's just your Twitter account, okay? Yeah, calling someone a pedophile isn't just an insult, it's an accusation and a threat. It's a very serious, legal accusation. You look great, not degenerate. I am a degenerate, okay? I love being a degenerate. It makes me so happy. The only thing worse isn't wait, the only thing worse than a rapist, a child? True. We need more people looking like freaks. I agree. Oh, you're quoting something, Decoy Duck? Nice. It's a Vine. Oh my god. I love the 6-second videos. Remember Bo Burnham used to do a lot of Vines? There was one that was like, yo, my rhymes on Vine would be a little bit stronger if only videos on Vine were just a little bit long. It was a good one. And then that was the end of the video. Hold on. Turn my volume up a little bit because I don't want to wear headphones.
There's only one thing worse than a rapist. Boom. A child. No, there is only one thing worse than a rapist.
That was enjoyable. What's up, Irked? Hello. I consider being called a pedophile as similar to a death threat. Call me that to my face and expect a flying fist. Truly. I mean, yeah, it's pretty serious. The only thing worse than a rapist is a child. Oh my god. That's really strong. That's pretty strong. Kids are the worst. Come on. I don't tolerate hate towards kids here. That's one, it's like this, it's the same reason why like certain like sex worker related words are muted in my chat. Like, come on, we can't be hating on entire demographics of people. I've made this argument before. If you're gonna have, I actually just bitched about this on Reddit, as a matter of fact, as well. If you're the kind of person who's like, I think that there should be child-free locations, like the movie theater should be child-free after 8 p.m. or something, like just as a random example. Would you also say, because some children are disruptive, all children shouldn't be in there, but like, do you think that 80+ year old people shouldn't be in movie theaters because of the propensity for dementia? Because dementia can cause someone to like publicly strip naked and start cussing and shit, you know, like just because a certain number of those type of people, like, be mad at parents, don't be mad at children. One of my quote friends called me a pedo and blocked me on Facebook for standing up for trans people the other day. That's wild. I mean, it's gonna happen. I appreciate you, like, you know, being out there fighting the fight. To be fair, the only way I can watch animated movies in the theater is if I go to a 21+ theater. Like, because the children are so disruptive. Like, if, I mean, I went to the aquarium. It was my little birthday gift to myself, going to the aquarium a couple months ago. And I was just like so surprised by how people let their children like get in your personal space, you know? Like there's one area of the aquarium where, you know, you have the like hallway and then there's an alcove inside the like just a little indention in the wall, and inside there is just basically a glass half dome kind of thing. And there was like a family, like a mom with a couple of kids in front of me, and she was taking up, you know, a lot of the space, and you know, they were looking, and I had to wait several minutes, and there ended up being a family waiting behind me. And then when I stepped up to like into this tiny enclosed little glass room, I stepped into that space to like look around and take some pictures, and the woman behind me just like let her kids crowd me. I'm like, so just because I'm here as an individual means that I'm not allowed to have like my turn to watch these fish without people crowding my space? Like, be better fucking parents, dude. I'm like really mad at parents for being so shitty rather than being mad at children. When I saw Frozen 2 in a regular screening, all the kids were disruptive. Kid next to me stood up from his seat and just stared backward the whole movie. Lmaoooo. That's so fucking weird. Bad kids really aren't a thing bad parents are. Yeah. And if you really have a kid that like acts out and can't behave and can't sit still, then don't bring your kid to that place. Like, you as a parent need to be responsible enough to not inflict your child on other people until you get them to a place where they're mature enough to sit still and be quiet. Yeah, and also potentially get the kid diagnosed. Yeah, get him looked at for ADHD. It could be autism. Yeah, I mean, regardless, get him looked at. Get him checked out, for sure. Anyway, so let's stop bitching about all kinds of random shit and children and stuff, because there are 2 hours worth of interview to get on here. So I am gonna run really quick to the bathroom so that I can be prepared to sit down and like be locked in, and I'll be back momentarily. While I'm gone, go ahead and hit the like button, and we're gonna get started. So let me tee this up. I'll put it up on the screen so that you all know we're about to get going. Take your painkillers now. True. All right. Be back momentarily. Be good, y'all. Okay, bad bitches. Oh, let's go. Water champs can hold it. Listen, the more you hold it now, the more likely you are to be incontinent later, is what I've heard. All right? So, yeah, Hassan stream, chair stream. Oh, by the way, before we keep going, did you see that I added more vines? I added more vines. I made more of them. Yes. There's more vines now. Aren't they so pretty? Oh, I have to pee. Thanks for the reminder. I have ADHD, so I don't notice. Uh-oh. Bad bitch. I want to be a good bitch. I mean, I can't give you that validation. I didn't make them. I bought them. I just made, in the sense that I put together the display. I doubled the number of vines back there, so that's cool. Let's skip that for now. Cool. All right. So, let's get started on this. Let me get my headphones, and we're gonna begin our reaction. We're gonna enjoy. Here we go. Make sure I got all my links. I think it's amazing, Mersh, that you were put on a kitty leash when you were young, because I thought that the kitty leash was like a brand new thing. Like, I heard Like everybody like refers to the leash thing as some new helicopter parent thing. So it's interesting to hear that someone as old as yourself was like, yeah, on the leash. That's funny. Okay, let's go.
We should mute chat for this segment, probably.
Going to.
As we do during interviews.
I'm going to.
Hi, Ethan. How's it going?
Hello, Ollie.
Okay,
nice
hold on. Let me make sure my audios are synced up.
to
like your
meet you and
outfit.
sit
Oh
and
no, he's so loud. Hold on, sorry.
chat with you.
Nice to see you. I like your outfit. Very French with the hat.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think you look wonderful too.
Here we
We're
go.
kind of doing the same thing with our hats, aren't we?
Wasn't planned, but yeah.
Let me see your profile.
Ollie
Turn to the
London,
side. Let me see.
Ollie looks so femme. Like Ollie looks, I didn't know how femme they look. They really do kind of come across more to me like a gender fluid person or like an early transition trans woman. Femme twink. Yeah, I guess so.
See how it's looking?
Oh, you know, I've actually quit surgery.
No. I mean the beanie. I'm not commenting on your surgery.
Oh, sorry. I thought
want
you
to
meant
see how
my
the
face. I was
beanie's
like,
sitting. You know.
Everybody asks Ollie about the surgeries.
yeah, no, it's very cool. How's
just-
your day so far?
So we're just getting set up here a little bit. So tell me, when was your last surgery? I'm curious.
So I actually quit surgery. Well, my last surgery was last April, but I've completely quit, and I'm never going to do surgery again. I had
After having how many surgeries? Like an enormous amount of surgeries, right?
like recently I had a non-surgical facelift, but it's no surgery, it's threads, because you know you can do the same thing these days without the actual surgery. And I was getting to a point even where I would have probably died because I was going. I've probably gone under anesthetic 3 times every year. I was going under anesthetic, so it was like I could have died.
Yeah, every time you go under general anesthesia, there is an opportunity for your heart to just stop. That happened to a friend's pet recently. The pet, like it was a dog who went under general anesthesia for a spay, and just heart stopped. Just died. We're pretty sure he's in this grift because he's deep in debt from the surgeries. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, over $300,000 worth of surgeries, going under general anesthesia 3 times a year. And yeah, I don't know, Timerania, how you're supposed to compare this to gender-affirming surgeries, because most people ever get like 2 of those. Although for trans men, it's like staged out, obviously.
You know, I read somewhere that you spent $300,000 on plastic surgery. I've always wondered, like, where do you get? That's a lot of money. Where'd you get that money?
Well, actually, I used to, before I started doing, you know, social media and K-pop and stuff, I actually was a successful
He
person.
said it. He said before I started doing social media and cable and stuff. Is that what he said? Cable?
That's a lot of money. Where'd you get that money?
Well, actually, I used to, before I started doing, you know, social media and K-pop and stuff, I actually was...
What did he say? Like, literally, he's saying, I'm making money off of the grift now. Or K-pop. Was it K-pop? Okay, maybe he said K-pop. Is he a musician? I have no idea. His audio is terrible.
a successful personal shopper. So
Did he say TikToks? Oh no. I thought it was, maybe it could be K-pop. I have no idea. Anyway.
My own personal shopping business in London. So, you know, I used to dress like really, you know, like very wealthy ladies, celebrities.
Okay, like a stylist?
Members of royal families. So, you know, you dress them, I was dressing them in like Gucci and Tom Ford and stuff, and you get a very high commission for that. So basically I did all that, spent a lot of the money on the surgery.
I see.
And now I've got like a PR company basically helping influencers get publicity and help them get placements in like television and advertisements and stuff like that, and getting them brand deals. And of course I do my own social media, and I've got a book as well coming out this year.
Just gave Ollie the opportunity to plug a bunch of shit right up top. Was like, where do you get the money for all that surgery? And that was an opportunity for the plug right up top.
Right, we'll talk about that. But did you say you dressed members of the royal family?
Not the British royal family. So I'd actually met with Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and she shopped with me. She brought some
You hung
handbags
with the
and shoes for
Queen?
me.
Damn.
Yeah, no, but I met loads of people. I met, you know, the Prime Minister of Thailand, the ex-Prime Minister. I used to shop with his wives and girlfriends.
Wow. It must have been hard to leave that
basically,
behind because, you know, you moved to South Korea And we're all familiar
Yeah.
with that whole journey. That must have been hard to leave all that behind you if you were doing so well.
Well, actually, that was before. So when I lived in Korea as an English teacher, that was actually before. So it was basically I was younger.
When I lived in Korea as an English teacher. This person has done so much shit. Christy, we're clowning. We're clowning. I mean, Ethan brought Ollie London on this show specifically to be an asshole to Ollie London. So, I mean, it's like he already has a gigantic platform. How old is he? Oh, that's a good question. I want to know the answer to that question. How old is Ollie London? 33? Born 14th January 1990, so 33. Neat. Very cool. Bring my chat back. English teacher, Ollie has very bad vibes. Yeah, true. That's fair enough.
I wanted an experience abroad, went to do some teaching in Korea, and then after I got back to London, I started like getting into fashion. I had some friends doing fashion, and then over a couple of years, I worked my way up from a stylist to a personal shopper, and
I see.
kind of did that for about 4 or 5 years. Mm-hmm.
So let's talk, Ollie, about. Well, first of all, thank you for coming on. I understand you're promoting a book entitled Gender Madness, which comes out August 1st. So congratulations. Mm-hmm. This is your first book. Very.
I love that he's setting this up to be like a decent casual interview. He's just like, congratulations, this is your first book. Like, oh my god, I can't wait. I cannot wait for him to switch. Like, it's gonna be so good.
Very exciting.
Transfemme Voldemort. No, why is that so accurate? It was ghostwritten. Oh my god, no, that's cringe. Oh no. Oh my gosh. How did he do so much stuff only being 3 years older than me? I mean, yeah, his family must be well off. Also, when did he start getting the surgeries? Maybe that might come up. They might talk about like when was Ollie London's first surgery? Started having surgeries back in 2013. So 10 years ago, is when he got his first surgery. Pretty cringe. Pretty cringe. He doesn't switch. That's what I love about Ethan. He keeps this demeanor. Oh, no, it's not about his demeanor changing, but it's about, like, the niceness of his questions are going to change.
Madness. Also, you wanted to announce that you're the new spokesperson for Fairness First PAC, Caitlyn Jenner's organization, who famously ran someone over. But that's actually not the most important thing about Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah, so basically I've got a new book coming out August 1st, and basically a lot of people have, obviously followed my journey over the years, and
it really took Ollie a second to like start speaking there. That was interesting.
Obviously I've struggled a lot with identity, and I had some very unhealthy behaviors basically due to my addiction to surgery, my body dysmorphia, which later turned into gender dysphoria. So I really struggled with that, and it was unhealthy. And I completely accept my past. I don't try to deny the person.
So does Ollie claim that this was a transgender surgery situation? Like, does that? Hold on, I wasn't listening.
Oh, Caitlyn Jenner.
Just the blank.
Yeah, so basically I've got a new book coming out August 1st, and basically a lot of people have, obviously followed my journey over the years, and obviously I've struggled a lot with identity, and I had some very unhealthy behaviors basically due to my addiction to surgery, my body dysmorphia, which later turned into gender dysphoria. So I really struggled with that, and it was unhealthy. And, I completely accept my past. I don't try to deny the person I was, and, I had some kind of bizarre behaviors basically in an attempt to feel validated and to try and feel loved, because I really resented
I
the
want to
way
get into all those things.
Ethan, I love how Ethan just has absolutely no problems interrupting the grifters that he has on, although that might make it frustrating if to ever like have a conversation with the guy, like he claims to have been a trans woman, so it is relevant to the conversation. Okay, like so Ollie did at one point like claim to be trans. Yeah, let's not even touch how body dysmorphia doesn't turn into gender dysphoria. retroactively considers what he did as being transgender and not transracial. Interesting. Also not sure if he ever actually publicly appeared as a trans woman or if he manufactured it to give his book more legitimacy. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to go into it hard and I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm really interested in your journey from you identified as a trans woman, right? And then you kind of found God and pivoted to becoming.
We're gonna get into it. Ethan knows. Like we're sitting here asking the questions, and Ethan's like, "I have the answers for you." There's 69 viewers. That's fucking lit. Let's see if we can get it to 69 likes. We're a little bit lower than 69 likes. I love you. Parasocially, hit the like button, please, to make me happy. I don't know.
A white British Christian man. Is that? Do I have the synopsis correct?
Yeah, it sounds complicated, but yes, so I'm back to being myself now and like finally found happiness. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I just want to get a few things straight. So do you still identify as gay?
Yes, so I'm still gay, but I have dated girls before, and you know, I still.
So you're bisexual,
kind of more
I guess. Or,
exactly, yeah.
Okay. And you don't identify as Korean anymore.
No, correct.
Obviously. And then also, are you pro gay rights?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm part of the LGBT community. I support people. My issue is just what's happening to children and also the erosion of women's rights. But you know, I fully support people as an adult making an informed decision to change themselves. But I don't support children being medically transitioned.
So you do support trans people and
well, okay, so at least Ollie has not taken that next step. We've seen plenty of people making that like jump to I actually don't think it's okay for kids either. And at least Ollie is still purporting to be like verbally will not say that he is against adults getting surgeries. I guess that would be way too hypocritical of him. But I also think it's like, what do you like? You weren't. It's Ollie wasn't even a child detransitioner, quote unquote. Like this person is an adult. Oh my god.
In general.
So absolutely. So I support, you know, people as an adult making a decision if they want to change and they're happy with that. But I feel that unfortunately the trans movement has been hijacked by a small but growing group of trans activists, which are basically pushing kind of.
You can just hear it. You can hear it when they say trans activists that it's all one word. They've just like, it's not trans activists. It's not transgender people who are activists for trans rights. It's trans activists. Which makes it sound like it has something to do with transactions. Real weird.
An erosion of women's rights. So that's what I really take an issue with. There's a lot of trans people. I have a lot of trans friends. I know what it's like to be trans that really just want to live their lives. And they're actually having a tough time now because of these trans activists. So my issue is with trans activists and not actual trans people.
Okay, so you say, here's a tweet of yours from just the end of last month, not that long ago, right? Or no? Yeah, it's like from 5 days ago. You say the goal of the trans movement is not simply to exist. The goal is to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, violence to obtain, and they're willing to do violence to obtain their goals. So, when you say the trans movement, it seems to me that you are speaking generally about trans people having this goal. And when you say trans movement, I don't know exactly what you mean, because it seems that most trans people, or that I've seen, maybe with the exception of Caitlyn Jenner, it seems to disagree with this, seems to identify as being parts of the trans movement. So what is the difference between... What is the trans movement? Who is a member of that? What is this organization?
So what I'm talking about here is the trans movement in the trans activist movement. So the people pushing these ideologies. So we see every single day. Just yesterday, the Texas state capitol was invaded. The trans protesters went there. We see women being attacked at women's rights rallies, physically attacked, and we're seeing this trans activist movement pushing for gender affirming care on kids, which is basically putting 11, 12-year-old kids on very harmful hormones. So that's what I'm talking about. When I talk, I'm not generalizing every single trans person. I'm talking about the current trans movement, which has been hijacked by trans activists. And I really think that trans people that have been living as a trans person their whole life, they need to speak out against this, because the problem is that the LGBT community is being hijacked by these radical
let
people.
me ask. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. He's like, no. You're not gonna keep running on and on.
You said already, right? So you say that the people who are demonstrating at the Texas Capitol are part of this trans movement who wants to, sexualize kids and this whole list of things. They were there to...
Yeah, exactly, Mama. The activists who support trans people have hijacked the trans rights movement.
Protest a bill, SB 14, that would ban gender-related treatment for minors. So these guys are, I guess, see that as an affront as being transphobic. But you disagree, because what is minor? Anyone 17 and under? Do you believe that ever there would be a 17-year-old that needed gender-affirming care?
So minor is basically classified anyone under 18. And what these people were protesting against was the fact that Texas is trying to pass a law to ban hormones and puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgery being administered to children, basically. So, I think these people, firstly, that was an unlawful protest. You can't just go into a state capitol and do that. And if they want to have a...
Are you in favor of only lawful protests?
Well, I think, people need to follow the law. And if they want to have a protest, they can have that dialogue. But outside the State House, you can't just storm in a State House. I mean, it's comparable to January 6th when people stormed the Capitol, which was unlawful as well. So I think,
I don't think literally anybody at the Texas State House had a gun. I don't think any of those people had a gun. Like, I feel pretty confident. I hate this. It's so stupid. Like, right-wingers did something stupid and horrendous, so we're gonna, cast trans people as being adjacent to... it's both sides. It's both sidesism. Hardcore. Super hardcore.
These people were not protesting about their rights being taken away.
January 6th blow high edition, Drew.
It's the fact that they were protesting against a bill that would have actually protected children. So I think that's really harmful.
Some would say that it's actually harming kids, right, to make it illegal to do this, because as you probably know, or I think you did at one point, is that gender affirming care on children is exceedingly rare. It's actually so rare that if to express irreversible gender changes on children is something like, I've got the number here, 0.000493% of U.S. children aged 6 through 17 go through irreversible gender changes. So I guess I'm just curious, because in the cases where they do undergo it, it's
this is so solid
to save their life, right? Because they might be suicidal or yeah, right, and they go through panels, they go through multiple rounds of talking to psychiatrists and doctors. So I guess I'm just curious, why is it you think that this is threatening kids instead of actually helping kids who are at high risk of hurting themselves?
I really love Ethan. I've never watched one of his shows like this. I've watched some of his stuff every once in a while. Supposedly he's been homophobic. Okay, I'll react to that and see what he says. This is so good. Ethan is so good at collating information, and he's guiding this interview through, and he's just asking the questions straight up. Truly, I think he's really good at his job. If his job is to I love how his demeanor is so lazy too, real power move. Yeah, he's yeah, I'm just curious, you said this, and here's what the facts are, and so what do you think about that? This is good. It's good shit. He said that gay men have gaping holes. He made some joke about is a gay man wearing a diaper because of the anal sex and being a bottom or something? Yeah, and conflating being a bottom with your being a pussy, basically. Anyway, I just haven't actually sat and watched any of his content long form like this, an interview of this nature. So I'm madly appreciative. Yeah, meanwhile, 300,000 kids were victims of child marriage from 2000 to 2018. Where are the people who care so much about the children? Christ.
So, Ethan, about 10 years ago, when gender-affirming care was performed on whether that was minors or adults, there was a lot of checks and balances. Now it has become so easy. So they don't have the psychiatrist appointments anymore. They don't have, having to wait several years to transition. Now it's a very fast-track process. And that's the real issue, because many of these teens, and we're seeing thousands of teens being transitioned and put on hormones. The number's really gone up in the last few years. Many of these teens are struggling with other issues. There's a high case.
I also love how Ethan has actual numbers in front of him, and Ollie's just like, lots of kids are going on it now, and it's definitely more than it used to be. Like, oh, wow, it's definitely more than it used to be. Hey, there's 69 likes. Does someone want to fuck that up? That would be fun.
Around 1 in 6 of these children have autism. They're being misdiagnosed.
Wow.
There's also kids with depression.
Oh, the autism thing. As an autistic retarded person, as a retarded tranny faggot, I just have to say, Ollie, go fuck yourself with a cactus. Thanks, bitch. No one cares about your opinion.
Bipolar, and they're being told it must be, all of these issues must be because they're in the wrong gender, and they are being fast-tracked. There was a case in Missouri at the St. Louis Children's Hospital, and basically a whistleblower...
We're really gonna cite this lady? Oh, I hope that Ethan has his information about this, too.
That they only required like 1 session with a therapist to get a child on hormones and puberty blockers. So that's the issue when a system is being exploited. And there's been trans people forever throughout history. There's so many examples of trans people. But the thing is now is, previously, as difficult as it was, because it's so hard when you're trans to struggle and to think every day that I'm trapped in the wrong body. It is horrific to go through that. But the problem is, years ago, they would have 2 to 3 years they would have to undergo of psychiatrist appointments, doctor's appointments, in order to qualify for a transition. Now it has become so easy, and there are thousands of kids being fast-tracked and put on hormones, prescriptions, and some kids can now go to states like Colorado or Washington State, which have become sanctuary states, and they don't.
I want to actually address what you said.
Yeah,
about...
he really does gish gallop. He just keeps going, and it's more and more and more and more and more, and it's like, so there's like at least 4 things that you could have paused him and addressed throughout that, but instead, like, you just let him go on, and so yeah, at a certain point you have to cut him off so that you can respond to any of the things that he says.
But you had said something about Jamie Reed's allegations, right? But that was debunked, right? Because the parents and the children there who actually were attending that facility actually told a completely different story. Have you read their account of that?
Yes, so I saw recently that they did an internal investigation. They said it wasn't true, but I don't believe that.
Well, that seems significant.
Yes, but I don't believe that at all, because they're trying to cover their back.
You don't believe the internal investigation?
No, because there were multiple parents. When the Daily Caller originally did the interview with Jamie Reed, there were multiple parents that said basically their kids weren't looked after once they left the clinic. There were no checks and balances, and there were parents confirming that. So, I believe the investigation has a lot of bias because it's done by the clinic and they're profiting.
So the internal investigation said there was no wrongdoings. The patients said there was no wrongdoings. So I guess I'm just curious. The people who are claiming that there was something wrong there is like the Daily Caller, Tucker Carlson. Are you saying that they don't have a bias?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have a bias and stuff, but, we have to look at these gender clinics as a whole. Project Veritas exposed multiple clinics the other day of talking about medically transitioning 8 to 11-year-olds. So we have to acknowledge that this is going on in a lot of clinics, and a lot of these clinics are trying to cover their backs by trying to paint a rosy picture that it's perfect,
it's fine. Did you say Project Veritas?
Yes, they did an undercover investigation.
That's the guy who got ousted for being like a sex criminal and like scam artist, James O'Keefe. That's his organization, right?
He's not part of that organization now. So the organization that he left, Project Veritas, the original organization, did this investigation.
They don't have a lot of credibility, Veritas. It seems like every investigation they do is just chock full holes of untruths and just blatant lies. I don't think it's a very credible institution for pulling data from.
Well, there's multiple.
I love how you just like, I don't don't really think your source is at all credible. Sips coffee. Oh, this is really funny.
Organizations like Project Veritas that do expose
Which other
this.
ones?
So Gays Against Groomers, I'm ambassador for them. They are also exposing
Groomers.
this happening in clinics.
Gays Against Groomers. So who's?
Have you heard of them?
I haven't, but who's the groomer then?
Is Ethan lying about having not heard of Gays Against Groomers? Like, is he feigning incredulity right now? Whoa, Gays Against Whoa, who are these groomers? Oh my god. I love him so much. Oh my god, I love him so much. Oh, I need to watch Ethan Klein's show on a regular. I need to add him to my roster of people that I watch, because if this is regular for him, if this is like a normal thing that he does, I gotta get in on it. I really gotta get in on it. It's so fucking good.
So basically, Gays Against Groomers is an organization of hundreds of LGBT people. It includes trans people as well. Basically, this organization is calling out the harms. They're doing investigations of gender clinics, calling out the harms of doing this to kids. Because look,
Where's
we
the
get that some
grooming come in, though? That's the part that I find like really inflammatory. Because grooming implies that trans people or trans activists, and it's what you said here in this tweet, that they're pedophiles, that they're sexualizing kids. So where's that evidence come from? Because it's one thing to say we're against, gender affirming care for minors, but it's a whole different thing to say, they're grooming.
Well, that word is basically used because we're seeing many drag shows, like adult drag shows, where kids are attending, and it's very sexually explicit. So that is a form of grooming. We also see these kids' books in public libraries and in schools where they're teaching kids about drag and being trans. That's not a subject a kid should hear. So that is a form of grooming because it's indoctrinating.
I get so fucking mad at the idea that children can't even know about the existence of trans people, because that necessarily means that trans people are not allowed to be teachers, trans people are not allowed to be babysitters, trans people are not allowed to work at the ticket counter at the movie theater. Like, if kids are not allowed to know about trans people, then literally that means that trans people can't exist in public. Because then they'll see someone who's visibly trans and go, "Mommy, is that a boy or a girl?" And now suddenly you have to explain trans people to them. And if kids are not supposed to know about trans people at all, then yeah, we just are not allowed to be in public anymore. From what Demon Mama has said on stream before, as a longtime Ethan watcher, this has been the direction Ethan's content is taking. Snarkily pro-trans stuff. Yeah, I've never thought that he wasn't an ally. Like, he's made trans-related jokes, but I don't think that even his trans-related jokes are that offensive. Like, one time a few years ago, he made a joke about he sat down to take a shit, and the tip of his penis touched the toilet bowl, and he got really grossed out by it, and his joke was like, I'm gonna cut it, he was basically like, I'm gonna cut it off and change my name to Susan or something like that. And that was the joke that he tweeted. And I don't think that that's a harmful trans joke, but I can see some people getting annoyed about it. I mean, people did get annoyed about it. I can kind of understand the annoyance. I just don't personally think that it's that bad. Dizzy, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Finally remember to do the thing. Hell yes. Enjoy the Dix emoji and the kitty cats. Aw, can we get some Lucy's in chat? Rest in peace, my Lucy boy. What a good baby. We love him.
I've heard, I know that there was that one drag show with kids that was kind of a hot button issue. What other examples can you think of drag shows with kids involved where they're being groomed?
So there's in the last year, there's an investigative journalist, Taylor Hansen. He's exposed at least 20 drag shows in Texas that are called
20?
all ages drag shows. They're called all ages drag shows, and they're basically doing sex acts on stage. They have breasts. They're doing very inappropriate things. So, it's just.
So hold on, sorry, Ollie. You're making so many claims, and I just want to get to each one. You mentioned an organization, Gays Against Groomers, which was founded by Jamie Mitchell. Is that right? So Jamie Mitchell and their partner are ultra MAGA Trump followers, and there's nothing wrong with being a Trump supporter, but they're also anti-transgender. They spread anti-transgender propaganda.
I don't think it's really fair to say, like, that like, if, okay, Ellie in the YouTube chat said, it's not funny when you just transitioned and he literally used your name as his punchline. The joke isn't really about that. To me, the joke is more about, like, being so grossed out by his penis touching the toilet bowl that he felt the need to cut it off to not be grossed out anymore. And, like, the trans thing was just, like, to add some flavor to the main part of the joke, which was cutting his penis off. You know? Like, that's how it reads to me. But I'm not going to say that your feelings are invalid. I just think that that's not what the joke was. Gays Against Groomer is a group of gay people that just panders to transphobic cis people. Truly. I mean, yeah, that's all they do.
Propaganda with QAnon conspiracy theories, and interestingly, the founders are straight. So how is it that they can make a gays against a groomers organization when they themselves are not even gay? That seems disingenuous.
So good.
Well, firstly, that's a Wikipedia page. You know, Wikipedia has a lot of bias with the woke people that write on there.
Jamie Mitchell is gay.
She's gay. She's a lesbian. All of the people, you have to be LGBT to be a member
How do they check
of Gays Against Groomers. So there's
how do they
trans
verify
people.
the credentials?
No, I mean, you know, if someone says they're gay or bi, you know, you accept that. You don't say, oh, can you prove that you're gay? How can you prove that? So, I mean, you know, Jamie Mitchell is a lesbian. All of the members are lesbians, trans. It's not anti-transgender at all. They support people being trans as an adult, but what they're trying to do is calling out the harm that we're seeing caused to children, and that's the real issue here, is about protecting kids.
I hope that Ethan points out that these are two separate issues. Like, Gays Against Groomers, if you want to be against sexually inappropriate drag shows where children are present, that's a separate issue to being, like, giving kids hormones. Like, those are two totally separate concepts. And they're just, like, conflating them. Ollie is conflating these two issues. The sexualization of drag shows, which, again, keep in mind, cis people can do drag. The most famous drag queen in this country is a cisgender man. Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is RuPaul not, number one, cisgender, and number two, the most household name drag queen in the country? You could, I guess, argue that some of the contestants on his show are more famous drag queens, but RuPaul is the one whose name is on the fucking television show. So you take this idea of sexualizing children through inappropriately exposing them to strippers, essentially, is what they're trying to get at here, and, like, providing them with medical care that has nothing to do with their sexuality. So, I mean, it serves the purpose of making you think that something sexually inappropriate is happening to children when they're being given this medical care. I hope that Ethan goes further into it. I fucking love Ethan Klein, dude. He's my favorite person now.
So go back to your claim about grooming. So you brought up the drag show for kids. Is there any other examples, or are we just talking about drag shows? Because I have to assume that the drag shows, even if it's as widespread as Project Veritas claims, which heaven knows how credible they are, there's got to be other examples to make such bold claims as that there's a whole movement trying to sexualize kids.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the music industry, you have really shocking performances like Sam Smith, for instance, who is pushing a...
Can Ethan please go over the definition of grooming and how grooming is like when you get to know one child and then you rape that child and, like, you convince their family that you're safe, right? Like, I really hope that Ethan hits on that. And so, like, you can't compare someone taking a kid to a drag show to someone coercing a child and the family. Too much eating. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna stop. I'll stop after this cracker. I'll stop. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to eat during a stream.
Specific agenda. He has concerts which are allowing all ages, and, you know, if if you want to be a musician, do whatever you want, but don't be doing sexually graphic things. He's doing imitating blowjobs. He has, fetish gear on, and there's kids in the audience. So it's not just about drag queens. It's about protecting kids in general. So even if it's Cardi B, I don't think kids should be at a Cardi B concert if she's twerking or doing like something very, very sexual. I think it's just about protecting
grooming.
kids.
I mean, but you turn on the TV. I mean, you see stuff worse than that, right? On YouTube and stuff. To say they're grooming them seems pretty disingenuous and actually really homophobic and transphobic to put this label that they're groomers, because you understand the gravity of such a claim, right?
Well, it's a very loaded word. I get that, but it's not an attack on the LGBT community at all. It's about basically calling out specific cases. It's not an attack on trans people, calling out specific cases where children are being exposed to something that's highly inappropriate and trying to raise awareness of that. So it's not a label that's attached to gay people, lesbians, trans people. It's literally about calling out specific instances of,
I want to ask you about something
children.
specific. Actually, since you bring it up, I have seen something troubling from a trans person that I thought was kind of gross. They were selling, it was like a kid's t-shirt with a trans person on it, and then they had like kids' toys with trans people on it, and it was kind of gross and groomy. Have you seen anything like that before?
I've seen T-shirts that the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota wore, protect trans kids, with a knife on it. Things like that. I've seen T-shirts that says protect trans rights with AK-47s on it and stuff. And, I don't think that's helpful messaging for, and that's just trans activists, by the way, Ethan. This is a small number of people, and that's who I'm calling out. That's who Gays Against Groomers are calling out. It's not the trans community as a whole. Specific trans activists who have highlighted,
Yeah, deeply concerned. You're totally right. Yeah, children being exposed to inappropriate material is not the same as grooming. Like, I really want Ethan to go into the specific definition of grooming.
Hijacks the trans movement.
So actually, what's interesting, Ollie? If you go to your website right now, your merch website, I was actually talking about your merch. You are actually selling kids' lunch boxes with a picture of you depicted as a trans woman. And you're selling
No, that's not as a trans woman. That's not as a trans woman. That's just a K-pop picture of me.
Okay, because this is you. I had a feeling you would say that, because here it is, you wearing that design, and it's pretty obvious to tell that this is depicting you. This is from
correct.
just like a month ago, and this is when you were trans.
Wearing my merch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it's appropriate to sell this to kids?
Well, it's a lunchbox with a picture of a K-pop cartoon. There's
Well, it's
nothing
you as a
inappropriate with
trans.
that.
It's you as a trans woman.
It's me as a K-pop star. It's nothing to do with being trans or not. That's just a cartoon of me as a K-pop star. So it's not.
But
that's not inappropriate.
Right, but at the time you were a trans woman.
Correct. At the time I was a trans woman, but there's nothing inappropriate.
So it's you
with
as
that.
a trans woman.
That I was a trans woman at the time. That picture does not depict me as a trans woman. It depicts me as a K-pop star. But
I find
it
that
doesn't depict
interesting that you're
anything.
willing to make that separation when you're making such general claims about groomers and stuff. Because to me, by your own definition, this is pretty groomy. And even if you go, and this is all
an innocent picture.
Well, hold on,
It's an
Ollie,
innocent
hold on one
picture.
sec. Even if you go on your website right now, you're selling the same graphic, Ollie London, Ollie Merch Squad, as you depicted as a trans woman. And if you look at the available sizes, it's just kids. 3 to 4? Do you think it's appropriate for a 3 to 4-year-old to buy this shirt?
Yeah, of course. Any K-pop fan, if they want to buy my merch, they're absolutely entitled to. There's nothing inappropriate with that merch at all. It's a
That is a
cartoon
trans
thing.
woman, Ollie. You're not understanding
You're
your own
clutching at
logic.
straws. You're clutching at straws.
How am
That's
I?
A
You were a
cartoon.
okay. Hold on. Let's follow this through. You were a trans woman when you made this. There's a picture of you wearing it. It's obviously
Yeah,
you
correct.
as a trans woman. Here's you as a trans woman, and here's you as a trans woman on the shirt, on a kid's shirt. How am I clutching at straws?
Well, you're clutching at straws. It's an innocent cartoon. It doesn't say anything about
The
indoctrinating
tongue
children.
is
It's
somewhat
literally a
sexual.
cartoon.
How the tongue is out like that, it's a little disturbing.
Oh man, I love him so much. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I just needed to break. I needed a break. Okay.
Ethan, come on. I'm doing a K-pop pose. You're just clutching at straws.
No, why is the tongue out? I find that a little provocative.
Ethan, it's a cartoon. You're just trying to make a
Well,
joke
I
out
don't
of
know
it.
because you're well. No, I'm not trying to make a joke. I think this is a somewhat serious issue to resolve here because if you no, I'm being serious, Ollie, because let's at least be consistent. If we're going to accuse people of grooming kids, and which you have made a short-lived but somewhat profitable career of doing, then I think we need to, we need to get on top of this. I just don't think it's appropriate to be selling
Well,
lunch
if
boxes
that
with a trans woman
if
on
that
it.
lunchbox, Ethan, if that lunchbox had something inappropriate or sexual, that would be wrong. But this is an innocent cartoon of me doing a K-pop pose. There's nothing wrong with that particular picture. If it was inappropriate or in a sexual way, that would be completely wrong. And of course, I would never sell that. But that's an innocent drawing of a cartoon, Ethan.
Do you think it's appropriate for a drag queen, for kids to buy, let's say a kid's at a drag queen show, that's grooming. And let's say they are selling lunch boxes to the kids of with a picture of a drag queen on it, doing a cute pose or whatever, right? Not sexual, but they're in drag. Do you think it's appropriate for a kid to carry that lunchbox?
Well, I think it's appropriate if the kid's at a drag show that's inappropriate, because some drag shows are generally not inappropriate, but
Okay,
a lot
so
of them are becoming
okay, that's
sexualized.
interesting. So some drag shows are appropriate and some aren't.
Correct. It's about
Okay.
doing some. No, correct. It's about if you're going to do anything in front of kids, it should be PC. It should not have anything sexual. But
It should
sadly,
be
a lot of these
PC.
shows are-
It should be PC. What an interesting way to phrase that. Weird, Ollie. Weird. Anyway, if you're enjoying hanging out, make sure you hit the like button. And if you want me to be able to afford to eat, please consider donating. Oh, PG? I really thought that they said PC. I can't fucking hear, apparently.
are doing sexual things, so kids should not be there. If the merch is there and it's a show that's sexual, they shouldn't be there in the first place.
Okay, this is interesting. So you're saying it is okay for kids to go to
Wait
drag
till
shows.
Ethan gets to hang out. Is Ari... No. Oh my god, please.
I'm not saying that
Hold
at
on,
all.
I gotta take this
and
back.
it's a show that's sexual, they shouldn't be there in the first
Right.
place.
Okay, this is interesting. So you're saying it is okay for kids to go to drag shows.
I'm not saying that at all. I don't think they should in
Hold
general,
on, you
but I'm just saying.
if they're not sexual, and I would assume it's not because it's for kids, right? I mean, if they're doing sexual stuff, I would consider that. Obviously, everyone would consider that inappropriate. But I believe you've just said drag shows are safe for kids. In fact, you would
No,
even be okay.
you're-
Well, hold on. You even said you'd be okay with them carrying a drag show lunchbox.
No, look, I just don't think kids should be anywhere that is putting ideas into their head. If a show is innocent, that's obviously better than it being a sexual show, but I still don't think
You're not in
kids should be
favor.
exposed to gender ideology.
So, but what about
We wouldn't want kids thinking, now would we?
this
if a kid-
lunchbox you're selling to kids?
that has nothing to do with any kind of ideology. It's a K-pop picture, so
Yeah, but
it's-
you're in
I-
drag in the picture. You're trans.
I'm not in drag.
Well, you're
I'm
trans.
not in
Sorry, yeah,
drag.
you're right. You're not in drag. I misspoke. You're trans. You're a woman. You're expressing yourself as a woman on the box.
It's just a cartoon, Ethan. I don't know why you keep going on about it. It's a cartoon.
It's just a cartoon.
Dude, did you see how red... Oh, let me make sure that this is like the highest quality that it can be. Did you see how red Ollie's face is right now? Hold on. Let's take it back. Do you see how red Ollie is right now? This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing.
It's
Cartoon.
just a cartoon. I mean, I feel like you're trying to downplay the significance of this, Ollie. I just afraid that some of the people that you associate with might consider this grooming by your own standard. I'm just looking out for you and your reputation.
It's just silly, Ethan. It's an innocent cartoon. If it was
Okay.
an inappropriate picture, that would be wrong.
Okay. What do you make of this picture? Are these kids in danger? Your thoughts?
But I haven't seen the video of that particular show, and it depends what book they're reading. If the drag queen is
It
teaching
appears
them
to
about
be
gender ideology.
depicting some fish.
I love that
couple
book.
of-
I loved that book. It's about like a rainbow fish, and the fish has like a bunch of rainbow scales, and they're so beautiful. And he starts giving them away, and then all of the other fishes have a gold or like a rainbow scale. I'm pretty sure it's the rainbow scale book. Gay fish, you rang like gay fish has entered the chat.
Fish in the ocean. It seems like
That's the rainbow fish.
the rainbow fish. It seems to be the rainbow fish. Ollie.
Well, you know, I think a lot of these books are pushing even subtle messages on gender ideology, trying to tell kids you should be trans and become LGBT, and kids should make that decision on their own. So if that book is teaching them about, you know, transitioning or becoming a drag queen, that's inappropriate.
It's
and that's
the rainbow
issue
fish.
Yes, but I haven't read the book. I can't see what the book is. So based on that one picture, does that book contain subtle messaging that's trying to tell kids to change their gender when they shouldn't be thinking about things like that? And, you know, in Florida, they've obviously banned.
I am going to become violent. I'm not actually going to become violent, to be absolutely clear, but people like Ollie make me want to become violent. Like, I'm gonna need to start going to anger management classes. I'm gonna need to join a kickboxing class. I hope Ethan has the book and reads it with Ollie right now. Yeah, we're not gonna go in depth on that. Where the heck are these books telling you to be trans? Yeah, any book that says it's possible and okay to be trans in general, even if it doesn't say, children, it is okay for you to be trans. If there is even a neutral representation of a trans person, like they want zero representation of trans people. And like, I love how Ethan is trying to pin it down. It's really great. Like, I want his next step to be like, assuming that this book isn't pushing a message telling them to be trans, do you find an issue with this picture?
And books in the classroom that teach gender ideology. And there's a lot of books, kids' books. There's a book called The Gay ABCs, and that pushes gender ideology. For 2-year-olds, it's 2+. And I don't think that's appropriate for a kid that just should be reading kids' books that are completely innocent. They shouldn't even be...
But what do you make of this? What do you make of this lunchbox, though?
Why do you keep going back to the lunchbox?
Well, because you know, it's got a picture of a trans woman on a kid's lunchbox.
Got a picture of a K-pop star on the lunchbox.
Who's the K-pop star? Who's the K-pop?
Come on, Ethan,
it's you, right?
It's me.
It's you. And this K-pop star is a trans woman, right?
I was trans at the time. The image doesn't necessarily depict any kind of gender.
So you're saying, did the photo of you?
The picture doesn't necessarily display any kind of gender. That's even worse, Ollie. You're depicting a gender-neutral character on your lunchbox. That is significantly worse.
Even it's not even a photo of me. It's literally a cartoon. I had an anime cartoon drawn of me.
Right. Right.
Would you buy it?
Sorry?
Would you buy it for your kids?
I mean, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't, just because I don't want to support you financially. But theoretically,
like, I don't want to support you financially specifically. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh no.
I don't think I'd have a problem with. No, I wouldn't have a problem with my children looking up to a trans person. Of course not. What would be wrong with that?
No, and Ethan, look, I don't have a problem with trans people at all. I'm just saying that certain things, when it comes to gender ideology, if transgenderism is being pushed on young kids in preschool or even elementary school when they shouldn't be thinking about that, I think it's wrong to expose them to that. I think
exposing them
to
trans
discover
people.
Who they are.
Exposing them to trans people, like this lunchbox is. Right.
You're really obsessed with that lunchbox.
Well,
you need to get one.
But I think it's a really important point that you're not, coming to terms with. We're exposing kids to a trans woman. Don't you think that's wrong? Why is it still on your website, at least?
It's come on, Ethan. I don't know what to say. It's a cartoon of a K-pop star, and it's very innocent. It's just like a little anime drawing. It's nothing. If I was doing something inappropriate, if I had, protect trans kids on there, that would have a message. That would have a loaded gender ideology message. But
so yeah, the words "protect trans kids" is like an ideology that's not okay. Oh, we're getting so close to 100 likes, y'all. I'm so excited. I love it when we get to 100 likes. It makes me feel so accomplished. Like, wow, this is my career. Wow.
He says Ollie Squad with a cartoon of me doing the peace sign. It's like super cute, super innocent. Just like most K-pop stars are like super cute, There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, aren't you making like the Higo face a little bit?
What, do you think I should make it more masculine?
No, the Higo face is like some kind of hentai thing, isn't it?
I have no idea.
That's when you cross your eyes and stick out your tongue.
Oh, really? Well, my eyes are wide open. You don't know about that? My eyes are wide open. I do watch some anime, but I don't know.
You don't know about the Higo face?
No.
I don't believe you. Come on.
No, I watch anime, like I watch Attack of the Titans and
That's
stuff,
straight
but I'm
cap,
not
my
familiar
brother.
with it.
Attack of the Titans.
This is it.
He just said attack. He said Attack of the Titans. That's a very different show, Ollie. I'm imagining that's a very different show. Attack of the Titans. Oh no.
And you can see the resemblance, right? Here's the Ahigo face.
Go on.
It's like a hentai reference. But
Okay.
But you see the resemblance, right?
Can you put them side by side?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to.
I mean, that's quite a cute drawing.
Right, but that's like a woman like orgasming is what that is.
Well,
Or like
Well, that's not
lustful.
what I
It's like a lustful kind of sexual gratification.
Adrian, you're
face.
really clutching at straws.
Am
I'm
I?
literally like, I've got my eyes open, I'm doing the peace sign, and
What
you're
is-
trying to dissect it and say this, honestly.
Right. It just seems to me that even as a trans person, you shouldn't be exposing kids to that. It seems like you're shoving gender ideology down kids' throats by selling them a lunchbox with a trans woman on it. You don't
I
see
just
my
don't-
point at all? You don't get it?
No, I don't. You know, I would see your point completely if, for instance, it had messaging on there, like some political, because I don't think kids should be exposed to politics either. You know, political or gender ideology message. If that was on there, that'd be different. If it was a sexually suggestive image, but this is literally an innocent cartoon. I've got my eyes open. I'm doing the peace sign. You could not get innocent. What do I need to do, Ethan, like to please people? Do I have to like close my eyes?
Well, I personally don't necessarily have a problem. What is your fascination with the eye wideness? I haven't said anything about that.
About what? Sorry.
You said, what do I have to close my eyes? I didn't know what that meant. You kept mentioning about like the eye wideness of how wide it is. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
No, I'm just saying that, look, in the picture, my eyes, it's not even me, by the way, it's a cartoon, but the eyes are very wide open.
Right.
Like
He
Obviously.
keeps saying it's a depiction of me. He literally said earlier it's a depiction of me, and then he keeps saying my eyes are wide. Like, oh, but it's not even a depiction of me. What a dipshit.
I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with having my eyes open? Like, we're human beings. We have to have
I
our
don't
eyes
know
open.
why you're
Like, would it
talking
be
about
better
eyes
if I close
open.
my eyes?
Ethan is
It would
not
be better if I
picking up
closed
the
my
eyes.
I don't know what that means, Ollie. Here's a reference to popular culture with the Ahigo face. It's, like kind of an e-girl thing. You're probably aware of that.
Well, I'm not an e-girl, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you're on the internet, and it's from anime, which you seem to be. Okay, but let's move
No,
on.
I do know anime and stuff. I don't know anything to do with that pose. Literally, I've got my mouth open like this. Peace. I always have my mouth open, like.
And he says again, I have my mouth open like that. He keeps trying to like shift. It's me, it's not me. It's me, it's not me.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Come on.
Let me see that again. Looks really
No,
natural. when you
don't do it again.
Thanks.
I don't want to look at
Yes.
it. It's cringe.
Yes, girl. So but you identify as a male now. You're not trans. We're over that.
No, I'm basically I got to a point where I was going to probably die from all the surgery I was doing. And, I was really mentally struggling. Had a lot of mental health struggles based on a variety of issues, which
It's so funny to me that Ollie is so determined to talk about himself that he is like, he's like taken all these punches from Ethan, and then Ethan asks a single question about him, and he's like, well, let me just go on and on and on about myself. Like, oh my God, this is exactly what I was waiting for. I was just like chomping at the bit for the next moment that I could start vomiting words about myself. Like, I mean, same, honey, same. I am a streamer. I understand, girl. Like, I understand the attention that you want, but like, I just think it's funny.
about in my book from when I was being bullied very severely as a kid. I was always told I was like ugly, or I looked like a monster, or I was more feminine, or I had man boobs. So I just used to have all those things, and it left me with traumas. So it kind of messed up my head. And as an adult, I didn't deal with that in the way that I should have. I should have had therapy. I should have spoke to someone. Instead, it was almost like self-harming. So all this crazy surgery was me kind of lashing out at the bullies, and it was very, very destructive for me and for other people. So I'm glad to be over that.
Do you think that people who are bullied are at a higher chance of becoming trans?
Yes, definitely. So I talk about this in my book. There's a lot of studies. There was a study in Finland by the top transgender clinic that was basically transitioning a lot of kids. And they said I think it was around 45% of the kids had experienced severe bullying. So that led to their gender dysphoria.
It couldn't possibly be that like queer kids are discernibly different from their peers in a way that it like is hard to articulate specifically, but does cause their peers to alienate and bully them. Couldn't be like they really can. They can only imagine this going one direction. They can only imagine like bullying then trans instead of like trans or like, you know, feminine boys and stuff like that, then bullying. No, absolutely couldn't possibly be.
Identity, but there's also the other side.
Your theory is that the bullying leads to the dysphoria, not the dysphoria leading to the bullying, which would be more logical.
Girl.
No, I was just about to say as well, but there is also the flip side of that, where the kids are being bullied because of their identity, you know, because maybe a boy is more feminine or a girl is more like a tomboy. So they're also being bullied for that. But in certain studies, the one in Finland at Tampere University, they found that there was a significant correlation between a kid being bullied and then the onset of their gender dysphoria coming afterwards rather than before. But, you know,
it couldn't possibly be that they got older and were better able to articulate what was different about themselves. Like, it could... I'm just so fucking stupid. I hate you, Ollie. God, you're just a moron.
Of course, it works both ways.
Let's see here. I have that theory you're citing in front of me.
Tampere University, Finland, yeah.
Here it is. Let's read the conclusion. Here, there's the abstract and everything. Let's see. The conclusion says gender identity, especially non-binary identity, is associated with both being bullied and perpetrating bullying, even when a range of variables, including internal stress and involvement in bullying and the opposite role, are taken into account. This suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality, which I think what that means is that the bullying actually results in people rejecting their transness in favor of heteronormality.
He is out here, like, listen, Ethan is on fire right now. Ethan is on fire. Can we get some in the chat? Because Ethan is on fire right now. It's so good. Being a feminine boy is the easiest target to single out from the other kids. True. Yes! I love the re's in the chat. Thank you. Yes.
I think so it seems to be saying the opposite, actually, of what you've claimed it said.
Squid.
You see what I'm referring to? Heteronormality?
Yeah, no, I see that. I see that article. That, you know, if you actually read the full study, which
That's
I've read
the
the full
conclusion.
study, you can find it on the National Institute of Health.
Oh, no, this is the study. Yeah,
let me have a look.
Yeah, no, this is the study. It's the .gov.
Finland, yeah.
Yeah, this is it. And then this is the author's conclusion right there. I mean, that's pretty much that. This is the one you're talking about. Do you disagree?
Yes, but look, the study's also saying it's associated with being bullied and being the perpetrator. So it's basically saying that either...
but the message, this is the last sentence, so let's read this together carefully. It suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality. So, do we understand what that says?
No, I get what it's saying. It's basically saying that some of these kids that are being bullied will maintain
go back into the closet,
their original identity because of the bullying. Correct, but the study also, if you read the full study, the study also speaks, there's a high correlation between, there's two different findings in the study. There's a finding that around 45% of the kids are bullied, and that causes the gender dysphoria. And there's also part of the study which also says, like the conclusion is finding that some of these kids are bullied because of their gender dysphoria, and it makes it worse. So there's two different findings.
If two outcomes are possible, then it doesn't seem that interesting. I wonder why you bring it up.
Well, no, read the full study. It also talks about the correlation between autism.
I mean, this is the author. They wrote the conclusion right here. This is their...
That's a small summary on Yahoo News.
That's the author. That's the author. That's their conclusion.
Correct.
Right.
But if you read in the National
better
Institute
to draw
of
a
Health,
conclusion than the author of the study.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I've read the full study multiple times on the National Institute of Health. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that if bullying prevents people from becoming, according to this, bullying prevents more kids from transitioning? Do you believe that we need more bullying?
No, I'm an advocate against bullying. I think whoever gets bullied, it's so wrong. I've been bullied myself, and I'm an advocate.
But if bullying results in less transitioning, then then that, according to what you're saying, is the best outcome for these kids.
No, I don't agree at all. No kid, even if a kid is feminine or a girl is a tomboy, they should not get bullied. No one should get bullied. They should be provided with support. But if somebody wants to transition, I'm not against people transitioning. I just don't think it's right as a kid, because a lot of these kids are going through so many issues during that time. They are not in the right frame of mind to make an informed consent decision.
If a child is suicidal, do you believe that they should transition to save their life?
So there's a lot of clinics and doctors that use this argument. There's a clinic called Kaiser Permanente in California.
It's Kaiser Permanente, you dipshit. Oh my God. Ollie has been bullied for so long that he decided to become a person who deserves it. Oh no. Oh, that's so funny.
Permanente.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, so basically they have used with multiple people that have since detransitioned, Chloe Cole and Layla, another detransitioner. They basically told them your kids are going to commit suicide if you don't transition them. But what they said afterwards is they actually felt worse 6 months down the line after their transition, because they've got hormones in their body, they've got puberty blockers, and they even had double mastectomy.
That the vast majority of people that transition don't regret it. I think it's like 95%, 99%. Are you aware of that stat?
You don't hear the cases of the detransitions.
Are you aware, Ollie, that 99% of kids that transition do not regret it?
No, I don't support that statistic. I think it's wrong, because these clinics...
From what authority do you disprove that statistic?
Well, look, these clinics make these studies. They don't even do follow-up studies. There's an example of a
Do you not trust studies? Because you just told me to read one.
Look, what I'm saying is the gender clinics make billions of dollars every year. Their studies are skewed and biased.
In a review of 27 studies involving almost 8,000 teens and adults who had transgender surgeries, mostly in Europe, US, and Canada, 1% on average expressed regret. For some, regret was temporary, but a small number went on to detransition. But that's 1%. That seems like a very small amount to be singularly focused on. And this is 27 studies, so this is a massive kind of conclusion, right? A scientific conclusion, a consensus, if you would.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a clinic, for instance, Tavistock Clinic, which was the main clinic in the UK. They were actually exposed. They were doing studies as well. They weren't bothering to check with the detransitioners. They didn't bother to check with the detransition. They didn't check how the hormones were affecting them over a year.
I know what you're talking about. That English one for
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one, if I recall, I looked into that. I believe it was people say it was shut down. It was actually, wasn't it?
It's being shut down.
Right, but
still open.
They're actually making a bigger one so they can serve more needs. I actually, so it's not really being shut down, actually.
They're like opening several other clinics, I think.
Say the name again. What is it?
It's called Tavistock.
Tavistock. Yeah.
So that one's actually being shut down this year because basically the National Health Service, which is basically looks after all the hospitals in the UK for the government, they actually said that there were a lot of ethical violations and stuff, and they also changed their policy.
The ethical violations, do you mean exceeding the legal limit on how quickly you're supposed to provide medical care from a specialist? Because it's supposed to be within like 4 months that you get referred to a specialist and then see a doctor. And yes, so there is definitely some unethical behavior going on at Tavistock. If people were on the waiting list for so long that they aged out of the system and then had to reapply to start waiting on the adult list at the very bottom of the list, 18 weeks. That's about 4 months,
Based on what happened at that clinic via internal investigations, they found that many of these kids were being pushed to transition without having checks on their mental health, and they're basically being pushed into it and fast-tracked very quickly.
Do you think it's significant, though, that of the patients, of the actual people that transition, only 1% regret it? You're not acknowledging that?
I don't trust studies.
Why?
Even if you're saying it's
27 studies. Then why did you tell me to read this one, Ollie? You use studies when it's convenient for you, but you don't when it goes against your thesis. I don't understand your consistency with studies.
Listen. I am a skeptic. Like, that's where I came from in terms of my activism. That's where I started. And so it's so satisfying to me to have someone come at someone with the studies, like with the info, and to like call out the inconsistencies. Like, I want to like jizz in my pants right now. Like it's so fucking good. I was trying to explain this to my partner last night. I was like, I feel so alienated from most people because I care about the evidence and like I care about meeting the facts where they are without bias, and it makes me feel like there is just a chasm between me and most other people. So like I feel so normal right now. Like Ethan makes me feel normal right now. Just absolutely bodying right now. Are we all gonna have a shared parasocial orgasm? Let's do it. There we go.
We like them or no?
What I'm trying to say, Ethan, is the gender clinics are very, very powerful.
Do we? No. Ollie, do we like studies or not? All studies or no studies?
I like studies.
Oh, we do.
I like studies.
You do like studies.
But you have to always look at bias. The clinic in Finland was a transgender clinic that made the study. So they had different findings to many of the clinics in America that are saying there's a low detransition rate. But there are thousands of detransitioners out there. They're just not sharing their stories because of fear of being attacked. And, they get abuse every single day from trans activists. So there's thousands of kids out there there's 50,000 detransitioners on a Reddit subreddit forum speaking about detransitioning, but they're scared to...
r/dtrans is full of TERFs and transphobes with sock accounts. Like I'm not gonna try to tell you what the actual is. There is a different subreddit for truly detrans people, like truly people who have detransitioned, and it is a different subreddit because r/dtrans has been completely taken over by people who aren't actually detransitioning.
Come out and talk about it because they're going to get attacked. So there's a lot of people hiding.
You seem to be in denial, Ollie, that the vast, vast majority of these people, let's say there's a bias. Let's say instead of 1%, it's 10% regret it. And that's a huge deviation. So I'm giving you a lot of doubt here. If 10% only regret it, do you think that on whole of the 90% who don't regret it and who had what they consider life-changing health care, why would you seek to deny them life-changing health care? When they,
Ethan,
they say, this saved my life.
Well, Ethan, children can't get tattoos. Children can't buy cigarettes.
They actually can get tattoos. You dipshit. You are allowed to get a tattoo, at age 16 with a parent permission, pretty much anywhere in America. And so this is the same thing with gender-affirming care. It's like, with parental permission, the parent and whoever else is involved can determine that the child is mature enough to get a tattoo. So yeah, I want him to push back on that.
Alcohol. So how on earth can they consent to doing something they don't even understand about? We have to look at many of these kids. They don't understand. They don't think about the future. Like, if a kid changes their body, they have gender reassignment surgery or take hormones, they might not be able to have a baby when they're older. They don't think about those things because they're kids. So
breed.
The issue is just we shouldn't be doing this to kids. It should happen, as an adult, they can make informed consent. But even with some of the parents agreeing
Ollie,
to it.
Do you know how many kids between the age of 6 and 17 went through irreversible surgery in the United States?
I know the number rises every year. Now it will be several thousand.
So the number of patients, of children between 6 and 17 who went through irreversible surgery in the United States, what was the years on that one?
It's 3 years, 2019 through 2021.
So this is the most comprehensive data we have, and this comes straight from the government stats. It was 250 per year. Does that seem significant to you?
That's completely incorrect because there's a clinic in Oregon. It's in the thousands now. There's a clinic in Oregon that's done at least
the thousands. Is that significant? 1,000? I mean, we have 50 million children in the United States. Do you think 1,000 is statistically significant?
There's thousands, and this study probably only takes into account people on Medicaid or Medicare. There are also...
Yeah, the focus, I turned it into a joke. I did the sub-vocalization of breeding. Yes, the focus on children's fertility is disgusting. Like, it's fine, it's okay for trans people to, not be interested in breeding. Like, oh, you know, how many trans girls in the chat? How many trans girls in the chat do want to have a baby, but it's because you want to be pregnant? Hands up. How many of you in the chat would love to have a baby, but don't want to impregnate someone? You know? Plenty of trans guys want to be able to impregnate someone and not carry a baby, you know? Corpses can't get pregnant. I don't want baby. Yeah, I knew there was going to be at least one. Plenty of trans people would love to be parents, but they don't want to be parents in the way that they were born to be able to do that, you know? Definitely want to have a penis and do penis things. Truly.
The parents and patients that pay out of pocket. So
even if it's thousands, Ollie, let's say it's thousands. Is this significantly significant when we have 51 million children in the United States between ages 6 and 17?
It's significant even because it's growing every day. If you look at any chart or graph of kids being medically transitioned, it's now
true. You got the breeding fetish, but I don't want to actually be a parent. Yeah.
Tens of thousands across the US. California has thousands alone. Florida, before Governor DeSantis banned, there's a clinic, Dr. Gallagher, who performs at least five surgeries on minors every month. So, you know, that's just one clinic.
Can you cite those it's in the numbers? Is it possible to get a reference?
Dr. Gallagher is a clinic in Florida, and she operates on minors.
Okay. And so what is wrong with the number going up?
I love that Ethan has a team of people who can double check and who can pull up the studies while he's busy talking to Ollie, and then he can be like, "Oh yeah, so I have that study in front of me now."
Let's say it goes up from 1,000 to 2,000 in the whole United States. I mean, so obviously one would assume, right, Ollie, as people become more educated and aware of transgenderism. And we've seen the same thing with homosexuality.
A little bit of an oof on the transgenderism, but, you know. Yeah, there's plenty of people in here with a breeding kink. I think that I probably qualify as having a breeding kink a bit, but I also, like, violently do not want to get pregnant. Like, yeah, the crew did really good. Yeah, props to the H3H3 crew on this. You know, I keep saying, oh, Ethan's so awesome. Oh, Ethan's so great. And he is. But he what he is doing here would not be possible without the team. So shout out to the H3H3 team.
Which, of course, you are a member of the LGBT community. You know, in the 50s,
true, Mama Mephistopheles,
became more acceptable.
That is the question. Sorry, I'll take it back a little bit so that we can hear what was just being said. But do I have a breeding kink, or do I simply like to be cream pied? Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I've always thought that those two things are more or less the same, but I don't actually think that they are. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Smuggy chat.
Can you cite those numbers? Is it possible to get a reference?
Dr. Gallagher is a clinic in Florida, and she operates on minors.
Okay. And so what is wrong with the number going up? I mean, let's say it goes up from 1,000 to 2,000 in the whole United States. I mean, so obviously one would assume, right, Ollie, as people become more educated and aware of transgenderism, and we've seen the same thing with homosexuality, which, of course, you are a member of the LGBT community. You know, in the 50s, as being gay became more acceptable, you saw the numbers significantly rising during that time. I'm sure you know that, right?
Yeah, of course, because it became more acceptable.
What is the difference between the hysteria that took place then about there was, you know, on the right, that they're turning our kids gay? That turned out not to be true. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Correct.
So hold on to that. So now today we see the
left-handed graph. Where is my left-handed graph? I saw a picture of Lance from the Surfs recently, and I don't know. I don't think it was from the Tim Pool interview. I think it was just from Lance's show. But he had, I mean, maybe it was the Tim Pool debate. I don't know. But he had a printed out picture of the left-handedness graph, and he was like gesticulating towards it. It was the Tim Pool debate. Okay, I heard that Lance did a bad job. I haven't actually watched it. I'm not gonna talk shit. I know people were a little bit annoyed with him, but I saw that one screenshot and I was like, Lance knows what's up. Yeah, amazing.
the same graph going up of trans kids getting surgery or gender affirming care or whatever. So why is it that you today can draw a conclusion that was the same conclusion in the 50s that you disagree with, that trans kids are being influenced societal to become trans? It seems to be a glaring contradiction in logic.
It's not just random based on the fact that it's easier for people to come out these days or identify in different ways. It is a concerted push, Ethan. So there's now
That's what
over
they said
60,
about gay people.
Ethan, there's now over 60 pediatric gender clinics that have opened within the last 15 years across the US. They weren't there before.
60 clinics? Does Ollie not know how many states there are in the US? Like 60 clinics across 50 states is barely more than one clinic per state. And some states are hundreds of miles wide. You gotta travel 300 miles to get to the fucking gender clinic. You live in California and there's only one gender clinic. You gotta drive there. So stupid. I felt bad for Lance. They had so many extra people. He was surrounded. There's like 2,000 McDonald's in New York. True. Yeah, I have to drive 7 hours in any direction to get out of Texas. This is so dumb. Lance made the mistake of going alone and letting Tim have a bunch of goons. He also kept falling for Tim Pool's irrelevant thought experiments. Shortest way out of Texas for me is to swim. Oh no, you gotta get on a boat. Mephistopheles is on a boat, motherfucker. Take a look at her.
Before, so they are profiting from this. They're opening clinics because they know they can profit. So when they push, through popular culture or push transitioning via TikTok trends, they are profiting from that. So it benefits them if society and children are being confused and indoctrinated in schools or via social media, because they can get more patients through their door.
So that's good, but let's focus on this issue that I want to nail down. They said that gay kids were being influenced to be gay. You disagree with that now, and you're one of the people that says kids are being influenced to become trans, and it's the same curve. How do you not? Why is that curve not just the result of it becoming more acceptable in society? Because it's the same curve, right? Same curve.
It's a huge curve, and it's really in the last 5 years since TikTok came about. We're seeing so many. There's about 2.2 billion views.
What does it matter how they become aware of it? I'm telling you, it's the same curve.
What I'm trying to tell you is that there are influences now that didn't exist 10 years ago that are pushing kids. So, for instance, TikTok, there's about 2.2.
So TikTok is turning people trans, where back in the 50s, people said it was like rock and roll music, it was movies, it was hippie movements. That wasn't accessible to the generation before them. I don't see the difference.
What I'm saying is that kids are being exposed to...
Ethan is such a fucking big dick baller. Yo, we're 1 like away from 100. Can we pump those numbers up? Thank you so much, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I just like to shitpost sometimes and have fun, so thank you for coming. Hit the like button. Consider giving a donation if you like this show, because this is my job. Thank you.
Influences that it didn't have before.
Same in the 50s.
Kids are being on... Sorry?
The same in the 50s. The kids who were coming out as gay were also exposed to things that weren't accessible to generations before them.
Well, I don't agree with that. They didn't have phones back then. Kids are now being pushed trends, and the AI algorithm recognizes a kid's vulnerabilities, and they push videos.
Music, popular music.
Music.
Pop music pop music was something that was rock and roll was something that was new back then. So. No,
correct. And you could also argue that in the 80s, more people came out because. Music like George Michael was, and songs about freedom and stuff coming out.
So then why are you concluding that TikTok is making people trans? I don't understand the logic. You just contradicted yourself.
Also, TikTok has only been out for a couple of years. So, like, if we're talking about a bunch of statistics from, like, 2017, like, I don't think we had TikTok in 2017. Isn't it mostly, like, the last 3 or so years that we've had TikTok? Someone help me. I'm so old. Help me. When did TikTok? Yeah, 2018. So if, these all like this conversation that we're having, are we really seeing like this huge upsweep in transgenderism since like when TikTok bought out Musical.ly, you know, and TikTok didn't become popular until the last couple years. Like that may have been when it got bought out, but it wasn't popular until more recently. I don't know. This makes me feel crazy sometimes. People see a tiny bump in stats and legitimately think that the trend will continue until everyone is trans. Yeah, there's like a chart of height. Like if human height continues on the trend that it's on, then we'll be like 20 feet tall in a relatively short period of time. TikTok really got big during COVID. Yeah, it wasn't much of a thing before that though. Anyway.
No. What I'm saying is in the last 5 years, there is an increase in gender clinics opening because they are exploiting these children that are being pushed trends. You know, there's a lot of lobby groups, Ethan. The Human Rights Campaign is a massive lobby group. They're going around.
Ollie, you were trans before TikTok.
I've struggled with gender dysphoria for all of my life.
Before TikTok.
Correct, but yes, but my identity struggles came about because I was using social media too much, and
But
you know,
Ollie, you were born in 1990. You're not that much younger than me. When I grew up, there was no social media. I don't believe you probably had social media until you were in your 20s, well into your 20s.
Yeah, correct. And the reason I struggled with my identity was because of bullying in childhood. But then I only transitioned as an adult.
But bullying in
because
childhood, we established from the report that you told me to read that bullying in childhood results in less people transitioning.
I love his little hands. Look at his little hands. I love him. Oh, come on, camera. Don't play me like this. Don't play me dirty like this. Come on, girl. Okay? Okay, are we good now? Don't play me dirty like this. I love his little hands. He makes me so happy. We love him. Okay.
Sorry, say it again.
The study you sent me about
the Finland study.
bullying, the conclusion was that bullying results in less people transitioning. So you says it's a result of social media. Well, you didn't have social media. Then you says it was a result of bullying. But this study you told me to read says bullying reduces the amount of people who transition. So how is it that you were trans before, outside of all of these influences that are turning people trans?
Bullying made me trans.
I'm an individual, so I'm one person. So my experience is not reflective of every single person that becomes trans out there. But the thing is, I became trans as an adult because I really struggled with my identity throughout my whole life. And yes, I did get bullying. Every case is different as well. Some people are bullied because of their gender identity. Some people are not. So
yeah, true. My egg cracked when I was the most isolated from society that I had ever been. Yeah, so many people realized that they were trans when they stopped having to interact with society. Like this idea that it's a social influence is just the opposite of what we see repeatedly.
Every single case is different, but the reason I became trans was, you follow my journey, the Korean stuff. That was me trying to find myself and trying to, fit in because I hated the way I looked.
If your journey is a personal one, which I totally understand, then what gives you the right to project your personal experience onto others?
Well, I speak to detransitioners every day. I speak to parents. I speak to women.
So that assumes a bias, Ollie. You're talking all day to detransitioners. We've also established, because I think, like studies, or I don't know if we decided, I think you said you like studies, because 27 of them made a consensus that 99% of people that transition don't regret it. So if you spend all day talking to the 1% that do regret it, don't you believe that underlies a bias?
Well, no, I don't believe it because I talk to all sorts of people. I talk to parents that have trans kids and, they're trying to navigate through that. And the general consensus with everyone I speak to, because no, I'm not right wing or left wing. I'm just very much in the center. I'm just trying to help people using my platform to try and help people. The general consensus is we shouldn't be doing this to kids. And there generally is a concerted push over the last 5 years to medically transition children. If kids want to experiment, if a girl wants to be a tomboy, nobody has a problem with that. If they want to become trans.
Did I just hear Ben Shapiro? Was there a little Ben Shapiro voice? Did someone
push over the last 5 years to medically transition children. If kids want to experiment, if a girl wants to be a tomboy, you know, nobody has a problem with that. You know, if
What
they
was
want to
that
become...
voice in the background? Is it just me? I think that there was like a, you know, at the beginning of their show, they have all these sound bites and stuff from Steven Crowder and things. So I think that was like a Ben Shapiro one. I don't know what it said though. Bothering me.
Trans as adults, that's on them. But the issue that I talk about every day, I talk with parents, I talk with all these detransitions, is when this happens to kids. That's the issue I'm speaking about.
Right,
it's
but that's
not
so
about
rare.
people being trans.
Let me ask you another question, just to pivot a little bit. I'm one of the people that would say Ollie London is...
It could have been a producer off camera relaying info to Ethan. It could have been one of the crew, yeah.
willing to do anything for attention.
Hold on.
Question, just to pivot a little bit. I'm one of the people that would say Ollie London is willing to do anything for attention. You have probably some kind of, I don't want to diagnose you, I'm not a psychiatrist, but there is some craving for attention, clearly, right? Good or bad. I mean, you said about like Korean, you said your pronouns were core Ian, you know, you said you were going to get your penis size reduced so that you could look more, you could be a more authentic Korean. I mean, these are not serious things. You seem to be a provocateur. Is it possible that you are participating in this right-wing grift because, one, it's making you a lot of money, and two, it's getting you a lot of attention? Is that possible, that you actually don't care and that your beliefs are...
I love how violently autistic Ethan Klein is. Like, I'm sorry, this is a violently autistic thing to do. Like, and his delivery. Just like, don't you think that what you're doing is completely disingenuous? And like, I'm like, it comes across, I know that Jon Stewart does a similar thing, but the way that it comes across is very different to me. Like, the way that Ethan is delivering this, just, I'm like, I love it. I'm eating it up so much. Ethan, have me on your show, please.
Empty. Is that possible?
No, absolutely not. So when I struggled with my identity for years, I generally was struggling, and I was lashing out at bullies. And the more I would get bullied online by YouTubers and people on TikTok, the more I would act crazy because I was trying to feel validated and loved. And you know, it was very unhealthy.
The conservative movement has offered you quite an open hand. They're very glad to be using you as a mouthpiece against trans people. So it must feel good to be being accepted from somebody, even if it is at the detriment of many people who are at risk, trans people. It must feel nice to have people supporting you.
No, it's nothing to do with that at all. You know, I could have easily continued doing K-pop. I could have focused on TikTok, which, you know, I used to really enjoy doing TikTok. I'm not the best singer. I like to make fun, entertaining videos. You know, I could have stuck with that. In actual fact, when I detransitioned, I lost so many brand deals. I lost all my invites to New York Fashion Week. I was front row every season.
Yeah, but now you're on Tucker Carlson.
Invites.
I mean, that's the biggest show in the world, or it was. Rest in peace to the GOAT.
Yeah, he was the original GOAT. But no, it's nothing to do with that. You know,
we have 11D1 likes right now. That's one of my. Okay, now it's 11D12. Well, it was still nice while it lasted.
So you say it's not possible that you are just doing this for attention. If we go back, here's a recording of you saying that you're using the BLM movement for attention and for cameos. Here, listen.
Millions. So it's basically every time I do a music video, it's like, if it's $1 million, it's £1,000. So, you know, if I just keep releasing music videos, that's like enough. And then also because I've been a lot on Twitter, there's been so many people talking.
Why are you huffing and puffing so much, Ollie? You gotta do cardio. You gotta do cardio, my man.
I'm on Twitter because I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter protests and stuff. So I had 200,000 views on the video. So because of that as well, I'm getting a lot of requests. So it's just, you know.
Are you hiking up a hill? Like, are you okay? You don't sound like you're okay, man.
Just staying relevant in the news, on TV and stuff, because, you know, the more exposure I have, you know, if I'm trending on Twitter or whatever, on TV, then the more cameos I get. So yeah, just.
So here you say you're supporting BLM to stay relevant and because it gets you more cameos. Have you been getting more cameos since you went right wing?
Well, firstly, that audio was from a number of years ago. It was edited deceptively by somebody that was completely uncredible and just basically desperate for attention.
It's your voice, correct?
It's my voice, but it was edited deceptively to try and make me look bad.
So what's the deception?
So I'm not doing any of this. What I'm doing now is to try and help people. You know, previously, Ethan, I'll admit
What's
it.
the
Previously, I had
deception,
some very
Ollie? You tell me
unhealthy
it's
behavior.
deceptive. I'm open to hearing you out. How is it deceptive?
I'm explaining. So, you know,
Okay.
previously I had unhealthy behavior where I was generally like thinking, oh, how many likes can I get? How many views can I get? Because I was in a really crazy mental health place. And, you know, the more surgery I would get, I would feel worse about myself. So I would try and be validated via online views and things. But in fact, you know,
Unlike
talking
now.
to VLM, actually, no, I'm not doing it now. If I
Right.
wanted to, Ethan,
Which is
if
why
I
you're on
wanted
the
to,
show.
no, if I
That's why
wanted
you're on
to get
Tucker.
attention and stuff,
Yeah.
I would stick to doing TikToks. I would stick to doing my K-pop music
Well, you're getting a
videos.
lot more attention right now. I mean, you're getting a lot of attention right now. In fact, you wrote a whole damn book about it, Gender Madness.
Well, what I'm doing now is because I've actually come to a realization that I have had some very unhealthy behaviors in the past, and I'm trying to remedy that. You know, because I can't sleep at night when I think, you know, have I done something bad? Have I been a bad influence? So I'm actually trying to remedy that and devote my
Well, I hate
time
to tell you, if
activism.
that's what you're concerned about, you're going to feel really bad when your next phase comes around and you realize
It's
you're
not a
the,
phase, Ethan.
the mouthpiece for really hateful people.
Ethan, it's not a phase, and I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally just trying to speak up about issues that I have finally woken up to see what's going on in the
It
world.
seems
I'm
to
actually
me,
thinking,
Ollie, that if we look at all of your different iterations of your personality, the one consistent thing is a need for attention.
well, you could say that about Trisha Paytas, who was your best friend and you used to do a podcast
Oh, I do say
with.
that.
You
I
know,
mean,
she
yeah, I would
had-
say that about Trisha Paytas, sure.
she had different
I love it when someone tries to do a gotcha and they're like, well, you clearly wouldn't be okay with this. And it's like, no, actually, I would. Like, I would, actually.
but she had a wake up call, and then she realized that, you know, she could be an influence to others, and she's really a positive girl. She's doing amazing things at the moment. And you know, I had a wake up
Trisha
call
was
as well
a
because
chicken
I was,
nugget, I believe. Do you empathize with that, Ollie, as a former trans person?
Ethan, I'm vegetarian, so I wouldn't empathize with her being
So you're saying
chicken
you're
nugget.
like yeah, and congratulations on that. We support that. Ollie, do you believe you're like Trisha Paytas?
No, not at all. I'm not comparing myself
okay.
to her. I'm just saying that she had a lot of identity struggles. She had some unhealthy behaviors. I had some unhealthy behaviors. I struggled, but I'm remedying that.
I'm not comparing myself to her, but I'm in the middle of comparing myself to her.
I'm working hard every
Like
day
Trisha.
to try and be a better person, to try and help people. And that's what I'm focused on. So people can
Good.
call me what they want. I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally trying to help.
Okay, that's
people.
911, I watched Ethan from H3H3 murder someone. What's up, Slaps Hungry Bears?
Let's pivot. This came about when you found God, right? You and you can fill in the blanks here. You were confused. You were a transgender woman. You were selling kids' lunch boxes depicting a trans woman on it. That's pretty low by your own definition. And then you were walking around and you found God. You entered a church and then you realized, hey, this is a cool vibe, maybe.
Well, no, actually, before that, I started to go to therapy. So basically, I lost a lot of my friends. People thought I was really like crazy, and I was very mentally unwell with all of these different crazy identities that I struggled with. So I actually started therapy first, and I started going to sessions twice a week. And then they actually told me, you know, you need to speak about this. You need to find a community that's accepting, non-judgmental, and kind.
So hold on. Your therapist told you that you're not trans?
No, my therapist didn't tell me I wasn't trans, but they said if I'm having issues and struggling with who I am, perhaps I should find a community that's very welcoming and might make me feel like I can belong. You know, take some time off social media.
The trans community is definitely not that community.
So they didn't tell me not to be trans. It's nothing to do with that.
So
they literally told me to try and find myself.
So you took a break off social media, and then you took your your time to find God and find your new self.
I stopped spending hours and hours a day on TikTok and YouTube, which was, you know, messing up my mind. And I actually left my phone at home. I would go to therapy sessions, and then I started going to church. And it made me realize, you know, there's more to life than just being online or whatever. You know, I need to actually make a difference in this world. And I've spoken to so many people that are concerned at the direction the world's going in. And, you know, if I can try and help parents and help, you know, women and stuff and speak up for people, then, you know, I can feel good.
I want to show you this clip from an interview from Piers Morgan. Okay.
Oh, Piers.
Give you as a
Yes,
woman. So how
very
long ago
different.
was that? Was that quite recently?
That was actually at London Fashion Week, so that was literally a month ago. So kind of a drastic change.
So you went from a month. You went from trans woman at Fashion Week, a month later, to being on Piers Morgan denouncing the trans movement. When you
That's a
said,
pretty
"Get
quick
off,
turnaround."
take your time and talk and figure out who you are. That all happened within a month.
No, actually, since I originally transitioned, I felt great for a couple of months, and then I really started to question it. I started to think, okay, I can even do more surgery to make myself physically become a transgender woman, or I can take a step back. So I was having a lot of thoughts of regret, but it was too late at that point. I'd already done facial feminization. I'd already changed myself. I was very confused. So I'd been having those thoughts for a number of months. And then within a month from that particular picture being taken, I actually detransitioned.
So tell me about finding God. Tell me about when you were in the church and you had like an awakening.
Well, I'd lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of loved ones because they thought my behavior was very unhealthy. And, you know, it
This
was
part's boring,
a
if I'm being honest.
movement. I could have continued down a very destructive path, destructive for myself and people around me, and destructive for, you know, people that see me online. I think I was, you know, not a good role model, and I deeply regret that. So
were you trying to be a role model? I find that interesting.
No, well, at the time in my delusion, I thought I was a role model for people that liked K-pop and wanted to be a K-pop star. So then I started going to church.
Ollie just ignored that. Oh, that was
take
funny.
Some time out to think about my life and think, you know, what is the next step for me? And then, you know, after spending some time going to church sessions and so.
My therapist always says the same thing. Please leave. I'll call the cops. I'm not a therapist. How did you find me again? They're really helping me get through my stress.
It made me realize, you know.
Facial Asianization. Oh, wow. I mean, that's true, Drums. Absolutely.
I just try to find acceptance with who I am and stop doing all this craziness and try to get back to the real me. And that's the most important thing.
I've heard you mention the real you. The real you being a British man. But if you talk to other people, I think they might say the real them. And as I think you would agree, people are born gay. They don't choose to be gay. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So then why?
And I agree, and I believe that some people generally feel trans since they're born. I do believe that.
So God made them that way, right? So God would have made them that way.
I just believe that some people are born as trans, but my issue is kids being indoctrinated to transition when they didn't think about that before. So however you...
Yeah, so how are you going to discriminate between those two groups? Like, how are you going to tell which kids were innately trans and they would have been born that way versus which ones are only trans because they think they're trans because of a social contagion of some sort? Like, what a fucking idiot, this dude.
Born, that's the way you feel, then that's okay. But I don't believe in people that wouldn't think about these things being indoctrinated to change.
Because you said you want it, because when you're on these shows, you kind of make a point about being like, I'm going back and I'm being true to myself, implying almost that like this trans thing is just some kind of silly, psychosis you had. But you're saying now, being born trans is actually a state that God creates people in.
I'm saying that some people are born trans, some people are born gay.
Does God make people trans?
I'm not saying anything on that subject.
Why?
I'm just saying that some people feel, everybody feels different.
He's really, really dodging the religion question. Like, he really doesn't want to get into it. Also, Salem/Toki is into you, by the way, if you're trying to clap them cheeks. I don't know if you've seen today, y'all. I'm not trying to, like, show off or anything, but I am in a monogamous relationship. Yeah. Thanks, though.
You know, everybody feels different.
Wait, why
inside.
are you not unwilling to say that God makes people trans?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways. They feel different. Some people might be born intersex. Some people are born gay.
You
and they
talk
can't...
about God going back to how God or Jesus intended me. So I feel like this is an interesting point to resolve, because this is something that you bring up in your interviews. God makes people trans. I find that to be...
I never said God made people trans. I never said God didn't make people trans.
Does God make people gay? Does God make people gay?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways.
Because you said you were born gay. And so
I was born. I wasn't born. I was born a man, and then as a teenager, I became gay. So it didn't happen from birth, but I struggled with my. I was very feminine. I struggled with my identity as a kid.
Was that your
so
choice or
that-
God's choice?
Yeah, the I became gay as a teenager thing. I mean, yeah, I think that children are asexual. Like, I think that that's fair to say that children are, like, mostly asexual. And then I guess you sort of become your sexual orientation when you become sexually interested. You know, you could say children have a romantic orientation. But yeah, I would say young children don't have a sexual orientation per se. I mean, I guess asexuality is a type of sexual orientation. So I kind of get where he's coming from on that, but yeah, he really doesn't want to get nailed down on this. Does God make people gay or trans the way that they are?
You know, there's a lot of influences that influence people in life. You know,
God is all powerful, right?
No, perhaps I wouldn't have turned out the way I did if I wasn't bullied, or perhaps
Is God all powerful?
Oh my God, he literally just said maybe I wouldn't have turned out the way I did if I wasn't bullied. Like maybe I would want to fuck girls if I wasn't bullied. And you, I'm about to make the same joke that Ethan made. You know that this guy is a bottom, right? Like, would God have made you a butt boy if you weren't bullied, Ollie? He just won't. Yeah, this is the Korean, yeah, this is the transracial, I got a bunch of surgeries to make myself Korean guy. That's who this is about. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, God is very powerful. Yes, absolutely.
All powerful.
But
is God all powerful?
God is all powerful, but there are.
So then he made you gay and trans people trans.
No, there are.
Why would he
influences
make?
in people's
Why would
lives.
God all powerful make someone so confused that they wanted to be trans? Well, actually, logically, it doesn't even make sense. If God is all powerful and he creates a being, and then this being lives through their lives and then says, "Oh, I want to transition," God made them that way. If God is all powerful, it's all part of his design. God wants people to be trans.
Well, there are societal, environmental.
God created
factors
society.
Yes, correct. But
So
I'm just saying there are. There's a lot of There's a lot of human factors that influence.
God created
people.
humans.
These are really basic theological questions. Every Christian has some opinion on these. The fact that he's floundering this bad means he actually hasn't focused on his message and what he believes. I mean, they don't, you know, when you say you're a Christian, if you go on a right-wing talk show and you say, I believe in God and I do Christian stuff, you're not going to be questioned on, like, the theological beliefs. So, yeah, clearly, Ollie does not have experience being asked these kinds of questions and actually justifying the, like, you know, the religion thing is just an excuse to be bigoted. As ever, it's always only just an excuse to be more bigoted. Does Ollie think he's the special lamb? He's the special lamb. It's true.
If people are, yes, I know that, but if people are exposed to gender ideology,
God
they
created
become
gender
susceptible to that.
ideology.
What I'm saying is a lot of these people would not have felt this way when they're born, but they're being pushed by society.
God
and things
created
around them
society.
to think that they're going to transition.
God created society and transitioning as an operation. I mean, just where am I logically wrong? I don't see any logical conclusion that doesn't come to the idea that God made people trans.
I never said God made anyone trans. I just said that society and the environment
made
around
society.
people influence people.
He's all powerful, right? You said he's all powerful?
Yes, God is all powerful, but also humans have influences on other humans.
But he made humans.
But this isn't going to be with that.
It's not, is it? Okay, let's go on. Do you believe that the Bible is against transgenderism, or what's your thought on that as a I guess a newborn Christian?
Well, you know, the Bible was written a long time ago, and there are things in the Bible, such as in the Old Testament, that aren't relevant to today's society. We know that. So we have to adapt what was written 2,000 years ago to the modern day. But you know, I'm not one for policing how adults live their lives. But I think, you know, transgenderism wasn't in the Bible because there weren't trans people visible back then. Of course, no. Look, I've even got this in my book. Even there was a Roman emperor that was trans. He used to dress as a woman. So we know there's instances, but I'm just saying.
I think that's so. I hate you so much, Ali. There was a Roman emperor who dressed like a woman, and he identified as trans. Like, oh God, not even like honoring the binary pronouns of trans people. God.
The
Did
Bible itself,
society
there's no
influence
reference
him?
to that.
Did society influence the emperor to be trans?
Well, I wasn't alive then.
Well,
but,
hold on. You
he
wrote
was-
about it in your book. God dang, man.
Yes, but so there were some Roman scholars that were around at the time, and taken from their writings, he used to dress as a woman, he used to act like a woman, and his wife would have to call him ma'am. Now, I wasn't around back then, so I don't know the exact details, but he thought he was a woman, so maybe he could have been born like that. Some people are born like that, and they generally think that they're in the wrong body. So
you don't have an opinion on if the Bible supports transgenderism or not?
I kind of want Ethan to loop back around on the like surgery and like only a small number of trans children receive surgeries. Like, do we not think that the number of surgeries happening would correlate with like the number of trans people who are born that way in Ollie's view? Like, I don't know. It's obviously a frustrating conversation that's gonna go nowhere. Get back to the dunking, Ethan. Go back to the funny dunking. We're in a lull, and I want to get out of it. Come on, man.
Or homosexuality, even.
No, the Bible was written a long time ago.
Yeah, then why?
But
But surely, I mean, why use the Bible as a guide for anything in your life if it was written so long ago? I don't understand that point.
Because there's many teachings in the Bible that are very, very positive, about love and acceptance and kindness, and trying to help humanity. It was written a long time ago, so like I said, the Old Testament.
There's
has
also a
things that
story
would be
about this,
relevant now.
sisters raping their dad.
Well, that's
True.
what I'm saying. The Old
We don't
Testament
like that
has
one.
things.
Okay, I like your optimism. So
I'm saying the Old Testament has
we're
things
not
that
doing the
aren't-
Old Testament. Okay, cool. So we don't believe. Okay. I heard you when you're on these shows. I noticed you talk a lot about this specific story of Jesus that inspired you. How he
Okay, I feel like it's gonna get
helped the
fun again.
lepers when nobody else would, and that you at the time when you found Jesus, you felt like the leper. You like that? That's a nice story.
Well, I thought it was a good analogy because I felt like for many years I was rejected by society. I was treated like an outcast, just like the leper. So I thought it was a good analogy to me. Actually,
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It is a really good analogy. What other Bible stories do you like?
So there's the tale of the lost sheep in Luke, the parable of the lost sheep, where a sheep goes missing from a flock of 100, and the shepherd decides should he stay with the flock or should he go and help this sheep, and he actually goes into the wilderness to help the sheep because he realizes that every sheep is one of God's children, so he needs to help them and be responsible for them.
Which verse was that? I want to read that one.
It's in Luke and Matthew.
Luke and Matthew. Do you know the number?
I can't give you the exact chapter, but you can look it up.
Is there any other Bible stories you like? I'm looking for good recommendations.
Yeah, there's also when Jesus met a Roman officer, and
Like,
this Roman
isn't Ethan Jewish?
had a lot of power, but instead of abusing that power like many Roman officers did, he was actually kind to his servants. He had servants that were captured from battles, and they were working in his house, but he treated them the same he treated everyone else. So that
Slaps Hungry Bears, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Ollie is talking a lot like some of the hard right Christian kids I knew growing up. Or sorry, I knew who were parroting their folks instead of believing. I don't think these are his beliefs. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Absolutely, I agree with you. There is no way that these are Ollie's sincerely held religious beliefs. As ever, people purport to have religious beliefs that they don't actually have in order so that they can use, like, you can basically justify almost anything if you have a religious belief to back it up. I mean, to the extent that your belief gets validated by society. If we started a trans-affirming church, that might be kind of a hard sell, but we'll see. Why is you can see his nostrils so clearly? Like, OMG, I would be so embarrassed if I looked like that. Yeah, his whole face is very obviously fucked up. Like, I've been looking at his jowls this entire time. Like, it's like his chin got reduced, and this part of his chin his chin got reduced, and then this part of his chin got reduced, but then this part of his jaw is like still really big. So there's this weird like skinny face and then big jaw thing happening. His surgeries did not make him look good. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. His face is gonna slough off as he ages. Yeah, it looks like he has sagging down here. Like that there maybe should have been like almost, you know, the way that like some facial feminization surgeries that I see people post about on Reddit where they're like, I'm going in for a revision because I have all this extra skin after they removed some of my bones. Yeah, it just doesn't look good, frankly.
That's another great analogy that, you know, Jesus looked at people and helped people that helped other people. And, you know, kindness is very important.
Do you know the verse on that one so I can reference it?
I can't quote it off the top of my head.
I don't know where that one is.
But there's a lot of verses in the Bible, there's a lot of chapters, but I can tell you specific stories that I like.
Okay.
He's a repo character. I keep saying this. It's true. He is a repo, the genetic opera character.
I was just testing you, Ollie. You know what
Should
I
have
mean?
kept the face bra on tighter. True.
I know.
I was just trying to test you, you know?
There's a lot of verses in the Bible, there's a lot of chapters, but I can tell you specific stories that I like.
Okay. I was just testing you, Ollie. You know what I mean?
I know.
I was just trying to test you, you know? I was trying to do a fast one on you.
Oh
Yeah,
my
but I
god,
wanna
dude.
ask,
It's so uncomfortable. It's like, it is so uncomfortable. Yeah, a little glass vial. True. Oh my god. Gayfesh, you stepped out for a little bit or something there. We were looking at the rainbow fish, the book, The Rainbow Fish. And somebody was like, it's a gay fish. And I was like, whoop, Gayfesh has entered the chat. And then you just weren't, oh, you were here? I didn't see you comment. I assumed that you would. Also obligatory, oh, just playing Minecraft. Nice. You know, after having my computer upgraded a little bit, oh my god, I want to play Sea of Thieves later. I want to see if my partner is going to be around to play Sea of Thieves with me. I like, listen, I'm just going to take a minute. I'm just pausing for a minute. I want to play Sea of Thieves so bad. Oh, you said it was cultural appropriation. How did I miss that? Your pink name, just like, I completely missed it. I'm like, I want to play this game so badly, but I literally have thalassophobia. It's so stressful. I'm like, I want to play this game because I enjoy it and it's fun and it's like a good time, but then I get in there and I'm like, the ocean. It's not good. Anyway, we'll continue.
You know, if we're talking about protecting kids, it all comes down to protecting kids, right? I mean, this is the thesis I've heard you explain. So as a Catholic, what do you think poses a greater threat? Drag shows or clergy members?
Oh, actually, there's a lot of scandals and very bad things that have happened with the clergy. And, you know, I'm against all forms of abuse. So there's a lot that the Catholic Church has done in the past.
Listen, I like Sea of Thieves. I will never play Subnautica. I will not. I don't even want to do any of the stuff in Sea of Thieves that requires going underwater. Like, I went and I had to do a dive because I was trying to get a shipwreck, and there's stuff inside the shipwreck, and I wanted to go and do that, and I had to stand on my ship's deck and wait until daytime because I was not able to go under during the nighttime. I was freaked out by it, and then I went down there and I couldn't find the item that I needed to get, and then I ended up having like some I was running out of air, so I had to go back up to the surface, and while I was trying to get back up to the surface, a shark jump scared me, and I just fucking exited the game. I was like, I can't. I was like, nope, I'm not doing this. So yeah, that's fun. Anyway, deep water scary. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it.
There was even a cardinal that I believe he died earlier this year, an Australian cardinal that was accused of some horrific things, and there's a lot of that going on as well. So that needs to be addressed, and I will call that out as well as calling out drag shows that are sexualizing kids, because all forms of child abuse, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a religious organization, or whatever, is wrong.
If you had kids, would you feel more comfortable leaving them at a drag time, story time, or with a clergy member?
You know, if I had kids, I would actually be with them all the time. I wouldn't leave them anywhere.
You would never leave them?
No, because, you know, as a parent,
hypothetically, you don't have to do it. I'm just talking hypothetically. Would you feel more comfortable leaving them with a clergyman, a member of the Catholic Church, or at the Bible Or sorry, the drag queen story time hour.
Again, neither. I wouldn't want to leave.
You aren't
kids.
the same kind of autism as Keffels then, because she's got raft autism and there is a big short. I don't think this in particular is an autism problem. This is just like a phobia problem. And I didn't understand phobias because I hadn't realized that I have this one. Like for it to feel like so viscerally like I am freaked out and this is not okay and I don't want to be here kind of moment. Like, yeah. I do need to get a blow high though. I could write it off for my taxes. I need one for sure.
It's just a theoretical. It's just theoretical.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, even if it was, leaving a
right,
kid.
Right, but you have to choose one. Which one do you trust more?
Well, I wouldn't leave my kid anyway. Like, I wouldn't leave a kid, and I think parents have a duty to protect
right, but
their
just
kids,
theoretically, which one would you choose?
I'm not going to answer that because
Right.
I wouldn't
You
choose
wouldn't.
either.
You wouldn't. Okay, let's put it this way. There's a dude named Barry. He's got kids, and he goes, I have no choice. I have to leave my kids either with the clergyman or at the drag show. I don't have a choice. Something crazy's happening. They're right next to each other. He says, where do I leave my kids? Where do you think Barry should leave his kids?
Well, again, I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
But Barry
unless
doesn't
they're
have a
with-
choice. He doesn't have a choice. He's in this horrible
But
predicament.
Ethan, I'm not Barry. I can't answer that
Well,
question.
he's
I'm not
asking
Barry.
you for advice. Quick, Ollie, where should I put my kids?
You put me on the spot. I wouldn't. As an adult, like I would say
Ollie,
to Barry,
as a
just be with your
Catholic,
kids.
as a Catholic, I find it very concerning that you are hesitant to even answer that question.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter whether it's a Catholic church, a drag show, or even an after-school club where it's, the teachers aren't present. I wouldn't leave the kid anywhere. I wouldn't leave the kid at some weekend activity, like a sports activity. I think the parents should always be there.
Right.
So it's not a question of a church versus...
Yeah, conservatives always evade these hypotheticals. They can't grapple with them because it would be obvious. Yeah, there's an obvious answer. If you came to LA, I've been to the real ocean, Knox. I've been to the real ocean. I can deal with beaches. I can deal with shallow water and beaches. The problem comes with if I was like 20 feet away from the edge of the beach, wherever that is in a given time. I understand that the tide changes where the beach actually is at any given moment. I have been to the ocean. I love the ocean. I love swimming. The sunlight is not my favorite. The sunburn is not great, but I can do that. It's the being in the middle of the ocean that I have a problem with. I can do swimming pools. I know some people with thalassophobia who have issues with swimming pools. I don't have issues with swimming pools. But yeah, it's the being in the middle of the ocean with nothing around, and when you go underneath the water, if I am in a place where I can still touch the bottom in the ocean, I think I'm all right. I think that's the line for me with my thalassophobia. Is if I go to the ocean, I don't really want to go very far away and swim. I can't deal with swimming. My feet need to be on the ground. No pools. Hot tubs are about as big as it gets for me. Yeah, we all have different limits for sure. Touch the bottom. True.
Whatever. It's a question of just in general, parents should always be with their kids.
But that's not reasonable. Parents can't always be with their kids. I mean, that's...
No, of course it's not always reasonable, but I'm just saying in an ideal scenario, because...
Oh, I wish that Ethan would have done this. I wish that he would have said, so if you could, on the one hand, send your kid to a Catholic school, or on the other hand, send your kid to a school that's a public school that regularly does drag queen story hours. Which school would you rather send them to? Because that's the one instance where, Ollie keeps saying, I won't be around, or won't let my kids be alone kind of thing. But you have to send your kids to school unless you are going to homeschool them, which is a possibility, but it fucking takes a lot of time and effort to do. Trust me. So yeah, I wish that Ethan would pull that one out, but I don't think he's going to. Got caught up in a riptide one time, and the loss of control was the biggest fear I experienced. Yeah, no, don't love it. In Ollie's ideal world, parents go to school with their kids. True, you gotta make sure that they're not teaching any weird stuff. It'd be the Catholic school. Yeah, probably.
Look, there are cases that happen, many cases that don't happen, but I'm just saying it's you've always got to be careful because there are people out
Well,
there
let's
that are
assume that you're a good
opportunists.
Christian and you say I'd leave them with the Catholic Church. We've talked about the number of kids who are doing irreversible transitioning in America. It's very, very small. We're talking like 250 a year by my estimate. And that's based on government data. I know you dispute it. You know, there's a recent report that came out in France, and the reason I bring this one up is just because
Yeah, there is a reason they support homeschooling. It lets them completely control what their kids learn and also lets them groom them. Right. Yeah, you can turn them into anything. Like if you just don't tell them about the existence of entire types of people and like they just have to deal with insane culture shock when they finally go to college. No, in Ollie's ideal world, moms would be stay at home and stuck dealing with the kids, period. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would be homeschool for sure.
the most recent and comprehensive one. It's quite disturbing. This came out, I believe, in 2021, called the Independent Commission on Sexual Abuse in the Church. It was a huge government commission to look at this openly and honestly and try to figure out what's going on. 2,900 and 3,200 clergy members were involved in sexual abuse of minors during that period in France. Okay. It's estimated that they abused around 330,000 kids. Now, if you do a percentage of that, and this is really kind of surprising to me, and tell me what you think. Assuming there are around 15,000 to 20,000 clergy members in France at any given time, the percentage of clergymen involved in abuse of minors would be 15 to 20%.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrifying. And also, there's in Ireland as well. There was a lot of abuse that was covered up, and no, it doesn't matter.
Seems like that affects more kids.
That is equally wrong. Whoever exposes kids, it doesn't matter whether it's a church or not.
Raping
a
a kid is equally as wrong as going to a drag show?
Look, it's equally wrong if someone abuses a kid. So that's what I'm saying here.
Okay.
So if a kid is being abused,
is there any
that
history of a
is
child
wrong.
being abused at a drag show?
When drag shows are sexually explicit,
Is that the same as
abuse.
raping them?
That is also child abuse. I'm just saying, if a drag queen performs a sexually explicit act in front of kids, that is abuse.
If we're worried about the kids, we're looking, you're a member of an organization, which by my estimate, which again, it's just an estimate, but 15 to 20% of the clergy members are sexual predators. Why is it that you're focused on the drag shows and not the Catholic Church, when per capita and the volume is way more in the Catholic Church?
Well, the specific organization, Gays Against Groomers, is focused solely on the issue of indoctrinating children, exposing them
The
to
question
sex.
was, why are you focused on that? You are a Catholic and you are focused, why are you partnered with Gays Against Groomers instead of doing work within the Catholic Church to fix this problem? Yo, there's some people who just came in. I appreciate you. Hit the like button. Even if you don't stick around and hang out with us, just hit the like button really fast. It's easy. If you want to, come hang out on luxander.net. That's where this chat is from. I'm like Vosh. I have my own little cute website. Love ya.
If it was called, Catholics Against Groomers, that would be focused on that issue. But it's a specific issue. Not every organization can focus on every issue, but their job is to expose a specific issue within a specific group. And granted, like you said, in France, there was in Ireland some horrific cases.
Ethan is about to get really mean. Oh, God, I hope so.
For the Pope and the Catholic Church to vigorously investigate that, because it's disgusting.
What other ways are you like Vosh? What are your opinions on horses? I don't even know that I am able to be fully honest about that on this platform. I will say that, I think that I concur. I think that I concur. That's I think that I'll just say that I concur with Vosh on the horses issue.
Disgusting for any person, whether a clergy member or not, to abuse a child. It's absolutely wrong, and it should be investigated to the full. And every single victim
It just
deserves
seems to
justice.
me a little disingenuous when you're going to point, let's say, you've got the whole hotel, a whole building, it's on fire, but you know, across, but in the backyard, there's like a doghouse that's on fire. There's no dog in it, by the way. It's just a small structure. And you're telling the fire department, we need to put out the doghouse fire. Don't worry about the fucking massive apartment building that's on fire. Let's put out the doghouse. To me, that seems like you're focused on the wrong thing. What's the point of focusing on the doghouse when the whole building is on fire, right?
Well, no, I mean, I talk up on my Twitter about all forms of abuse. If there's somebody that abuses a kid, you know, if there's a news story, I do share on that.
I want someone on his team to have like just a screenshot of the search parameters where it's like, Ollie London mentions Catholic Church 0 times, you know, like Catholic Church abuse 0 times.
I'm just saying the specific organization Gays Against Screamers focuses on a specific subject. But you're right, all forms of abuse are incredibly wrong, and they should also get light shed on them, 100%.
Are you interested in firearm deaths of kids? Because that's the leading death, actually, of kids in America today.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrific. What we see every day with schools being shut up, it's absolutely horrifying.
Right, but somehow the drag show.
Children should be. You know, Ethan, we're on the same page.
I just don't understand why the drag show is more pertinent, because you're doing a tour, right? You're doing all the right wings. You even wrote a book, for Pete's sake, called Gender Madness. Why is this topic so important when we're talking about protecting kids, and there's just these incredibly more pertinent issues? You know, firearm deaths, the leading cause of death in kids.
This is solid.
And you're talking about an organization with 15,
like this is him basically getting ready to call Ollie a big time grifter. Like it seems like that's where we're at. 126 likes, y'all. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Percent of sexual predators, by my estimate. I just don't understand the focus on the drag show. Don't you think that the conservative movement is overly focused on transgender issues?
Well, I mean, there's you've just highlighted there are so many different issues in the world, and you know, I'm trying to focus on one specific issue that we have seen a rise in the last few years, a very shocking rise, you know. But equally, the issue of kids in schools, that is horrific. Every kid should be protected and safe going to a school. Just like if a kid is at a church, they should be protected. No child should be getting abused. But, you know, I'm specifically focused on one subject right now.
And the question is why, Ollie? Answer the question of why. Why are you focused on this issue when it's such a small issue compared to the other ones? You're like, because I can make money on this issue is the answer.
Because, you know, I've struggled with gender ideology. I've seen the trend. This is my area.
I've struggled with gender ideology. Like, conflating gender dysphoria with gender ideology. Like, again, this concept that we transition because of an ideological position and not because of an innate feature of our humanity.
The right-wing apparatus is focused on that. Isn't that odd? I mean, it just seems odd that the entire right-wing apparatus is focused on trans issues. Do you find that odd? Why are they all so focused on trans issues?
Well, I mean, they talk about a lot of other issues as well, but what's happening at the moment is there is a lot of...
Right, they talk about a lot of issues, but I think we can all agree that that is that's kind of the most pertinent for them, right? Even in polls, even in polls, people say trans issues is the most important to them, of conservatives. Why is that?
Well, I mean, correct, because it is a very big subject right now, because we're seeing, you know, every day these news stories of children with horrific stories at gender clinics. We're seeing, you know, drag queens, not all drag queens, like I said, but we're seeing drag shows.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a relatively small number of people who are transitioning, and there is a manufactured outrage over it, and Ollie is participating. He's like, yeah, I jumped on this bandwagon because it's a popular issue right now, for sure. I will say I do like this art, though. I kind of like this art of the deer's antlers becoming a tree. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Where they're doing very sexually explicit things, and it's become a real recent phenomenon in the last few years, and it's rising every day. So the reason conservatives speak up is because it's a rising issue. They're trying to counter it before it gets even more out of hand, because, you know, we're seeing some very sad things. The Nashville police still haven't released the manifesto, but when Audrey Hale initially shut up that school, they said that the person's gender ideology may have played a role. They believe there was.
So, we're going to bring up the one transgender school shooter that has ever existed. Bullshit that it's an everyday a story kind of topic. It's inflated for bigotry. Absolutely, yeah. They're like artificially manufacturing a bunch of rhetoric about this, basically.
Oh, but that's silly. Because I mean, a lot of the have I mentioned that you're selling a lunchbox with a trans woman on it?
We're back to
I
here.
don't think you mentioned it, Ethan. No, I don't think you said it at all, actually.
Okay. So how do you just, if I haven't mentioned it, how do you just...
It's like, well, I'm actually going to go right back into that well, then.
Justify this?
I've already gone through it.
Oh, we have talked about it. Okay.
Oh, we have talked about it. Okay.
I'm just curious. Let me look at the photos. I mean, this is definitely for kids. It's pretty small. It can't even fit like a little bread in it, barely. And like, look how... I mean, these blueberries look monsters next to that. That's certainly for kids, right? Yeah. It's too small for
Just
an
a cute
adult.
lunchbox.
What's that?
No, it's for anyone that likes K-pop.
For anyone that likes K-pop.
Solid.
But grown-ups, I mean, my God, what are they eating for lunch? 5 blueberries?
No, I would buy that because it's cute. You know,
okay.
I think grown-ups like that.
Wait, you would buy a lunchbox with a trans woman on it? Why would you do that?
It's a K-pop. It's an image of a K-pop. I would buy it because it's cute. You know, I like K-pop stuff. I love Korean culture. It's a cute K-pop lunchbox.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, dude.
But clearly, you're not going to be buying it.
Well, just because I don't want to support you financially, like I said. Have you seen Bella Delphine's new merch? Interestingly, it looks quite similar to what it looks like.
Oh no. On that note, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. But I'll be back momentarily and then we can continue. It seems like it's getting funny again. So we have about, let's see, where are we at? We're at 2 minutes 13 approximately, and this part of the show ends at 2 minutes 37. So we have about like another 30 minutes. You can't make me hold it. You can't make me. The only way you can tell me what to do about whether or not I'm gonna go pee is if you donate like $500. If you donate $500, I will hold my pee for the rest of the stream, except I'm gonna go leave and pee now, and you won't even have the opportunity to donate $500. Ooh, baby, I'm back. Hello. Kind of wish I had a spare $500. It's actually a thing, right? It's you all. There is actually a kink about like watching people squirm because they have a full bladder and they are not going pee, right? Like there's a whole kink. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You sickos. Yes, sickos.
That's obviously you've just photoshopped that.
Oh, wait, how dare you accuse me
Oh
of
wait, no,
that?
I took off my headphones. I need those.
Excuse me, Ollie.
Kind of
I'll have you
obvious.
know that's defamation.
Kind of obvious.
Hold on.
That's obviously you've just photoshopped that.
Oh, wait, how dare you accuse me of that? Excuse me, Ollie.
Kind of
I'll have you
obvious.
know that's defamation.
Kind of obvious because it
Do you
says
think-
Olive Squad.
Do you think the New Testament is child appropriate?
Brianna, thank you so much for the $10 dono. I really appreciate that. How can any gender critical think their ideology is right when they have to push Ollie as a spokesperson? If there are so many D-trans people, surely they could find one who is credible. I don't think there's any willingness to interact with TERFs. Like, I don't think any real D-trans people want to be involved with TERFs. Because remember, a lot of D-trans people end up retransing later. TBH, I prefer this version of the shirt. True. Ain't nothing wrong with feet. I just personally am not into feet, and also I'm really turned off by people who are really into feet. You know? Sometimes I feel so lucky that I married someone who doesn't have any weird kinks.
Yeah, there's a great
It
teachings
is.
in the Bible
Yeah.
that it's all about kindness and loving thy neighbor. And helping
Roman
people.
1:26 to 27. For this reason, God gave them up to dishonorable passions. For their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women, and were consumed with passion for one another. Men committing shameless acts with men, and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. Why is it that you feel entitled to be gay? I mean, it clearly states.
Like I said,
Why are you gay? Oh no.
that
like
is, that is
Ethan, like I said earlier, this book was written, a long time ago, where ideologies were different, and
Ollie,
you can't
come
interpret.
on. We can't play that game where you pick and choose the
Ethan,
ones
you
you
can't
like. That's silly.
You can't interpret every single line and take it as gospel. You have to choose the bits that are relevant to modern society and that
You can't take it as gospel.
are relevant
Well, what's
to
the point
a
of doing
person,
the whole
about
God's
kindness.
word thing if you're just going to pick the ones you like? I thought God's word was infallible. You can't be like, yo, God, I love you and you're infallible and all, but this one, it's a little outdated. That doesn't make a lot of
people
sense
just
to
like
me.
Ethan, just like with other textbooks from religions like the Quran, people interpret it differently.
Timothy 1:9 through 1:10 says, understanding this, the law is not laid down for the just, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and sinners, for the unholy and profane, and for those who strike their father and mothers, for murderers, the sexually immoral, men who practice homosexuality, enslavers, liars, perjurers, and whatever else is contrary to sound doctrine.
No response?
What about Corinthians 6:9? Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. There's a lot of lines that speak against homosexuality, but not a lot of lines that speak against transgender. So why is it that transgender, you should be more concerned about the fact that you are a homosexual? That seems to be a great sin.
Well, again, like I told you, you don't have to interpret every single thing
But there's
from
a
the
lot.
Bible because
There's like a lot of anti-gay lines.
society. This was written in a time society
Okay, let
was
me ask you
completely
this
different,
then.
so
What's
you
the
can't
what's the
interpret every single
difference?
word, but you can choose parts of the Bible that are relevant to you
Oh,
and the
Ollie finally growing a little bit of a spine and like continuing to talk.
modern society and learn from them, like kindness, which is a very important message.
Do you think it's kind to tell a suicidal child that they can't transition?
Oh, what happened?
Did he bail?
He
Or is that
froze?
us?
Uh-oh.
Is that us?
Checking. I don't think he bailed.
A homosexual? Do we have internet?
Yes?
What's going
Are we
on?
live?
I hope so.
I hope so.
He's still in the Zoom.
But are we? I mean, our internet works, right? Yeah.
I like the music.
He just disconnected.
Oh, so he's gone. Was he
And
over
I'm
me?
back.
Oh, you're back. Okay,
the-
good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Ollie.
the Wi-Fi's gone, but I do have to go soon, Ethan, because it's
Let
quite
me
late
ask you
for me
this.
where I am.
I understand. Thank you for spending so much time with us.
You're welcome.
You say you learn to be kind in the Bible. Do you believe it's kind to tell a child that they can't transition?
No.
Sorry, I'll take it back and I'm gonna listen to that question again. OMG, and these homophobic verses didn't even mean gay people, they meant pedos. Yeah, like all like they were referring a lot of these ones to like with diddling little kids basically. So it's just like through translation, because sexual immorality did include homosexuality at various points. Suddenly, like that's the main message or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
But I think adults have a responsibility to help that child's mental health support. So whether that's therapy sessions,
If a child is suicidal, do you believe it's okay for them to transition?
Well, the problem with what you're saying is that's the argument that many gender clinics use to coerce parents to transition their kids. But you actually have to treat the real issues, which is maybe
Again, using transition as a verb to transition their kids. Dipshit.
kid is suffering from depression or they have struggles with other
What do you mean the
mental
real
health
issues? No, but this is a real issue. Kids are suicidal because of their gender dysphoria. I mean, that's a real issue.
But Ethan, what I'm trying to say is if you put a vulnerable kid that's already struggling with a mental health on very high doses of hormones or puberty blockers,
Well, no.
that is only
No,
that's only going to
that's
lead to more
after they
issues.
decide. That's after they decide. This kid is suicidal. The only way to save their life, as you hear from a lot of people, is to help them transition. What is wrong with that?
No, correct. You hear that a lot, but
Has it
people
ever
need to
happened?
address-
Has a child transitioning ever saved a child's life?
Now I can't breathe.
Well, you need to address the mental health issues. If a kid is
Has it
feeling
ever
that
saved
way,
a child's life?
Transitioning,
Yeah.
yes, of course, there will be cases where.
So if
kids
it
feel
saved
happy.
even one child's life, then where do you get off preventing this from happening? You say one child's all that matters.
This is a good
If you
question.
can admit to me that a child transitioning saved their life, even one of them, why would you support a movement that outlaws it? You support
many of the-
legislation that makes it illegal. Why is that?
Because firstly, these are kids; they cannot consent to this. They do
But it
not
saved their
understand
life.
the long-term consequences. But you don't look at what happens later down the line, Ethan, like 6 years down the
Ollie,
line.
we got to stick on this point. You said that transitioning has saved a child's life. Let's
No,
forget about
I'm
all
saying
the
there
other
will be
static.
cases-
Let's forget about all the other static. Why is it that you would want to outlaw a medical procedure that saved a child's life? That's
Because
not kind,
it's-
is it?
No, you have to support the kids' mental health, but you cannot put them on hormones.
Do
or
you
give them
believe that it
gender
should be
reassignment
illegal?
surgery.
Do you believe that it should be illegal for kids to transition?
I believe for medical transitions, it should be 18 plus. Yes.
Even if the kid is going to kill himself, as you admitted, it saved the child's life. You said that. So you believe
I'm
this
saying
kid
that-
should kill themselves rather than transition?
Absolutely not. Don't try to put words in my mouth.
Well, I'm
Kids need
just
mental
okay.
health
No,
support.
hey, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. I'm just trying to reconcile. You are saying on one hand that transitioning saved the kid's life, and also saying that transitioning shouldn't be allowed until they're 18 plus. So
I'm
this
just
child
saying,
has
you're
no
talking-
recourse other than to kill themselves in this hypothetical
Well,
situation we've created.
In this hypothetical situation, instead of that, actually take the kids to somewhere that's a safe place where they can be surrounded by therapists.
Right, they do
and
that. But
people.
again, I don't want to focus on the static because this is a real situation. And let's say, even if it's just one kid, again, let's stay focused here, Ollie. One kid saved his life. You're telling that kid you cannot get that procedure. That's correct?
I'm saying that kids can't consent to this. Kids need better mental health support, so there should be a focus on
18
mental
plus.
health
You're
support
saying this
rather
kid
than
cannot get the
medical
procedure that
transition.
saved his life. That's what you're
I'm
saying.
saying that it should. I'm saying that 18 plus for all procedures on kids because kids cannot consent, so they need mental health support instead.
Well, right. So the kid would kill himself.
No, you give the kid.
But then
mental
why
health
did you
support
say that
and
it
protect
saves
them.
kids' lives, Ollie? Don't you understand? You're
I'm-
not making
you
sense.
are- I'm
I do enjoy that he's calling out the inconsistencies, as pointless as it is.
saying that there will be some kids that may feel better and feel like their life
No,
has
no,
been
no,
saved
no, no,
after
no.
that. But
You agreed with me, Ollie, just a few minutes ago that transitioning has saved kids' lives.
oh, like anything in life, it can save lives. But also, a lot of people.
Like anything in
will
life?
become-
What does that mean?
Thing.
What
no,
else?
a lot of people will become suicidal later down the line because their body is completely messed up.
But that doesn't happen to trans kids who are forced to go through natal puberty. Some people might regret the things that they have happened to them when they are in a teenage mode of being. Like, whoa, I am so sick. I am so sick and tired of this. Like, you know, detransitioners might regret what happens to their bodies, but like, absolutely no gas for trans people who regret, like, absolutely no commentary on, like, so Ollie, you've had $300,000 worth of fucking reconstructive surgery, which is way, way, way more than most trans people spend on it, but still, you would condemn every trans person to tens of thousands of dollars in medical bills rather than let them have a $20 a month prescription. Like, I am becoming a violent person, and I gotta step back off of the rage before I commit TOS and get zuckered. If we alleviate their suicidality by letting them transition, they might be suicidal about it in the future. Okay, great. They are suicidal now. Exactly. Like, there is a problem now that we need to solve. but apparently, yeah, going through the wrong, quote, natural puberty is just as bad for a trans person. But when you try to point that out, like when you try to say, you know, body dysphoria for a trans teenager, like basically making them go through natal puberty is like making them experience body horror from the first person perspective. And people are like, how could you conflate natural puberty with body horror? Like, okay, tell me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about without telling me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, yeah, just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good. I had someone like not even respond recently. I was like, okay, so do you think that teenagers should not be allowed to have antidepressants? Because we recognize that depression is a naturally occurring thing, and so apparently it's bad to medicate it. You are not allowed to medicate children. Now, that's a totally separate. Yes, antidepressants are not usually tested on children, and they can make their condition worse. But yeah, I mean, people refuse to grapple with this. People absolutely refuse. Well, thank you, Slaps Hungry Bears. I appreciate it. Hearts. Okay, whoa, I'm just gonna yank out my earbud. Here we go. Let's keep going.
There, so many different issues with their health that they're not being informed about. So it's about
99% don't regret it.
No, I'm just saying that it's informed consent. Kids can't consent. If a kid is feeling that way,
kids can't consent to anything. What are we doing? We're not allowing them to. Kids can't consent to go to church. Kids can't consent to go to school. Kids can't consent to anything. We as parents make the best decision we can for the welfare of the kid. Don't you agree? I mean, this whole idea of consent is kind of moot when you consider all the things kids do in their lives every day.
Well, it's like a little kid that wants to be a dinosaur. Do you suddenly give them a surgery?
Do you think that wanting to be a dinosaur is comparable to gender dysphoria, which is a known medical condition?
I'm saying that some kids.
You said it's like kids wanting to be dinosaurs, Ollie. I don't understand the comparison.
Well, no, it is. It's like some kids change their mind about certain things. They're not mature enough to make these decisions.
Do you think wanting to be a dinosaur is comparable to being trans?
I'm saying if a 10-year-old kid dresses up as a dinosaur every day, they tell their dad they're a Tyrannosaurus.
Has that happened? Can you cite that happening?
You've been speaking about theoretical things. I'm speaking about
no. Well, we're talking about theoretical.
Would you transition a child?
We're talking about theoretical situations, but they are happening in the real world. There are kids whose lives are being saved because, and this is the small amount of kids who undergo it, very small amount, that do it under doctors' supervision and panels and stuff, that it's saving their life.
He's got to go into, he keeps saying panels and stuff. He needs to elucidate the fact that, like, this surgery only ever happens after years of therapists and doctors, Like, this is, like, Ethan is not doing a good job of articulating that point. Not that it fucking matters, but yeah.
This is happening, okay? People are not, as far as I know, and maybe you can correct me, saying I'm a dinosaur, I need to transition into a dinosaur.
No, I'm saying, kids want different things. They don't understand or comprehend.
I notice you're saying I'm saying a lot. You say things, but you don't like to stay accountable to it. You say, no, I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this. Why won't you give me definitive answers?
Well, I'm equating it. You know what? It is the same. If a child wants to be a dinosaur, you don't cut off their
it's the same
body part.
It's the same.
It's the same as being
gender.
It's the same as medically transitioning a child and giving them surgery.
Good. I'm glad you said that. Gender dysmorphia is a known medical condition. Is there any literature about transitioning to be a dinosaur? Not that you know. Right, but you said it's the same, but clearly it's not, right? Because
no, I'm equating
transitioning is accepted.
I'm equating a kid. Sorry, I'm equating a kid identifying in a different way. You don't just suddenly say, if a kid feels a certain way, oh, we're going to do this operation, we're going to give you hormones. Kids
of
can't
course,
consent.
that doesn't happen,
generally
Ollie.
feel like that
doesn't happen.
Do it as an adult.
That doesn't happen. You have a child who's experiencing gender dysmorphia so severe that they're going to kill themselves.
He's stimming a lot right now. Like his tension has increased. He's doing the little throat thing a little bit more than he usually does.
Dysphoria, excuse me. They're undergoing panels and doctors and stuff. And this kid, we know, and this is...
No, I know what it is. I just noticed that it comes and goes. Like he stims more other times than others. Like he has like whatever that thing is in your brain that makes it go. There's times when it's more elevated, and right this moment of tension, he's doing it more.
Happen. Either we intervene or the child kills themselves. What's your decision?
Most kids grow out of gender
That's not what I
dysphoria, so-
asked. Why can't you answer? Most kids
No,
do
I'm
not
saying
grow
most
out of
kids-
gender dysmorphia. Not only 99. Oh, that's a small number of them, and 99% who get the operations don't regret it. You have to answer this, Ollie. This is important. If there's a child that's going to kill itself unless it gets gender-affirming care, what is your decision? Let
Well, there's
them
a study-
give them the treatment or not?
No, you give them mental health support instead. You do not.
No.
put a kid on hormone
No.
sensitivity blockers.
That's not what I'm asking. If this kid is suicidal, which is a known phenomenon, this happens. Do you?
He really needs to, if he's really trying to hammer this in, he needs to say, like, they only are being greenlit for the surgery after psychiatric evaluation. Like, none of these children go there without psychiatric evaluation, you know? He's not doing a good enough job of hitting on that.
You let them get the treatment, or do you make them wait till they're 18?
You give them other support instead. That's
So they
my
kill
answer.
themselves.
No, they.
How is
no,
that
you prevent
kind,
that because
Ollie?
you give them mental health.
How is that kind that you're letting children kill themselves instead of letting them get
Ethan,
gender-affirming,
really-
life-saving care, which, by the way, happens only irreversible gender care, gender surgeries and stuff, only happens like 250 times a year.
No, it doesn't. It happens.
Well, you have
thousands of
no
times, actually.
statistics to back that up.
You have no statistics
the
to back that.
clinic-
I fucking love that. You're just saying that. You have no statistics to back that up. You're like, I have statistics from the government that say how often these surgeries are happening, and you have nothing. Nothing. Okay, we only have 11 minutes left.
In Oregon, I can send you the statistics of. There's a clinic in Oregon that does at least 300 surgeries on kids a year. So that's just one
That's
clinic.
impossible. That's not true.
There's 60 clinics in the U.S. that are pediatric.
Oh, over
gender
years,
clinics
over
that are
years. Yes,
transitioning
60
kids.
over years. So, but again,
No, I'm
there's
saying-
50 million kids in America, Ollie. That's not a lot.
But I'm saying there's 60 gender clinics that are performing these surgeries every single week across the country. So look it up and see how many.
Let's say that of the 1,000, there's 10 kids who are going to kill themselves. Do we let them get this treatment or not?
Again, you give the kids mental health support.
You're choosing for them to kill themselves, Ollie.
No, I'm not. Don't
Yes, you
try to
are.
say that because
But you
a very
are.
sensitive
But that's
subject.
what you're saying, Ollie.
I'm not saying
That
that.
is
Ethan.
what
I'm
you're saying.
give the
You're
kids-
denying them life-saving, gender-affirming care.
No, I'm saying give the kids mental health support. Until
Yeah,
they
you're
can
you're saying
become an
use
adult.
this avenue that doesn't work, that's not going to work to prevent you from killing yourself.
I really wish that he would bring up that, like, if you want your kid to go to therapy instead of transitioning, then what you're doing is sending them to a conversion therapist. You know, Ethan is out for blood, fucking not letting up, and I love it. Yeah, I kind of hope that Ollie, like, is angry and exits the call angrily at the end. That's what I want. I want Ollie to hang up.
So you're telling them you cannot have the antidote that's going to save your life. You can only do the therapy that I approve of. You can only do the therapy that I say is okay for you, Ollie. You went through this whole gender transition. Why do you deny people the journey that you yourself had?
because I had that journey as an adult, and even though I regret it, I was an adult. But kids cannot consent. So I'll say it again:
Kids
should
can't
not be on
consent
any
to
form of
anything.
torment.
Kids can't consent to
Yes,
anything.
But Ethan, this is irreversible. We're not just
No,
talking
it's
about
not.
something-
Sometimes it's not. Most of the times it is reversible. And
No,
and
when
when,
you-
it's not reversible, it's done under extreme care, under doctor supervision. You want this kid to kill themselves, Ollie. How do you live with that? How do you
Ethan,
betray the
please-
community, the trans community that you're a part of? You sold yourself out for some attention and some money, and you are dooming kids to kill themselves. How do you live with that? Before it was
Ethan,
cute, silly stuff about transracial and BTS and pop stuff, and it was just silly nonsense about little racist stuff about Korean people having tiny penises. But now you're actually delving into transphobic, violent transphobia that is going to result in kids dying. You're going to have to reckon with that, Ollie.
No, absolutely not. You're trying to paint me out as saying
I'm
this.
only
I'm trying
saying
to say
what
that
you
kids
said.
cannot consent. No, Ethan,
Kids
I'm not
can't
saying
consent to anything.
Took the hat off. Here it comes. Oh yeah, he's getting heated for sure. He's really the things have really switched of. Like he's like going for it. I'm here for it, Ethan. Dude, come on.
Kids cannot consent to irreversible hormones or surgeries, Ethan.
Okay, a kid
They
needs to
cannot
get his
consent
leg
to that.
removed because he has leg cancer. Should he be able to get the leg removed?
Or if he has a cancer, yes. But I'm
Okay,
saying
so
that
what's the
you
fucking
can't-
difference? He can't consent to have his leg removed. That's irreversible.
Well, many of these kids are being pushed into it. Many grow out of gender dysphoria. If you Google
Dick,
right
but
now,
I'm
it's Canadian
telling
stuff.
you, kids kill themselves if they don't get this treatment. In the rare case that it's that severe, about 250 a year.
Well, show me. Okay, pull up a case then.
I'm sure we can do that. That's not a problem. Give me 1 second. Gender affirming care is mental health support.
Thank you for
Right.
saying it.
There are other ways.
It's
There are
actually
other ways of helping kids.
the American Institute of Psychiatry and Kids Health Pediatrics, they all agree that the correct care for children with dysmorphia is gender affirming care. Do you know more than Pediatrics Association and Psychiatrists Association?
Yeah, because all of these
You do know
companies
more.
they made $2.2 billion transitioning kids last year. So it's a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of powerful.
So people
lobby
make money from it. So therefore, we shouldn't let kids save their lives.
No, you can provide. I'm not going to keep going on about this same thing. You can provide kids with the right mental health support that doesn't include putting them on harmful hormones that can cause irreversible issues. And when they
You're
become
right. We should
adults-
make it free. You're right. People shouldn't be charged for it.
Based. That's based. Oh, did he disconnect? No, he's blinking. Then we should make it free. He's just got nothing to say.
No.
No, I'm just not going to keep going on about the same thing, Ethan. I need to go anyway. It's quite late.
Ollie, I want to tell you something.
Oh God, here we go. What are we doing? Oh, let's go.
You really have sold your soul in this one. You know what I mean? Like before, it was
Ethan,
cute
I
and
haven't sold
innocent,
my
but this
soul. I'm
new
trying to
one
help
is
people.
really sick. And I mean, the
Ethan.
galls of you to sell a fucking lunch pail with a trans person on it while telling people that they're grooming kids. I mean, you're just a fucking hypocrite, dude.
Ethan, you said some horrific comments about Ben Shapiro saying that he should be gassed, like in the Holocaust. So you shouldn't be.
I didn't say
lecturing people
that.
on what to say.
I said,
you
I'll tell you exactly what I said. And how dare you say such a... I don't care.
said that.
I made a
about- no,
joke
Ethan,
that
you said about Ben Shapiro.
he's perpetuating anti-Semitism, and therefore, if there's another, then he can go, and I'd be
But it's
happy
not something to joke
I'd be
about,
happy to
Ethan.
go
It's
right
not
behind
something
him.
to joke
I am
about.
Jewish though.
I would be happy to go right behind
No,
him.
I know that, but I'm just saying it's not something to joke about. So, when you're trying to criticize for me for certain things,
So-
you've also said some things that are very harmful as well.
Well, hold
so you
on.
should also take accountability.
So you're admitting that what you say about trans people is offensive?
No, I'm talking
Well,
about
how
my
is it
past
comparable to
behaviors
what I
have
said?
been harmful. I'm talking about my past behaviors, have been harmful.
I'm
but
not talking
addressing
about
that
your
now
past
and
behavior.
help
I'm
people.
talking about what you're doing now that endangers children, because you're trying to make a
Now
quick
I'm helping
buck.
people. Now, no, I'm helping people, Ethan.
You're helping Tucker Carlson spread propaganda that's going to kill trans people. And you're selling a book called Gender Madness. After you how long have you been how long have you been a man? How long have you been detransitioned? And you're writing a book already?
It's been 7 months.
7
But I
months,
would-
Ollie? I mean, you were
Ethan,
trans
I-
for years. How are you going to spend 7 months as a man and then presume to tell people how to live their lives? That doesn't even make sense, Ollie.
I swear I
dare
can
you,
see his pulse through the screen.
7 months? That's not enough time to give me an informed decision about what it means to transition, especially when you lived as a
Well,
trans person for so long.
Yeah, but the book is about how I got to where I was, what led me to that, and how people struggle with different identities. It's actually a self-help book, so it's very positive, empowering
Gender
about
Madness.
different ways people can help themselves.
Gender Madness. Here's your best friend, Jamie Mitchell, who's the founder of Gays Against Groomers, supporting. Well, here, just watch.
What's happening now would make, I think Joseph Mengele, I believe that was his name, the Nazi
I
doctor.
believe that was his name. I don't like. She's not even informed enough to confidently say who it is that she's referring to.
This puts him to shame.
Do you believe that's an appropriate analogy?
Well, Joseph Mengele tortured and performed horrific medical procedures on kids. You know what
Jewish
they're doing
kids
today.
during the Holocaust.
He also committed a genocide against trans people, by the way.
He committed a genocide against trans people as well.
He killed a
Well,
lot
if
of
jokes
LGBT
about the
people.
Holocaust are off the limit, Ollie, let's be consistent.
They are basically using an entire generation.
How dare you?
Of children as lab rats for this sick ideology, and
She sounds
they're full
like
steam
him right now.
Like
any abuse of kids,
within
any experimentation on kids is wrong.
And a threat to that.
You've been very open about, your conservative voice as well. Is it hard to be, to have a conservative voice now?
Yeah, I mean, I am personally conservative. I've actually had an online presence as the Gay Who's Straight on Instagram primarily for over 6 years, and we.
Do you believe that doctors are performing Nazi-like experiments on trans kids?
Doctors are experimenting on kids.
To what end? What is the experiment?
Any medical mutilation on kids is bad, and
An experiment underlies a thesis. What is their thesis?
I'm saying there's no long-term data on how does this affect a kid's
Yes, there
body
is.
20 years
99%
down the
don't
line.
regret it. 27.
How does this affect a kid 20 years down the line? Because
They're happy.
we see issues.
99% are happy.
We see issues with
27
their bone density. Look at the study by Dr. Bradley, Canadian. She was the pioneer for performing these gender-affirming cares on kids.
What if I
since
told you Dr.
1970.
Bradley was a quack?
Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Corpse Candy. I appreciate it. Enjoy your dicks.
Well, they're all quacks. Anyone that experiments on kids in the first place is a quack.
All right, Ollie. We're gonna anyway. Thank you for spending your time. I do appreciate you coming on.
No, it's good to talk.
It was something. But I do think that since God created,
No, Ethan,
God created
what
trans
you're saying.
people. You know what I mean? And when kingdom come, you're gonna have to answer for what you're doing. This is not kindness.
Look,
Jesus
I
does
get
not
the
hate trans kids.
Jesus doesn't hate anyone, but what I've been saying throughout the interview, and we've spoke about this already, is I'm simply speaking up about we shouldn't do this to kids. I know you're trying to make the argument that this can lead to.
It's not
kids
happening to
taking their
kids,
lives.
Ollie. It's 250 a year.
It's not 250.
Yes, it
there
is.
are thousands.
You're just making that up. That's bullshit.
No, you can look on Google.
I've
people can
looked up
research
every
thousands
single
and
thing you've
thousands
said.
of
I
factors.
fact-checked every single thing you said. It's all propaganda. It's all lies.
But look at
I've
Dr. Gallagher in
systematically
Miami.
dismantled every single point you have.
But you can look at Dr. Gallagher in Miami and see how many operations she does on kids. That's just one clinic. There are 60 clinics plus that are doing this. So imagine every single clinic added up. They're profiting from this. It's $70,000 they make from a girl
All right,
to
Ollie
a boy.
London, who is in favor of kids killing themselves. Thank you for calling. But
It's not even funny to joke about things like that.
Oh,
It's
I'm not
even
joking,
nice.
my friend.
Ethan, I've been talking about mental health support. That's the real issue here. We need to help people with their struggles and not be putting them on medication.
Ollie London,
wrong,
who's in
but anyway.
favor of kids killing themselves.
Ethan, not cool. Right. Anyway, thank you for your time
Well,
today.
it is not cool,
and-
actually. That's putting it mildly. It's actually demonic.
No, it's not. It's not cool that you're trying to say that I'm pro for
But
that.
that's
You're just
literally
putting
what
words in
you're
my mouth
doing.
for
It's what
clickbait.
you've said, my friend.
No, it's not. It's about. I've been saying about we need to give mental health support instead of putting all of these kids on
Gender
hormones. But
affirmation
anyway,
is mental health support.
we'll agree to disagree, and good luck.
Okay, you're a demon.
Have a good night.
Someone on the team said, "Have a good night."
Well done.
Oh
I don't
man.
know. I don't know if we got anywhere with him because
After interview, debrief, and discussion,
he's like-
I'm gonna watch that myself later. I'm gonna watch the debrief and discussion myself later because I would enjoy that. But we're not gonna watch another half an hour of this content because we have spent so much time on this already. But man, oh, it was so good. Oh, I gotta stretch my leggies. Oh, my leggies needed a stretch. Oh god, okay. Ugh. Man, that's so fucking solid though. Like I love that Ethan has a team that can fact check actively through the thing. And that they're in like communication with him the whole time. Like it's really good. I need more. The mental health support for trans kids is literally gender affirming care. What a grifter. Ethan W. Yeah. Ethan Klein is one of the like most hardcore, outspoken trans allies at this point. Like, given that he talks about this fairly regularly now, and that he goes so hard and his team is so good at getting the information together and everything, like, you know, he makes his little jokes. He makes his little jokes about cutting off his penis because it touched the toilet bowl, you know, but I really think that he's a cool dude, and I like him a lot, and I appreciate what he does. Yeah. Let's see. Is there any other stuff that we should talk about today? Or do we want to, like, I feel like, do we have anything else that we really need to go over for Ollie London? I have not, I've literally never ever, like, watched Ollie London before. I've never even consumed any content from him, but I knew that, like, I know who he is generally, but this is basically the only time I've ever responded to his existence on the stream, and I doubt that I will talk about it more on the stream. I like the new Ethan Trans Ally arc. Yeah, it just is the thing that makes the most sense. I also totally love ripping off Ethan's, the phrase that he uses. Like, when I'm saying something kind of fucked up to someone, but I want it to not become a conflict, sometimes I go like, with peace and love, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, just misusing Ethan Klein's little phrase. I think, and I picked it up when he was like, I think with peace and love, you're too sensitive to watch this show. Back when we were talking about this, like, the homophobic jokes that he made, you know? Yeah. Like, he could have articulated some points better. Like, when kids get surgery, it's because they've already gone through, it's because they've already gone through a lot of therapy and everything. I didn't know that was his thing. I hear Aiko say it all the time. I'm not familiar with Aiko, and I don't know who started it, but I know that I picked it up from Ethan. That's just where I first heard it from. He's like, I think with peace and love, you're too sensitive to watch my show. Oh my god. Ugh, my eyeballs. Man, we've had a pretty good stream today. Aiko rules, another streamer. Yeah, I thought that it was a streamer. I like how he said that he is helping Tucker Carlson, and let me tell you, that was one of the biggest transphobic propaganda pushers. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be great to have Tucker off the air. I'm not sure where he's gonna end up next, but as long as he's not on actual cable news, I think that his message is gonna be heavily restricted. Not that they won't replace him with someone. It was from Ethan. Ringo Starr says it a lot, and it became a soundbite. Okay. Nice. He kind of said, like, you know, these kids go through panels, but he didn't specify with enough detail what he meant by that. Because Ollie kept saying they need to go to therapy instead, and Ethan didn't say they've already done therapy, and the therapist has concluded that gender affirmative care is the way to resolve the mental health issues. Like, he could have articulated that a lot more clearly. These transphobes are getting absolutely dunked on lately. Like, damn. I do think, like, this is one of the most important things we can do when we're combating fascism. And yes, transphobia is fascist. You have to make them look ridiculous because that undercuts their power, you know? The more you can, like, not only counteract their factually incorrect information and show to a gigantic audience, like, I'm pulling my statistics from the government on how many surgeries are happening, and you're just saying, oh no, it's way more than that. Oh, it's way more than that. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Yeah, he tacked on right at the end that gender-affirming care is mental health support. Yeah, but he didn't substantiate that in the way that I would have liked for him to. But it didn't matter. It's not like he was gonna convince Ollie. Every time Ollie got pinned down on something, he just kept squirming around and wouldn't fucking yield. Transphobia is the root and starting point of fascism. Institute for Sexual Wizardcraft. Yeah, I mean, I think that it starts with disabled people, you know? I'm not entirely sure that we would have a successful, I don't know that we would be having this successful anti-medicine movement if we hadn't already had a successful anti-medicine movement with regards to COVID and disability. You know, like we have, and the vaccines and stuff. Like, I mean, really, truly, I think a lot of, wow, that's a realization I just made in real time. The most, like the starting point for this medical disinformation and like this not trusting doctors and all this shit started with anti-autistic vaccine propaganda. Like the idea that like vaccines and like that you should distrust the doctors who say that you need these vaccines on this timescale. And I do not mean the COVID vaccine. I mean MMR. Like I'm referring to the MMR scare that like, oh, if you give these kids shots, then they'll become retarded. Like, you know, I think that is kind of the nexus from which, like, that's the like the starting point from which then you have, you know, anti-COVID propaganda, like, you know, anti-COVID in the sense that people are downplaying its severity, and you have anti-vaccine propaganda related to COVID, and then like the continuing mistrust toward expertise in the medical field. I truly do think you could probably trace the current anti-trans movement as far as the medical excuses that they're using. And so therefore, the root of fascism is kind of like this against disabled people thing. I truly do think that the disabled are the canary. Like, they are the first. When it's like, first they came for blank, every fucking time it's disabled people. Yeah, my parents blamed my autism on the MMR and then did the classic autism speaks bullshit with me. Yeah, wonderful. Us Brits gave you the MMR scare too, though that's a truly wild story of doctor trying to push his own vaccine and getting disbarred. Yeah, I know, Brianna. I've seen the H-Bomber guy video. He's got a big, long video about vaccines, and it's like, the guy didn't even think that vaccines are bad in general, but that he was trying to get people to stop using the combined MMR vaccine so that he could sell them individual, here's one for measles, here's one for mumps, here's one for rubella. I think fascism starts with austerity politics, IMO. But disabled people are impoverished. Like, and like austerity, you know, the kind of cuts that get made tend to be ones that are like, oh, you know, most people will be fine unless you like need access to extra things. What's so frustrating about these debates is we get dragged for any emotionality we show, but our source-backed facts just do not resonate with them anyway. They don't want to understand. Yeah, keep in mind, y'all, anytime you have a debate like this with Ethan Klein versus Ollie London or anything like that, our point is not to convince the other person. Like, that's never the point. The point is to, like, convince people who might be on the sidelines. The point is to convince, the point is to reinforce, like, the beliefs of people who agree with you. I don't believe in hell, but I kind of want to reinvent it so that Andrew Wakefield can go there. Honestly. Yes, the first target to the Nazis were disabled people, and they hung them. It starts with anything that doesn't fit the mole. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Yeah, I mean, I think that hatred of disabled people is at the root of all these issues. You know, trans people, they accuse us of being mentally ill. Guess what? That means that they hate us for our intrinsic disability from their perspective. Like, people consider being gay to be being like, you're a faulty, incomplete version of a real man. You know, if you're a homosexual, they're like, you're a defective man. Healthy males show a healthy attraction towards people of the opposite sex. So it's like being unhealthy. That is not the F word I thought you were going to say. We drop slurs sometimes. It happens. Fascists won't win until there's literally only one of them. You held onto that F for a little long before saying faulty. I couldn't think of the word. I have a friend that actually had a rare vaccine reaction as a baby. The effect is she is deaf now. She always says better to be deaf and vaccinated than dead. Fucking men, dude. Like, amen, right? Not just defective, but corrupted on their eyes. Yeah. Like, I think a lot of these things, you know, racism and sexism and transphobia and homophobia, I think fundamentally they are ableist. Like, if you really dig down into it, what is the fundamental problem that people have with people who are different than them? Like in these ways, like when you try to reinforce your hatred of black people by saying like, oh, you know, we have different like drinking fountains because we are fundamentally biologically different to one another, then like what you're appealing to is a biological, or rather like a biomedical distinction, where like you are genetically superior to black people, like black people have inferior genes, is fundamentally, I think, at play. Eugenicist values. Exactly. It's all eugenics. I think literally every single one of these things comes back to eugenics and comes back to being against the existence of disabled people. Next time someone says they're a Trump supporter, I will just say, oh, so you're a fascism supporter? Oh, I mean, I think if you say a fascism supporter, you should just say, oh, so you're a fascist. Don't say fascism supporter. Just say, oh, okay, so you're a fascist. Thanks for telling me. I want to say that Katie Montgomery is doing a good job debunking the LGBT Alliance and debunking transphobic propaganda. I do. I think Katie Montgomery she's got a really powerful voice in this. And I need to get in touch with Jimmy Snow and actually organize some time that I could go on the line. Or maybe I need to talk to, maybe I should talk to Katie about it. I'm not sure, but I would love to go on the show with her. Started to realize over the last few years that fascism was never fully defeated but absorbed into society. American culture has generally been pretty fascist. We're just like covert about it. Being cishet is an awful disability. So many unwanted pregnancies. Did you watch the newest Knowing Better video about Christian Scientists? I have not. I'm not familiar with that show. The fact that perceived inferiority always leads to expectation to exploitation instead of protection speaks to the ableism angle. Yeah, they don't think, oh, these people are mentally ill, so we should help them. They go, oh, these people are mentally ill, so we should restrict their rights even further. Maybe I'm shitty for this, but I want to see you rip apart the transphobic callers. I mean, there's a reason, yes, the Transatlantic Call-In Show, I only want to go on there because it will allow me to exercise my aggression out on people. And I mean, I like Katie Montgomery. You know, I like her, and I would love to do a show with her. Gotta bail for a bit, but I'll see you again soon. I don't know how much longer we're gonna keep going. I mean, I don't have any plans to end stream right now because I'm enjoying the conversation. But it has been, I started this whole shindig at fucking 12, and then I had to quit stream temporarily in order to troubleshoot leftist audio issues. So we've been actually streaming for like 3 hours, 3.5. So, you know, my voice is getting tired. But I would love to go on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I'll get in touch with Jimmy this week and see if I can get on there. Because I do want to I want to argue sometimes with people. We don't foster an environment here that results in like, I don't know, maybe I just need to get really big and famous, and then I'll be like Vosh with an like overwhelming deluge of requests to debate me, and then we'll be able to have fun debates while I play World of Warcraft or something. I'm gonna start working on replacing my computer, because get in Twitter fights. I know, listen, I'm trying to be on Twitter less, but I am currently embroiled in several arguments on Twitter. Like, here, let's see. Okay, here's one person that I was arguing with, and here's another person that I'm in the middle of arguing with, and here's another person that I'm in the middle of arguing with. You know, like, I do get in Twitter fights. It's not as satisfying as being able to, like, be angry with your mouth. That's a very monkey's paw kind of wish, Lux. Do it. Listen, I saw you demolish people in YouTube comments once. On my own YouTube comments, I am vicious. I am... oh, man. I'm like, shut the fuck up, mouth breather. Like, I'm fucking mean in my own YouTube comments. Sometimes I do just delete people. You know, I just, so you know, I'm not overwhelming myself by a lot of negative bullshit. Pretty sure they had regular guests, so it's not just Katie and Arden all the time, so you surely could. Yeah, I mean, Jimmy already reached out to me, like, last year about it. We just haven't ever, organized it. So I know Katie's, like, the main host, and Arden, is one of the other main hosts, but I feel like generally it's, like, Katie and then someone else. Like, usually Katie's the one who hosts along with the guest. But yeah. I'm gonna skip the ad play this time. Monkey's paw. Let the monkey's paw curl, though. Like, what is it? It's usually 3 fingers on the monkey's paw. And then, so it's like, I want to be as famous as Vosh so that people want to debate me. Like, you know, whatever horrendous thing happens, if I'm making Vosh bucks, I think I'll fucking be okay. Listen, if I made, like, twice as much money as I currently do, I would be living free. Honestly. Oh, what did you do? What have you will have done? There you go. I unmuted you, Brianna. You used too many emojis. Also, hello, Emma. Hi. Dr. Ben is basically the 3rd host. Josie Caballero, and even Aaron Reed have also hosted. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if Jimmy was offering for me to host or just for me to. I don't want to host the show. I don't think. I just want to be a guest. I mean, I guess that would be me co-hosting the show. I don't want to be the primary, most important host on the show. I think there was a Josie once. Yeah, Josie Caballero. She does a lot of good political work, for sure. Hi. I was asking, what would you do as a forfeit? I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what that means in this context. I don't think I've ever heard the phrase before. Yeah, guest host. I want to be a guest host. That would be lovely. Oh, like a punishment? Wait, for what? I'm so confused. My ADD has popped off and I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Did Jimmy ask you on the show? Yeah. Sometime last year he suggested to me that I could come on the show, and I just haven't been like, hey, let's actually get a date down. So I just gotta message him. I've been friends with Jimmy. I became a patron on Jimmy's Patreon, like, when he had 700 subscribers. Oh, what would be the monkey's paw? Oh, yeah, what would be the forfeit on the monkey's paw? Okay, thank you for helping me understand the question. Yeah, well, and I'm not even really a fan of Jimmy at this point. I'm like, we're friends. Like, I got to know him, and then we became friends, and we were really close friends for a short period of time, and then we just stopped talking as regularly, and so now we're just, like, friends who used to be super close, you know? But nowadays, he only, like, he mostly calls me when he has electrical questions, and I'm like, I need to start charging you for this. Guess Toast. They do a game at the end of Takis where Super Chats will give points to each host, and the loser will do something silly. Like Ben ate an entire lemon, rind and all once. Ooh! I didn't know that they did that kind of game. I've only watched a couple episodes, and I may not have watched all the way to the end. I have friends and family who will only reach out when they have technical questions. It's like, yeah, I appreciate that we're friends still, but I also, like, really don't want to be answering questions about electrical stuff. Like, I don't want to be an electrician. Like, I tried and it didn't go well and I didn't like it and I don't like thinking about it. But I have the information in my brain, so... Mostly he's like, how can I get away with installing this thing without, have it be barely legal? That's the questions that he asks me is, how can I do this and have it be code compliant? And I'm like, well, you're not allowed to do this. You could do this. And he's like, what if I did this other thing that you didn't suggest? And I'm like, well, you could only do that if you did it exactly this way. And he's like, okay, so instead, what if I did this other thing? And I'm like, no, you can't do that. That's how troubleshooting goes when Jimmy asks me electrical questions. I'm like, that's not code. You can't do that. How not to die precisely. Yeah, like when my friends ask me about biochem, just because I know a lot about it doesn't mean I like teaching it. I had family who would call for basic computer questions. They stopped after I came out, though. Very interesting. Interesting. Anyway, if you haven't yet, I know we're winding down a little bit now, but go ahead and hit the like button. If you're on your way out, hit the like button before you go. We appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us. No one ever asks me about history. I don't even know that I would have the self-restraint to not answer questions about transness without a consulting fee. I'm so free about giving my info away. The cyborg queer menace. Queer cyborg menace. I gotta close Twitter before I start kind of compulsively,
There is only one thing.
shush, before I start, like, compulsively responding to tweets that I don't want to listen to right now. A child. Yeah. I still had that meme open from earlier. Oh, goodness gracious. We still have 73 people in here watching. That's amazing. That's amazing. Amazing. Is there anything... What should we do? We still have so many people here. What should we talk about while we still have so much vibrant energy? You know, it's been a decent stream. We've made, like... I think there was another donation that didn't come up on screen. So we've made, like, probably almost $100 today. That's always good. Good stream day. I just joined. What's up, Hales? Hello. We are only here because it's you that's amazing. Aw. Oh, thank you. Thank you. More Ron DeSantis. There was another mass shooting. Can you... Somebody tell me what happened at this mall? Was there a mass shooting at a mall? Hey, Ms. Nightshade. Just wanted to say hello and thank you for speaking up and speaking out. Well, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate you. Thank you for being a subscriber. What is a cool history fact? The expansion of the strength of the American state in the early republic coincided with and was justified by fears of white people over free blacks. Otherwise, small government early Americans were fine with the expansion of the state if it meant surveilling free former slaves. This might be why no one asks me. My answers are depressing. I mean, history is depressing, I think is what it comes down to. You know, it's like I was trying to tell my partner yesterday, I'm like, I feel bad sometimes because, like, if I just grapple with the world as it actually is, which is a terrible place, then I come across as, like, negative, but I'm just being realistic, you know? It's not, like, my fault that the world is bad. And that's, like, something that I struggle with. Like, the idea that people don't like me or don't like being around me because, oh, I'm just so negative all the time. Like, I'm sorry that the world is negative, but you not paying attention to it doesn't make it better. I heard about the mall, but before I could look it up, I learned about the guy who ran over a bunch of people at a homeless shelter. Very normal country. I did not hear about the homeless shelter thing. That's new to me. Yeah, a gift shop at the gun range, a mass shooting at the mall. That line almost always makes me cry when I'm singing that song, the Bo Burnham song. Gift shop at the gun range, a mass shooting at the mall. Almost always makes me choke up a little bit. Well, thank you, Ms. Nightshade, for calling me likable. I think I'm likable. I really don't know how I could have a career as a streamer if I wasn't somewhat likable. Unless you're all hate followers. I've found you out. I've discovered you. You're only here because you think it's funny to watch this troon rage about everything all the time. How dare you? Thank you for your donos. You know what? I'll take hate donos. I want to go on the line as well and argue with gender critical people. Yeah, it would be fun. Wasn't that Food Not Bombs that got run into? Did someone, like, drive their car into a homeless shelter? Like, is that what, like into it? Why do I need your stream for that? I have a mirror. Oh, no. No. Car at homeless shelter? Killed one volunteer. Deadly crash in Brownsville, Texas. Crash. Brownsville, Texas. 7 dead after car runs into pedestrians. At a Texas bus stop? Is this the thing? While waiting at a bus stop? No, this is something else. Car crash, homeless, shelter. Oi, Victor, how's it going? Is it the same story? Yeah, 7 dead in Texas after driver crashed into group near migrant shelter. Yeah, so... Whoa, I don't... Please, no. No, 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 no. Leave me alone. Just no. 7 killed, multiple injured after driver crashes into bus stop near Texas migrant shelter. Police reportedly said it is looking more and more like an intentional act. 7 people dead, 11 more injured. A driver ran a red light and struck a group of people at a bus stop. The crash happened at 8:30 a.m. Are you just, like, still drunk? Is that, like... But it wasn't an accident, apparently. The mirror doesn't let you fin dom it. That's true. Says a lot about America if you don't know which violent news story is the right one. Yeah, it's like when someone tells you, oh, there's been a... It's like when someone tells you, oh, there's been a mass shooting, and you're like, which one? You know, I saw a tweet earlier today that said someone... There's like a support group for parents of children who've been killed in mass shootings on Facebook, and that one mother had just joined the group, and her son died 22 mass shootings ago, and that was last week. What is up with this rise of people hating homeless people more than usual? I was homeless. I have friends who are. Homeless people are just normal damn people. Yeah, I don't know what exactly the deal is. I think that it's just that people have more aggression. Okay. I started telling people this on Reddit, and people don't believe me. The increasing acts of aggression that you're seeing these past few years are because COVID causes emotional dysregulation as one of the ways that it damages your brain. You know, brain fog, memory issues, issues with cognition, the early onset dementia, the mood dysregulation. This is all COVID-related brain damage. So we are seeing random acts of violence on the increase. You know, you can look at certain statistics. We've talked about this on stream. Road rage incidents, like injury and death from road rage incidents, is on the rise for the past 3 years. Additionally, acts of violence on public transport have been on the rise for the past 3 years. So I think that it's because people have brain damage and they have more aggression, and that the homeless just happen to be a group of people who are acceptable to be violent toward. Like, no one cares about them is the idea. You know, like, there's no structural support. Like, oh, if they had someone who cared about them, then they would have a home, you know? Their family would have given them a place to live. But yeah, so the idea is that, like, vagrants are people who just don't... Like, nobody cares if you kill them. Brain damage is a funny thing because we're usually not aware of it. My memory has been worse this past week than, like, I've had issues remembering, like, passwords and my PIN for my fucking debit card, and it feels different. Like, I've had memory issues for years, and it feels different when I am not able to remember, like, my PIN on my fucking debit card. I'm just like, I can't remember it. It's like a bad number, I guess. Like, some numbers are easy to memorize, and it's just not a number that I find easy to memorize. There's increasing environmental pressures. My city has started to have more hot summers and harsh winters. Violent crime has way risen. I don't know that there is a causal link between those two things. I don't see why there would be. You can tell us what it is and we'll remember it for you. True, I bet you will. I bet you would. Absolutely. It's 5554. Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? There's a condition called Anton's blindness where people lose their vision and still swear they can see. Oh, that's weird. I change passwords and pins a lot and I found myself forgetting them sometimes. It's brain damage from COVID. But I'll like, if, like I'm in it, I'm not in it, but for some reason the teachers subreddit, r/teachers subreddit gets shown to me pretty regularly when I'm scrolling my app. And there are people who complain a lot about the behavioral issues that they're seeing arise from COVID. Not from COVID, sorry. The people, it's so fucking stupid. These teachers will say, you know, these behavioral issues definitely have gotten worse since the pandemic. But then when I come in and I say, yeah, that's because COVID gives you brain damage. And one of the things that does is cause emotional dysregulation. And then these teachers like downvote my comment so that no one else can see it. And they are like, that sounds like a you problem. I'm like, I'm literally trying not to catch COVID because I already have brain damage. Like, you know? But it's so crazy to me that they can see a correlation between pandemic and worse behavior. But like the like within that, looking at the pandemic thing, they're like, oh, but surely it's because the parents didn't provide enough structure for them during the year off, or surely it's because some other really complex socio issue, like psychosocial issue, rather than the very clear biological difference that we have. Like we can, almost every single person who has long COVID symptoms and gets a brain scan done shows degenerative brain issues and like physical damage. And yet when I said that, I was like, no, actually, you can see the brain scans. You can literally see the brain scans. They're like, agree to disagree. I'm like, okay, girl, you don't agree to disagree with fucking epidemiologists. You clearly should not be a teacher. Fucking idiots. There are a lot of conservatives in this r/teachers subreddit. I still think COVID-20 is gonna make us zombies. Yeah, did you all know that COVID is so different that they're now calling it SARS-CoV-3? Like the new Arcturus subvariant is like so different that they're actually considering it like a different virus at this point and not just like a subvariant of the same one. Ooh, I'm gonna eat steak tonight for dinner, I think. I bought a steak on clearance like sale a couple of days ago, and so it's still nice and beautiful pink red. I'm gonna eat steak tonight. Ooh, it's gonna be yummy. I agree, but it's also layered, especially with kids as their development was disrupted and there was not enough community support. Brain damage is definitely a big aspect though. I just think that it's kind of stupid to focus on the socio issues. I didn't even know the pandemic was still happening. I'm gonna fucking kill myself, you guys. Like, with COVID, you need to have more curiosity than what the government is telling you. They don't care if you die. They just want you to keep going to work so that the economy can keep going. They literally couldn't shut down the economy for 3 weeks to eliminate this virus 4 years ago. You need to be more curious about this. You need to be doing research. You need to be checking into the case rates. You shouldn't be finding out from me that the pandemic is still happening. What do you mean you didn't know the pandemic is still happening? It's just like a fucking mystery that everybody's sick all the time. Like, it's just a fucking mystery that there are more car accidents. Actually, I'm curious. COVID is endemic now? Nope, sure is not. That's not what that means. I don't think that's what that word means. Like, maybe I just don't know what, like, if something is like still raging through the population and could easily, everybody isn't sick all the time though. I mean, like norovirus, like people being like, wow, I spontaneously vomited and it seemed really weird. I was in the middle of taking a test in class. Norovirus is going around. Oh, also the newest variants of COVID apparently cause pink eye. So if you get pink eye, what does endemic mean? Yeah, like that's a question. Like, what does endemic mean? Like regularly occurring within an area or community, native and restricted to a certain place. Okay, so of a disease regularly occurring within an area or community. It's just, I think, oh yeah, so it's a context issue. It's like the context is when people say something is endemic, they kind of use it in this context that indicates that it's normal and like it's fine and it's like it's like tolerable within society. But yeah, so endemic actually just means like it's regularly occurring. It's like, yeah, it's regularly occurring because we are making zero attempts to mitigate it at this point. It's going to be as common as the flu. I mean, yeah, but the flu doesn't have a 1 in 10 chance of giving you a permanent disability, you know? If we don't help the kids with health issues from COVID, their behavior from the brain damage will cause more trauma to other kids. It will just make things worse. Yeah, for sure. I actually had trauma issues from the Toronto SARS outbreak in the early 2000s. I did not know that you were present for that. That's cool. I mean, it's like not cool, but it's like interesting because I had heard of SARS before the COVID outbreak from an episode of Scrubs. There was an episode of Scrubs where JD like had a girlfriend with him at the hospital and he was like, you know, it could be SARS. And then they had to quarantine the entire hospital and it was a big fucking deal. But now we have SARS-CoV-2 and 3 and we're just like, yep, this is endemic. Like, this is endemic. This is fine. This is why I just sit in my room, smoke weed, and pet my kitty. Euphemisms. Yeah, think of the quarterly profits. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up about COVID because everybody else is like pretending it doesn't exist, and I will alienate my entire audience by talking about it because like it's so fucked up to me that it's, you know, I have access to the first person information from epidemiologists on Twitter, and yet the WHO has declared the emergency over. Not alienate, educate. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, I think people are gonna find it annoying, and I don't care. Like, if you say I'm gonna go to a concert, I'm gonna be like, well, I hope that you wear a fucking N95, because otherwise you're making a bad decision, and you are personally part of the problem, because I do believe that. We're not pretending it doesn't exist. Not letting fear of something beyond our control does not mean ignoring it exists. Yeah, if you refuse to wear a mask, you're pretending that COVID doesn't exist, though. Is the problem. Like, you know, like people are actively minimizing this. Like if you're just going about your life, and you're going to get your haircut and you're going to concerts and you're not wearing masks, you are pretending that COVID does not exist. Like it's a deadly disease. It could kill you. It could kill other people. It can permanently disable you. If you're just going about life like normal, you are part of the problem. Although I do know some people, I know a person who is a nurse and she works with very vulnerable people. No, I'm not. I'm taking an active calculated risk and realizing there is next to fucking none for me or anyone in my life. That's one of the most stupid things I have ever heard. Like, you're taking a calculated risk. You could be an asymptomatic carrier. That's still a thing. You're putting other people at risk. You're creating the scenario where I, as a disabled person, can't go places because someone could be like walking around not knowing that they're sick and spreading it. Or even people are like out there coughing and having snot come out of their nose and they're like, oh, it's just allergies, don't worry. And I'm like, did you test? And they're like, no. Like, y'all are the reason why I can't go anywhere because I can't take the risk and die or lose my ability to work. Like, yeah, bye. Normal Gamer Gal, welcome in. Welcome to the website. Seriously, I was weeping on New Year's because I thought I would lose my dad. Longtime lurker, first-time commenter, my dad almost died earlier this year from COVID. Yeah, people don't want to accept that you can never go back to the way things were before. We introduced seatbelts, and we still use seatbelts. Wear a fucking mask for the rest of your life in public. Sorry, not sorry. Truly, like, on public transit should be an absolute requirement. At hospitals should be an absolute requirement. Like, if you are ill, there should be, like, I honestly think that there should be, like, legal enforcement for you to wear a mask in public. Like, it's fucked up that we just, like, think that that's fine, you know? I'm glad you haven't forgotten about COVID. Some of us are high risk and it's so scary. Yeah, like, society as a whole has just decided that it's acceptable for disabled people to, like, not be able to go out in society. Not wearing a mask when I hang out with the same 10 people I see every fucking week. You see 10 people. Okay, would you go fuck a bunch of gay men who don't take PrEP without a condom? Even, like, ever? Those 10 people see other people. Like, how do you know if those people are being safe? The same 10 people you see every week, do literally any of those people work retail? You're exposing yourself secondarily to a lot of other folks, you know? I only see one person right now, and he goes to work and can't not be around people, you know? So, like, are you checking in with all of your friends about what their precautions are? Okay, if you're seeing like 10 people who don't go anywhere, that's not the same as like going to a concert and shit. Like, like, where are you meeting those 10 people? Are you going to a restaurant? Because that is a problem. Are you going to the park to sit outside in the breeze? That's not a problem, you know? Like, it kind of feels like you're trying to be offended when I'm not talking about you. Why shit on everyone blanketedly? If you are going about your, okay, I guess, like, if your normal life is that if you're like an introvert and you don't go anywhere and you're doing your normal life, then yes, sure. Like, maybe I shouldn't say everybody who's going about life like it's normal. Like, there are some exceptions where like some disabled people don't leave the house anyway because they physically can't. And so I would be technically shitting on a disabled person who can't leave the house. And I'm like, oh, if you're going about your life regularly. No, I mean, like, if you're going places without a mask and you're, you know, not taking precautions, if you go eat at restaurants and stuff, if you're just going about life like there isn't a pandemic, then that's a problem, you know? I would technically be shitting on a disabled person. Sometimes people pay a lot of money for that. I don't know if there's any amount of money that I would accept to shit on someone, you know? Like, I only meet up with people outdoors, no hugs, no handshakes, no sharing drinks. Call me paranoid, I'll call myself alive. Exactly, Ms. Nightshade. Exactly. Like, if your normal life doesn't include leaving your house ever, then yes, of course, your normal life is, I am not wearing a mask in a friend's house. That is drastically different than raw dogging the grocery store. Again, does your friend wear a mask elsewhere? Do you check in with your friends regularly? Like, this is part of why I don't hang out with people, is because I think that it's just gonna be an additional problem. I don't wanna have those conversations because I know that other people aren't taking those precautions. If you were to ask your friends, I take the vaccine. Yeah, the vaccine that you can, like, it's not like a magical ward around your body. You can still catch and replicate and mutate a new version of COVID and give it to someone and be asymptomatic. In fact, taking the vaccine increases the chance that you will be an asymptomatic spreader. So, like, does your friend have unprotected sex with the Kroger? You couldn't pay me to eat shit, but I'd probably shit on someone else for at least $200. I don't know that there's any amount of money that I would involve scat in my sex time. But, like, yeah, I recently went to a friend's house, assuming that they had like a COVID test recently because they had gone to the hospital. And I was like, well, if you caught COVID at the hospital, then you wouldn't be spreading it yet. And so I occasionally go to an individual person's house to hang out with them. I might hang out with a couple people outdoors. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, there's sex and there's sex work. It's more work than sex. Oh, I mean, true. Yeah. The two extremes of chat, Smuggy and Ree. You are most likely to spread it before you show noticeable symptoms. Yeah, I had to have this conversation with my dad a couple months ago where, like, they didn't tell me that they had gone to eat at Longhorn Steakhouse like a week before I went and picked up my siblings to spend the weekend with me. And my dad was like, oh, I had no idea that could be an issue. And I'm like, Dad, it's been a week since you went to this restaurant. This is the perfect time for them to be spreading it to me, but not have symptoms. Like, this is exactly the type of time stream that you're in, you know? Moral of the story, you can never be too safe. If you're gonna bareback, doing a Walmart would be better than the freaking Kroger. I wouldn't want to raw dog Walmart. But yeah, and I mean, like, also, if you're like vaccinated and you're wearing a mask to the grocery store and you're not wearing a mask to your friend's house, then I don't know why you're taking issue with me. Because if you're going to the grocery store with a mask on, then you're not going about your life like the pandemic is over. if you're getting your groceries delivered instead of going to the grocery store. You are not living your life like normal, so why are you getting offended? Wear a mask at Walmart even without COVID. Holy shit, true. I haven't been to a private individual's house for years. Went to a friend's house 3 years ago. Yeah. I take calculated risks, like I go to the gym 4 times a week, but I wear a mask. And I avoid people, and I go during the time of day when there's very few people there, you know? Oh no. The raw dogging Walmart thing is going a little bit off the rails. Are you serious, Missy? You can't be serious. You can't. Oh no. I have been raw dogged in a Walmart. Trust me, not worth it. Where would you even do it? Would you do it in the bathroom? The bathroom of a Walmart. Oh God, no. I lived this way before COVID. Y'all just joined my lifestyle with COVID. What sucks is that I actually feel better now about trying to be around people in that anxiety way than I used to, but now because of the deadly neurotoxin, I can't engage with that. Like I would want to go to karaoke and stuff right now, except for the fact that there is like a pandemic and I am already disabled, you know? You wear a mask at the gym? Hang on a sec, my Facebook aunt told me her mask was suffocating her at the grocery. How could you contradict my Facebook aunt? I know, it's horrible. I'm being so misogynistic toward your aunt. The sexism that I'm engaged in. Yeah, the deadly neurotoxin, for sure. Be like that guy in the movie with the bubble. You mean Bubble Boy? Only time I really don't bother with it is restaurants because I'm already gonna have to take it off to eat my meal anyways. Why are you eating in a restaurant is my question. Like, why are you going to a restaurant and eating indoors in the first place? Like, it's not just you. Like, this is what pisses me off. Like, the idea that I'm taking a calculated risk. That's like conservative individualistic bullshit. It's not just you. It's never just you. When it comes to the deadly neurotoxin. Like, why are people eating in restaurants? I don't understand why that is more important to you than making sure that everybody can be safer in the world. Like, hold on, where's this picture? You know? Like, you can exercise your freedoms in a way that fucks other people over. You know? Like, you didn't technically break a rule by cutting the pumpkin pie in this way. It is just me. I am the most at risk of COVID, and if I want a steak, I'm gonna enjoy the steak. I'm dying anyways, might as well enjoy it. Amy, with all due respect, fuck you. I mean that with my whole chest. Fuck you. Because it's not just you. Like, and you being willing to die doesn't mean that it's okay for you to make it so that other people are more at risk of dying. You are the one who is cutting into the pie this way and being like, yeah, well, it's my right to do what I want. Like, Amy, are you fucking kidding me? You can't be serious. Like, you being like, I'm allowed to risk my life means that it's okay that I'm putting your life at risk. Like, and it's like, literally, it's not me because I wouldn't work at a restaurant, but there are like people who work at that restaurant, you know? And like, it's like, so, you know, you've seen these pictures? Like, I'm not gonna be able to pull one up right this second, but it's like so surreal to me watching like the waiter wearing a mask and they're serving people who aren't masking. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't understand that the failure of collective responsibility here, like the prioritizing of your individual desire to eat a steak. Buy a steak and cook it at home. It's not fucking hard. You like are required to go to a place and like force someone to serve you for minimum fucking wage. How is it putting your life or others at risk if the only place and time I've not had it on is a restaurant? Literally, anytime you are in a public place and you're not wearing a mask, you are presenting a risk to other people. Because you don't know if you're sick or not. You don't know if you caught it last time you went to a restaurant. You're vaccinated, you could be asymptomatic. It's highly likely that you would be asymptomatic if you go into any public place without a mask right now. You are putting other people at risk. And frankly, I feel like, you know, your excuse of like, I didn't wear a mask in the South gas station because I didn't want to get shot. Like, I don't know about you, but I actually pass better when I wear a mask. So like, going without a mask in the South as a trans person is more likely to result in you getting clocked as trans. I don't know, man. Like, it's, yeah, Eric, yeah, it's so easy to get takeout or even just put your mask on when people come close to your table. I mean, it doesn't work. Like, if you're indoors, there are people who have caught COVID from just being in an air-conditioned environment where there's not sufficient HEPA filters. It's not passing. It's about not wearing the mask around a bunch of Trumpers and wanting to blend in. I mean, listen, I guess if you pass well enough, but like, I don't know, like, I feel like your likelihood of getting shot is more likely because you're clocked as trans than it is because you're wearing a mask. Like, I don't know. I know you said to wear N95s, but the problem is any mask is only as good as the seal around your nose. Yeah, let me show you the inside of my mask. This is my N95, and this is the inside of my mask. It has this thing. A mask is only as good as the seal, but these have pretty good seals. This is an N95. I bought them at Walmart. This is 3M brand N95s. That's what I wear. You breathe through them really easily. They have the 2 straps, which keeps it stuck to your face, you know? If you're around COVID-denying Trumpers, your risk of COVID goes way up. It's where you should be wearing a mask. Yo, that's a good point. Like, let me just specifically go without a mask around the demographic of people that are most likely to spread COVID to me. I don't know, dude. I mean, if you don't care about dying, then it's kind of whatever. You people have clearly never seen how much different they react with people wearing masks. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess people are super aggro about it, but they're also super aggro about being trans. So, like, I guess congratulations that you passed really well without a mask. For me personally, it helps me avoid scrutiny. And people don't talk to me very much when I'm in public, so I guess I have the privilege of being relatively ignorable. If your area has an N95 shortage and you do not have breathing issues or immune issues, make sure to not buy too many at once so people with more risk can get them still. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Home Depot is a good place to get them, and Tennessee and Florida are specifically where it was an issue. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that there's, I guess, like, hostility toward people who are wearing masks, but, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna stop believing what I believe, which is that you are making an irresponsible decision. You are part of the reason why my freedoms are restricted. If you say, like, I have the freedom to exercise my right to not wear a mask and I could get sick and die, and that's fine. But you exercising your freedom means that I will never be able to express mine again. Like, I will never be able to go somewhere without a mask on. And, like, there are places where, you know, even if you go somewhere, you could still catch it. Like, if you go to a concert, people, when they're singing, they're expressing a lot more droplets, and you could still catch COVID even if you are wearing a mask. So, like, me wearing my personal decision to wear a mask, like, the whole point of masking is to protect other people from you. So I'm only doing like 30% of the job by wearing my own personal mask. Like, I will never be able to have a normal life because other people think that it's more important that they get to go about their lives not wearing masks. Like, you can choose to prioritize that, but you just need to do it knowing that you're fucking me over personally. COVID isn't going away. Everyone could wear a mask tomorrow for the next year and it would decrease but never go away. So we're just gonna say fuck it. Yeah. This is the rest of your life now. I'm sorry to be the one to inform you, but like, every time you catch COVID, you have a 1 in 10 chance of having a long-term or permanent disability. So if you would, you know, you are allowed to roll the dice on not being able to get out of bed anymore. Enjoy. Have fun with that. And like, again, like, but yeah, I mean, actually, if everybody who started wearing a mask tomorrow, if every single person wore a mask for the next year, I think it would actually go away completely. Like, I think that the way that viruses work is that if you 100% stop the spread, they die. I think that that's how it works, actually. That's why I say, like, you know, if the economy had just shut down for 3 weeks 4 years ago, we would have had a lot easier time. And yeah, not to mention the fact that it would reduce the number of deaths by a lot. Like, is that not a noble enough goal? Is reducing the number of deaths not a noble enough goal? It's apparently not, because in American society, you know, we don't bother wearing masks during flu season either. We have like lots of preventable deaths that happen in this country because we don't have good public health. The flu went away almost entirely in 2020 because of masks. It's made a comeback since. Wow, you know, you mean when people stopped taking any COVID precautions, it came back? Wow. Like, it's not about elimination per se. And like, frankly, it's kind of insulting to me that you would put that as the barometer. Like, it would decrease but never go away. So are we to just say fuck it? Like, do you seriously think that reducing the number of avoidable deaths is not like a good idea? Like, do you think that it's only worth wearing masks if we're going to eliminate COVID completely? Like, first of all, we can eliminate COVID completely. Second of all, reducing the number of people who die from COVID and who get permanently disabled from COVID is a wise choice. Yeah, you know what? It's definitely not gonna happen if you keep fucking saying it's not gonna happen, and if you keep defending your poor choices to go eat at restaurants during a global pandemic. Of course it's not gonna get better if we continue to just reject any of the ideas that are going to make things better. How do people just not get harm reduction is a thing? You can reduce the harm even if we can't eliminate it right now. Harm reduction isn't just for drugs. True. I can't even get the vaccine. I had a severe inflammatory response and no sensation in that arm for weeks. Oh man, that's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, Eric. That's hard. Yeah, like immune compromised people can't get vaccines. People with cancer are more prone. COVID is a perfect example of the short-term mindset of capital. Even from a sociopathic capitalist perspective, losing that 1/4 of profits to not spread a disease that disables or kills millions of people in your workforce is an easy trade. COVID locally is at a lower infection and case rate than it was in August of 2020 here. Oh, based on what numbers, Amy? Are you looking at wastewater numbers, or are you only looking at reported rates of infection? Because the wastewater is showing that it's just as bad, if not worse, than it has ever been. Yeah, they're not reporting as many cases. People aren't bothering to test anymore. People are like, I'm sick, and there's not even a mention of the idea that they could have COVID. Like, did you test for COVID? Like, people are not bothering anymore. First, like, you know, they're not cheap, they're not like free anymore, the tests. So yeah, if you actually look at wastewater, like wastewater COVID levels. Yeah, we went with the Trump plan to improve the numbers. Stop testing. Wastewater COVID levels chart. I guess you would need to look up specific counties. It would make this a little bit easier. What if we look at like Wyandotte County COVID wastewater levels? It's hard to get this info because it's not being made publicly available. I think like the CDC had it, but I thought that they may have removed it from their website. Okay, yeah, here it is. Like this is BioBot Analytics. Wastewater levels. This thing doesn't want to load. Okay, so what this is showing me is that the levels are... Wait, what is this black line? Number of sites reporting. Okay, so the number of sites reporting. Oh, you see the number of sites reporting just dropped off? Oh, maybe that's just because the past month hasn't reported in. I mean, this kind of looks to me like the levels fluctuate, but like are still holding steady. And that like the peaks over here are not too much higher than the peaks over here. Like, I don't... Is wastewater the poopy water? Yeah. Because, you know, you shit out the virus. So... If you, like this chart shows wastewater levels across the US versus reported number of cases. Like the reported number of cases appears low. You know, it's interesting, in the initial, there's like this correlation between wastewater levels and reported cases for a while. And then it's a weird, you know, the reported number of cases are down, but the number in the wastewater is higher in these two peaks, higher than the peak in January 2021. Weird. I should probably not poop on people for money than that, because that could cause COVID spread. True, yeah, you gotta be responsible. Wear a mask during your sexy times. And then you can also look it up by local area. Yep. Also, this most recent kind of COVID apparently has a 1 in 40 chance of hospitalization. And of those hospitalized, 1 in 3 need to be put on oxygen. So, it also fluctuates. You know, for a while, it was like, oh, Omicron is less deadly in the acute phase, but it causes way more long-term disability. But now Arcturus is becoming, like, deadly again in that, like, immediate acute lung failure kind of phase. I remember that, Decoy Duck. New York City put out a guide to COVID-safe sex, encouraging glory holes. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick it in the hole of the wall. I'm just gonna stick it in. And, you know, you do your thing. You do your thing. You enjoy on the other side of the wall there. Didn't it also encourage doggy style? Like, amazing. Glorious. I wonder what happened here. There was a little bump in cases that were confirmed here. Right here on March 6th. Interesting. I wonder what happened that made people actually go to the hospital instead of just not reporting their cases. Weird. Anyway. My neighborhood is full of American tourists right now. It's genuinely scary with COVID. I'm sorry. This wastewater tracker is impossible to read for my area. I can't find the historic data. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics of how to read it for the local areas. I usually, when I see these, it's because an epidemiologist is discussing the area that they live in. So I usually see these coming up as like, an individual chart of a particular locality. I found the CDC data really difficult to read. Like, this chart could be way simpler. Beginning of spring, maybe? Yeah, but it's like, what about people being sick made them actually bother to get tested, you know? Hopefully it's not because this newer variant is more deadly. And like, so people are having no choice but to go to the hospital. It does have a county by county breakdown on biobot.io. But yeah, just because the government is hiding this information from you doesn't mean that it's not happening, you know? And it sucks. But like, just wear a fucking mask. Just stop going places where you're unable to wear a mask. I'm like avoiding going to the dentist right now because I have no choice but to not wear a mask. And you know they're only going to be wearing those flimsy fucking surgical things. Like, I'm having to avoid necessary healthcare because people just are not paying attention. It's like it's manufactured consent. Like, they have created a situation where you think that there aren't as many cases, so you think it's okay to go out and do shit. And like, you're consenting to this situation on incomplete information. And then I seem like a crazy person when I'm like, actually, the data shows that the government is fucking lying to you. My dentist, when I went, did the good masks. Yeah, I did actually look it up, and there is like one dentist in my area that, I mean, maybe they've changed, but on their website, I was just checking it recently. They go like, we use good masks. We do like an acid cleaning of the air in between patients, and we have like a HEPA filter going in every room, and they don't escort people back to the office anymore. Like, you know, there are potentially places where you can go that will take those precautions, but like, yeah. And I do know someone personally who lives in Florida who just got COVID because they went to a doctor's appointment, which the doctor's appointment required them to take their mask off for the appointment. We actually just burned down the entire dentist office between patients. That would be amazing. In Canada, they wear good masks and a face shield. What the fuck, US? Yeah, I mean, I went to a really big clinic to get my IUD removed, and the nurse lady was like, do you want me to wear a mask? And I was like, I mean, COVID is like the third leading cause of death in the US, so... But I think the next time someone asks me that question, I'm gonna be like, are you kidding me? Like, yes, you should be wearing it. You're a fucking nurse. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Wear a mask. Like, put me at risk for COVID exposure in this tiny-ass office. And I was wearing my N95, you know? I'm sorry you're avoiding the dentist due to COVID. I've had a cavity for 2 years now. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had cavities for years and just been, like, hoping that they don't get worse. I haven't had an x-ray in a while. Oh, I need to... Oh, no, that's not... Okay. Cut my hair. Sometimes I do a little snippy snip while I'm sitting here. But yeah, no. My county is 4 times more cases than a county with a whole hell of a lot more people. Yeah, it turns out, like, we should be more robustly monitoring the situation, I think, is part of it. Like, the county with more people, like, what's their reporting looking like? I don't know. Did not mean that emote. Wait, what is that? What is that emote? Oh, wow. Yeah. The regular hospital and the psychiatric hospital near where I live both require workers and visitors to wear masks still in Virginia. I hope so. Missy, are you being an asshole? Like, is it your intended goal? To be being an asshole? I wish I could afford to go to the dentist. Yeah. I'm not saying I can afford to go to the dentist. That's why I was avoiding it before COVID, but now I would like to start... You do realize you can give people this info without berating, right? Sure. I wasn't specifically talking to you when I was being emphatic at the beginning of this segment. And then you to me, seemed defensive. And so, yes, that made me get even more worked up about it. Because your very first response was like, well, I'm allowed to put myself at risk, and it's okay for me to be doing this. And so, yeah, my response to that is, you are representing the kind of person that is the reason why this will never fucking end. Like, we could end COVID, and people who make the same arguments that you are making piss me off. So you pissed me off, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it's deeply irresponsible to me to spread the idea that COVID isn't a big deal and that it's okay for an individual to take on the risk of death. Like, yeah, to be clear, I take it personally. Like, when we're talking about COVID and the risk to people and like what's acceptable to do, like, I am a disabled person. I am pretty sure that you are too, Amy. Like, as a disabled person, I take it very personally, the idea that other people are like, yes, but it's my right to exercise my freedom, and therefore it's okay for me to do these things that put a lot of other people at risk. Like, it's personally offensive to me. So yeah, I got big mad. This one particular issue, I take it very personally. So now you're being a cunt for no reason. I have good reasons to be an asshole about COVID because, you know, because my life is being considered unimportant by society. And I'm just telling you that your behavior is part of that whole society acting like my life doesn't matter. And so yes, I take it personally and I get upset about it. And if you're gonna act defensive, then I'm going to be like, oh yeah, well, you know what? You're really fucking wrong. I'm like, sorry, not sorry on this one. Like, this is like an issue that I'm gonna have with a lot of other leftists, like, because fundamentally, under everything else, I am a disabled person. I have had more issues in my life being disabled than I have being trans. I take disability activism way more personally. Like, it's heartbreaking, the stuff that's going on with trans people, and it's like enraging. We should have stuck with the fuckability of big box stores discourse. Listen, Target, very fuckable, okay? Yeah, I'm glad, Ms. Nightshade, that it's providing some amount of catharsis on this, you know? Like, almost like they made it personal by arguing with a disabled person about their perspective. It's not a personal attack when it's already replying to a personal attack. Yeah, I don't know that I would qualify Amy's original comments as being, like, an attack per se. Or at least, like, I think part of the reason why I get so worked up about this is that people don't recognize their rhetoric as an attack on me and my freedoms and my life. Like, that's part of what's so frustrating about this conversation, is that when someone says, like, it's my right to go to the restaurant because I don't care if I die, effectively, or like it's up to me to take the risk of exposure to COVID. It's like, no, that's not fucking cool. I can fix Target, true. Like, people just don't recognize that through their actions, what they're doing and what they're saying is basically saying it's okay that I will never be able to do those things again. Okay, Missy, you were just being silly. Good, thank you. Don't be annoying, I'm in the middle of a fucking rant. And here, I think the thing is that people get defensive, you know? When I say, you are making life harder and worse for me, people get really defensive about that because they don't want to believe that their behavior is wrong. This is why people get so up in arms about the, like, wearing a mask thing. Like, me wearing a mask is me doing something for me and for my community. And when people get mad at me for wearing a mask, like, I think part of the underlying thing in there is that they know that they should be doing the same thing I'm doing. And that, like, I am, like, I'm, like, making them feel shame for not doing the thing. And then they retaliate on that. So, like, I think that that's part of the problem in this conversation. This is why individualism is most retarded bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. Our slur happens sometimes here. We try to avoid it. We acknowledge that it's bad. I also say the faggot slur, and I say the tranny slur. And sometimes I say it in a nice way, and sometimes I say it in a mean way. Like, wow. Lux even says cracker. Ooh, this is why I can't stream on Twitch, because I want to say cracker. These crackers. You know, speaking of crackers, it's really interesting because I see people of color wearing masks a lot more than I see white people wearing masks. Weird. There are certain demographic lines that this stuff goes down. Like, men wear masks less than women do. Interesting. It's like a cliche now, the picture of a heterosexual couple in public and the man is not wearing a mask and the woman is wearing a mask. The balls of trans girls are just fucking cute though, just saying. It's super random for you to say that right now, but I also did just say that a couple days ago on stream. I think I may have said that on Thursday. That, like, I don't want scrotoplasty, but I could consider wanting it because I think that trans girls' balls are cute, or something like that. Wait, is cracker seriously banned on Twitch? Yeah, no, it seriously is. It's a racial slur according to Twitch. So what you're saying is I have to not wear a mask anymore to pass as male? True. Yeah. Pretty 50-50 in the store here on the rare occasion I go. Most of the time, though, I'm practically running through grocery just trying to get away from the people sooner. Yeah, I mean, whatever, I guess. Like, I can't tell you what to do. I can just tell you that objectively, it's like you should be doing it 100% of the time. And, like, even though there aren't people immediately near you, doesn't mean there isn't COVID circulating through the air conditioning system. It's good to stay away from people. But it's like, the whole thing about masks is like mask plus 6 feet. It's distance plus mask equals protection, you know? My battery's at 9%. I have not been able to breathe very well, even with a mask, and I don't know if that's from COVID or not, but it causes me a lot of sensory issues, and my ears already get enough tension from glasses, so there. This is an N95 mask. It's very easy to breathe through. I got KN95s before, and they were hard to breathe through a little bit. This is an N95, and it's very easy to breathe through, and it has these, which don't go on your ears. This goes around your head. Like, around your head, like this. You know? So, you can get decent quality masks that do allow you to breathe easily. I exercise, I go to the gym. I do cardio in this mask. You know? Rate times time equals distance. True. There was a teacher at my school who complained about anti-white racism, and I wish I was there to call them a cracker. I left and came back, and now there's scissors in hands. Got scissors. These are tiny scissors. These are hair cutting scissors. My immunologist says if you are panicking from the mask, it's okay to get away from people and pull it back until you are calm, but still it's always best to wear it as much as possible. There are ways to make the sensory stuff easier, like finding ways to take breaks. KN95 is what we normally buy. IDK, how you do the head ones, those bands are such a sensory overload. I don't know. I mean, well, first of all, you stretch them out before you put it on. Like, if you get a mask like this, you go along the elastic like this before you put it on, and that makes it more comfortable. But KN95s are hard to breathe through. Like, I do find myself feeling like I'm gasping when I'm wearing KN95s. It's debatable which one is more highly rated for the purpose, and the purpose is viral protection. But I decided that N95s were the way that I was going to go with it. Just because they're easier to breathe through. And keeping it off your ears helps a little bit. The only thing that sucks is when I have my hair down, it's kind of hard to put on the mask. but I basically just end up with like one of the straps up here and the other strap down here. Oh no, are we gonna do veganism today? Because veganism is a conversation we get into sometimes. Vegans are morally correct, and I admit that, and I'm still gonna eat steak for dinner tonight. Darth Vader breathing in a mask can be entertaining. I don't actually know if that even shows up on the stream for the noise. Luxander talking about strap-ons. You know the chin strap? You know, when you put it on your chin? Anyway. Oh, you could hear it. You could hear my Darth Vader voice. Well, that's good. Honestly, I like masks. They make me feel safe, like a blanket for my face. I do have panic attacks when I have my glasses on, though, so I plan out safe breaks if needed. How do you feel about that vegan teacher lady? Oh no, is there discourse about vegan teacher? Oh no, what is this? I haven't heard about this. But yeah, I like wearing a mask. It makes me feel more comfortable. It makes me feel safer. Like, I have less anxiety. And to be clear, like, I'm gonna be totally clear with you guys. I also pace my breathing around, like, if I'm walking down an aisle in the grocery, and this is constant. I do this constantly the entire time I'm in public. If I'm walking down the aisle at the grocery store and there's a person walking down the aisle around me, I will deliberately, like, take a deep breath in and then slowly breathe out during the entire time that I'm passing them, and, like, maybe even another 10 or 15 feet past them in the aisle. Like, I breathe shallowly, or I hold my breath if I'm near other people. Like, I don't just wear a good quality mask. I also just don't breathe normally around other people. I don't think of that time I was not vegan as my past self being morally bad. Well, yeah, I mean, I can acknowledge that I think that it is the moral position to not kill animals, you know? Like, I can agree with that. And I can even say, like, yeah, I think that we should generally try to reduce the amount of death, and that's a moral imperative. But also some disabled people, like, need to eat meat because they have, like, a reactive diet to other types of food, you know? So, like, it's nuanced, right? But I can say, like, I think veganism is the morally superior position. And like, ethically, as far as the animals are concerned, and with the environment and stuff, you know? Sometimes when I forget my mask, I hold my breath until I get the mask out of my bag. Yeah. If I, like, am running into the store really fast, and I know I'm only going to be in there for a couple minutes, and I forget my mask, I still turn around and come back. I wear a mask in the laundry room, the laundromat. Even when I don't think there's going to be any people there. She compares sexual assault to the cattle industry. Now, I actually do see that as a valid point. I was actually explaining this to someone some number of years ago, and they got mad at me and unfriended me, even though I was explaining a position that I don't even hold. But it's like, I could understand if you really are invested in the idea that animals and humans are both basically the same, which we are, and that, like, you know, you're putting a value on, like, the life of an animal and, like, its ability to consent and all this stuff, then I do think that repeatedly impregnating cows is a sexual assault, basically. Like, I agree that definitionally, like, if you are emotionally invested in animals to that extent and their well-being in their lives, then yeah, like, you would view repeated impregnation as sexual assault, you know? I'm not a vegan and I hate myself for it. Now, I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think you need to morally condemn yourself. You can say something is more or less moral. It's not necessarily a moral versus immoral moment, you know? It's more like a spectrum of morality. Dairy cows live 1/3 of the natural lifetime. Yeah, of course. What causes cows to give milk? You have to impregnate cows. Okay, so you know how it works with human beings. Like, you know, most of the time, like, I'm not leaking breast milk right now. You know? Like you have to impregnate the cow, and then they take away the cow, and then you just keep milking them, and they keep producing milk forever, basically. So the context was involving another person who had been sexually assaulted. Well, that's not cute. If you want to make the point separate... You aren't well unsubbed. Yeah, I know. I'm not currently lactating. Veal is a dairy industry byproduct. I didn't know that. You know, I'm gonna say something fucked up right now. And the fucked up thing that I'm gonna say right now is that I would try veal. Like, I recognize that killing animals is the less moral position, and I still want to try veal. I fucking love beef, though. Like, oh man, I love beef. Man, I love beef. Beef is so delicious. They have to be re-impregnated year after year. Okay. So they will stop producing milk after a period of time, and they have to re-impregnate them. For sure. Wait, they give the cows abortions to keep them lactating? No. They give birth, and then you just keep milking them. Like, you know how some moms will keep breastfeeding their kids until they're like 3 years old, you know? Like, so long as you keep expressing the milk, you keep producing the milk because your body is like, cool, we're in rotation, right? But once you start weaning your baby off, you stop producing breast milk. So you impregnate the cow, they give birth. I guess that the baby cow is sometimes sold as veal. But they give birth, and then they are just milked and milked and milked and milked and milked. Because as long as you're milking them, they're still producing it. But I guess after about a year, they just go ahead and re-impregnate them. Maybe they stop producing as much milk after a year. Why should I care about animals when nuggies? Yeah. Dairy cows can live till age 20. They're often killed at age 4, though, because they can't give babies or milk anymore. The term in the industry is downers. Yeah, and you can get beef that is like a retired dairy cow who then got to live a longer life. Very rarely. You can, though. Oh, man. Fun fact, that's how Nestle exploited pregnant women in developing countries. They'd give them enough of a free supply of formula that they'd stop naturally producing, and now they have to buy the formula. Oh, man. Because they're like, oh, we have to use this formula before it goes bad, and then before you know it, they're like not breastfeeding anymore. Milk. Yeah, Nestle is truly evil. Saw a documentary about how the UK dairy industry produces 30,000 male calves that are euthanized yearly because there's no market for veal. Do you want to see something fucked up? Oh, come on. Where's the whole comic? I want to see the whole comic. Oh, yeah. Are you ready to see something fucked up? Let's see something fucked up, y'all. The life of farmed animals. Male chick Peter. Day 1. He's in the egg. Mom is so warm. Going to see mom soon. And their suffering begins. Like, oh no. Peter has been struggling for over 15 hours trying to hatch. Today will be his first day. He doesn't know. This world has no place for him. Oh no. Mom is calling me. Cheep, I am here. Mom? Where is Mom? Have you seen Mom? We are all waiting. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Please come quickly as they get shoved onto this conveyor belt. In the egg industry, there's 2 types of chicks. One is useful, because they can lay eggs, but one can't. Where is sister? Where is mom? And then they go into a grinder. Yeah, so the way that we treat animals is fucked up. I told you it was gonna be fucked up. Oh, this is even worse. This is the next panel. I miss my babies. I wish I could be there with them, seeing them growing up. I hope they are happy. Ooh. Every year, over 7 billion male chicks are shredded live, gassed, or suffocated because they are economically unviable. Yeah. So yeah, it's probably something you've never considered. Is that like most male chicks are just ground up into fucking mush. Yeah, nuggies. All male chicks get ground in a macerator. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they keep some males if they need some, but for the overwhelming most part, no. Well, I mean, I guess they only need as many males as is required to continue producing fertilized eggs. Why do you force me to feel icky about the food I eat? I mean, I'm just saying, I don't feel any differently about eating chicken after reading this comic, but it is intended to tug on your heartstrings. I think maybe on a smaller scale, you know, we can do things ethically. The way that we do things currently. The industrialization of meat production is really where a lot of the problems are. You know what I mean? One day someone's gonna genetically engineer parthenogenic chickens. That would be fucking amazing. Eggs are chicken periods. It's true, they are chicken periods. Parthenogenic chickens. Oh yes, you reminded me of like... Chicken with dinosaur features has... Hold on, here, this is from years ago. I just want to grow meat in a vat. There was no respectful way to kill someone. I disagree. I think when my cat was dying of heart failure, he could have had maybe 1 or 2 more days of life. And the day that we had him put down, he was playing with his toy and being a good kitty and like loving on me and being in my lap and stuff. And we killed him because it was the more respectful and kind thing to do, because he would have just slowly suffocated to death, you know? Like, I'm just saying that there is such a thing as respectful ending of a life, you know? You can do it in a way that is. And like, if the difference is like, you know, your survival, killing a healthy animal is like helpful, because that's why we kill animals in the first place, is because we used them as a source of food, and like our survival as a species might not have happened if it weren't for that. Now, that is not to say that we shouldn't transition away from that, because, you know, society also has been built on fossil fuels, you know? A cow in that similar situation isn't going to be good for consumption. Yeah. I wish they'd let the dino snoot chicken hatch. Oh, yeah. Did I say dino chicken? Because that is what I was going to look up next. Is like, there were some chickens that they allegedly... They transformed chicken embryos to give them a snout and palate configuration similar to that of small dinosaurs like Velociraptor and Archaeopteryx. But I don't know if they actually, like, got it to be born. Or if they just tried to do it. But yeah, they're trying to, like, reverse engineer chickens back into dinosaurs. Which is fun. They terminated the embryo. Yeah, for sure. If I'm starving to death in the wilderness and a deer is like, "Hello, friend, I am here and made of delicious venison." Yeah, not gonna complain. We had chickens, goats, and rabbits. You didn't kill your cat, sweetheart. You fulfilled the promise you made them on the day you adopted them. I mean, yes, I made the best choice that I could have made, and he trusted me to make choices for him like that. But also, I literally paid someone to kill my best friend. I held him, and then I consented to someone giving him a deadly amount of, what is it, vitamin E? I can't remember what it is. Like, a deadly amount of potassium or something like that, and then he died in my arms. Like, I paid someone to kill him, you know, if we're just being realistic. Have you heard of the mammoth meatball? Did they actually make, like, they genetically engineered, like, a mammoth meat? I thought that was fake. Oh, I got to be a professional chicken petter for $22 an hour as an autistic teenager. That's amazing. Oh my god, that would be amazing. I hate chickens, but I would pet chickens for $22 an hour. As long as they gave me a broom to smack the, one aggressive rooster with. I want to see lab meat take off. Yeah, I think that lab meat is going to be interesting. It's going to be probably harder to synthesize on a large scale, but it's going to be interesting. They grew an actual meatball out of mammoth cells. I would eat it. I don't know what it would taste like, though. I don't know what elephant tastes like, so I have no idea. Yeah, I feel confident in my decision with regarding, like, the euthanasia of my cat, you know? It just still sucked. There's actually a surprising amount of mammoth meat still in the world because they went extinct so recently. There's just frozen bodies that are, like, 10,000 years old, but they've been frozen the whole time. Ooh. That's interesting, that there is, like, you don't even need to genetically engineer the mammoths. You could just go and, like, mine them out of the ground. It's an ethical ivory trade. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Are vegan people who eat lab meat still considered vegan? Well, yeah, see, so this is tricky. So first of all, being a vegan is an identity. And if you eat meat out of necessity or by mistake, or if someone hands you a latte with regular milk in it, it doesn't make you not a vegan. But veganism is about exploitation, not about the meat eating itself, generally speaking. So, you know, if we could, for example, get milk from a dairy cow without forcibly impregnating it, then vegans would probably think like, oh yeah, that's fine. You know, it's a mutual relationship with this cow kind of thing. I'm pretty sure they discovered frozen mammoth remains with intact gonads, so cloning them may be viable. Ooh, that's exciting. Isn't it just like a single mammoth protein that they spliced into sheep to make the, quote, mammoth meatball? I don't remember the details. I didn't look into it. I'd say so too, but I feel like that vegan teacher would disagree. Right. Some people are purists about it. I mean, we had the conversation recently about bees, and I don't think I ever watched the video. I still need to. It's only an 8-minute video, and I still never took the time to watch it, of like, is honey vegan? And the answer is, it depends on who you ask. Yeah, it's fine to exploit the people who grow and process the vegan foods, though. Yeah, someone in here said earlier, like, white vegans need to step off of my friends of color. I do think that we tend to ignore the human exploitation that goes into these things. But we get on veganism on a regular... I'm not even a vegan! How do we do this all the time? I get on a whole fucking tangent about veganism. I'm not even a vegan. There are vegan people who don't eat sugar? Wait, why? Like, what is it about sugar that people think is not vegan? Vegans protest the human exploitation side, too. Not all of them. Yes, some of them are good. Oh, we gotta cut this little bit off of my hair. Beep, beep, beep. We have to eat something. Yeah. Again, who do you think is working in the slaughterhouses? I don't know. Like, yeah, like, people of color, right? Plants can feel pain. Checkmate, vegans! Oh, sugar's processed through, animal byproducts. I'm sorry to tell you, but I give vegan vibes. I have incurable vegan vibes. Come on. I am not that much of an ooh-woo baby leftist that I come across like a vegan. Come on now. No way. Is it only because I'm a flaming fag that people think that I'm a vegan? I'm not even vegetarian, dude. Oh yeah, true. Children work in those slaughterhouses. We just saw this in Arkansas a few weeks back. Sugar has bone ash in it sometimes. Interesting. It's whitened with bone char. Why? That's so weird. I can't be vegan because I need to eat gelatin. If you empathize with cattle people, instantly assume vegan. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm like able to acknowledge that vegans are morally superior in this instance, and I'm just like, okay. Got the exact reaction I wanted. I now retract my statement. Well, thanks. Oh, man. Oh my god, it's fucking 6 o'clock, dude. I don't stream this long usually, so I need to eat. Speaking of food, I'm gonna go eat some steak or something. I guess people want the white color, like in Breaking Bad, how the competitors dyed their meth blue to look like Walter White's. Interesting. Anyway, okay, I gotta get out of here. We did our reaction to Ethan Klein. We talked about veganism. We got mad at chat. Oh. We had leftist audio fucking issues for the first hour of stream. So, yeah. Now that it's been 5 hours of actual stream, I am gonna go do something else. And as far as I know, I will be seeing you on Tuesday. Tummy Tuesday. Maybe we'll put that as the stream goal for later this week. Is Tummy Tuesday. Delicious. All right. Well, parasocial love to all of you. And good night. Farewell. Big butts.